I got dreams of looking up, high as I can get. But nothing feels like how it feels to know these things I don't know yet. The weight of everything, and everything's just thread. Sometimes I'm trapped inside and I don't know what I'm gonna do. But to take on the world is the only thing that we know how to do. I've got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's you and me, and everywhere we go will lead it to an open door. We made our mistakes, the good and bad days, but nothing really breaks if I got you. Look at the sky when you go outside, and know there is nothing to keep me back from you. I got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's you and me, and know there is nothing, and everywhere we go will lead it to an open door. Keep me back, keep me back, keep me
Let's go. Got him more blood, but the kick home. I don't wanna pedal with an old 3 kid. Room, boom, up 400, that's roll. Got through 100 deep and move. Get lifted, body new bit cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body got another on me. Oh, double nine. Telephone cut that rain. Shout out my son for the rain though. I don't want cut my lane. Running fist fire, scare no rest. Go pop one ring, go break one bench. I pop missile if I wish I put one pistol on my head. Was popping and popping, love in the morning. Blue come over to come in the morning. Vogue in the flick, poster forming. Confident boy run a halo on me. Jealous in the envy, all fill up in the air. I be hitting minimal when I'm on the air. Y'all boys so pitiful, wanna be my pet. Oh well, good boy, catch a bone on the stair. Renegade, let's go. Got him more blood, but the kick home. I don't wanna pedal with an old 3 kid. Room, boom, up 400, that's roll. Got through 100 deep and move. Get lifted, body new bit cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body got another on me. Oh, scared of my life. Green pet flavor. Take all the vice. Right side center. Pesky side. I need to spin it. Blind with a face spin relay on this light. We gon' see where to take off. I am the chosen one, that's how I feel. I ain't tripping on rewind. The blessing I got from the angels around me are really some A1. I am the chosen one, that's how I feel. I ain't tripping on rewind. The blessing I got from the angels around me are really some A1.
Renegade, 为先将我包围。Renegade， 弄我自我击坠。雨落下，扣紧我外套。鱼篮车穿梭在轨道。你不想成为我目标。Renegade, go on the more.
Renegade, let's go.
Check. Check.
I don't wanna pedal with an old 3 kid. Room, boom, up 400, that's roll. Got through 100 deep and move. Get lifted, body new bit cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body got another on me. Oh, double nine. Renegade, let's go. Got him more blood, but the kick home. I don't wanna pedal with an old 3 kid. Room, boom, up 400, that's roll. Got through 100 deep and move. Get lifted, body new bit cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body got another on me. Oh, double nine.
Visions in my head of this, you don't know the half of it. I got dreams of looking up, highs I can get, but nothing feels like how it feels to know these things I don't know yet. The weight of everything, and everything's just thread. Sometimes I'm trapped inside and I don't know what I'm gonna do. But to take on the world is the only thing that we know how to do. I've got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's you and me, and everywhere we go will lead to an open door. We've made our mistakes, the good and bad days, but nothing really breaks if I got you. Look at the sky when you go outside, and know there is nothing to keep me back from you. I got dreams
The Colosseum is ready and prepared, and the gladiators are all here. Ladies and gentlemen, you all are watching Valorant Challengers South Asia Split 2, and this is the playoffs that we all have been waiting for. I'm going to be your storyteller for the evening, Scared. Alongside me, it's going to be none other than Bhavna. And Bhavna, first of all the top 4 teams of India, and they now want to collide to get their slot in the Ascension. How excited are you for this engagement?
Well, I'm super excited, Scared, because like you mentioned, it's the top 4 teams of our country and they're competing against each other.
Yes.
And at stakes, there are so many things at stake right now for all these teams. Orangutan, they have made it into the land for the first time. So it's going to be pretty interesting for them also. And like you were also pointing out, there have been so many changes, good changes that has come up from the side of Orangutan. So it's going to be very interesting from their side.
Absolutely. I'll be very intrigued to see how things are going to move forward from this point onwards now, because again, Split 1, both Cup 1 and Cup 2, they paved the way for all of these teams to kind of learn through that entire experience, right? It all started all the way back in December, and now we are here. Promise to bring you the best Valorant action of South Asia, and that is exactly what we are about to deliver. And as you've already mentioned, all these teams are ready. They are super prepared. There have been multiple changes as well, but one thing that has remained constant is of course that fighting spirit between all of these players, among all of these teams, and their tendency to stick together through thick and thin. And yes, I'm talking about the journey that Orangutan has had. Again, in the Split 1, Cup 2, did not have a good performance, but right now they're here in the playoffs making a statement. But for the 3 powerhouses of these teams, this is their probably like second or third appearance right now. And why are they here? That is the question that will be answered by the thing that is in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Split 2 prize pool of $64,000.
Second place is going to get $12,500. Third place is going to get $10,000.
Absolutely. But here's the thing now, all these divisions, 20,000, 12,500, 10,000, it's going to decrease down to the 7th and 8th position. And we already have this teams from 5th to 8th. But the one that we need to figure out is who is going to be that first slot grabber, who's going to be second, who's going to be third and fourth, and so on. Because again, Bhavna, it's not just about the prize pool, it's about the slot of Ascension. The winner gets chance to represent the country, represent the South Asian region itself, and have an opportunity to probably find an even greater glory in terms of the Pacific stage if they win the Ascension. Though a very big dream, but it all starts with those small steps, and those small steps are the ones that these teams now have to take. Revenant have been doing that for a while now, and this is one of the prime team that I want to talk to you about, who has got a chance to actually grab that Ascension slot.
Yes, Revenant is one of those teams that can make it into the grand finals again the second time they made it into the Split 1. But I think Revenant, the major problem with this team is the land jitters. That is something they are not able to deal with, because in the Split 1 also we saw everyone was confident that Revenant is going to get a victory against the players of MLT Esports, but that didn't happen at all. Even the players of Revenant were also feeling so confident that they came with a boarding pass for the players of MLT. But eventually, MLT was the one getting the victory. So Revenant, they need to be very careful. They need to deal with those land jitters.
That is absolutely true. But since we're already talking about Revenant a lot, right, there have been a few changes in the roster itself, and we are going to have a look at it right now. Paradox, SK Rossi, Skills, Sultan, and DOS9. Sultan is replacing Severine in the entire roster, and all the IGL duties have now fallen in the hands of Skills. Yes, it is showing in his performance as it has dipped from what it was previously, but again, the performance of the entire Revenant has not jittered whatsoever, because DOS9, Sultan, SK Rossi, these 3 have been enabled so very well. It seems like even though there's a lot of pressure on Sultan Skills, but he seems to be knowing his team so very well that he knows how to enable them properly in the game itself.
I do agree. Even DOS9, if you remember the matchup against the players of Metal Esports, especially on the map of Ascent, DOS9 was coming online so perfectly that he was the MVP of the team. And the opening frags, the utility usage, everything was on point. He was playing the role of the local as well. But on the other side, Paradox is also, with those flashes, is doing a lot for the team.
Absolutely, as you mentioned, Paradox, he's not just having those flashes, right? He's having that flex role on the team.
Yeah.
He can fill up any role that you really want to. And me, Sparta, Spritz, even Shivansh, we all have been talking so much about the fact that this is the player that you could argue is one of the best flex in South Asia. But again, a team whose name always pops up whenever you talk about Resurgence, whenever you talk about the kings of the jungle, the apes, the tree kings. As of now, this team, they made forward from progression relegation, Bhavna. They were so down and out that they almost struggled to keep their foot in the split 2 regular season itself. Yet they researched from it and now are in the playoffs and one of the prime contenders for that Ascension slot as well. Because I'm not going to take anything away from this team. This roster is full of power-packed strength.
I totally agree. The way Orangutan has improved their gameplay, especially if you remember the matchup against the players of Revenant Esports, on the map of Point, Orangutan got a very dominating victory with a scoreline of 13-2, where Trinity, as race as a duelist, was the MVP, getting too many kills. DC Rules, as a controller, was getting the site control again and again. So I think this Orangutan, as compared to Split 1, is looking more confident, and I would love to see Orangutan in the grand finals.
That is indeed true. We all would want to see these apes rise even more, rise even further, because who does not love a dark horse run? Who does not want a Cinderella story for your team? And that is exactly what we might witness today. But again, looking at the team that they have to face on now, it's going to be a difficult task for them to actually win, right? But since we're talking about winning, one thing that is very easy to win for all the people out there is going to be the 1000 VP giveaway that we're having, ladies and gentlemen. Very simple steps that you need to follow. There's a link in the description. Click on it. You will find a form. Fill that form and then come back to the comment section and use the hashtag VCSA24 and enter your predictions. That is all you need to do. Simple few steps. And if you're the lucky winner, you will receive those 1000 VP in your email. And that's all you need to do. But I know it's a bit of a tough task and we're going to give you enough time for that. And we'll be heading to a short break, ladies and gentlemen. On the other side of the break, we'll have the team entries.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
What's the worst that could happen? What's the best that could happen? Philips One Blade. Move fearlessly. Innovation and you. Philips.
Come on, let's go!
I know exactly where you are.
Don't get
Stand tall. We are Valorant. We are fighters.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to OMEN Valorant Challenger South Asia 2024 by Nodwin Gaming with our styling partner Philips One Plate. जैसा हमारे होस्ट साहब ने बोला, एग्जैक्टली 7 महीने पहले पहली बार एक एक्सक्लूसिव एक फोटोग्राफ निकली थी हमारे सोशल में रिगार्डिंग VCT 2024. अब 7 महीने में हमने गजब वैलोरेंट देखी. काफी यंग खिलाड़ी, जवान खिलाड़ियों ने जो वैलोरेंट खेली, हम सबको हैरान कर दिया. और जो वादा हमने दिया था कि वैलोरेंट हमको पूरे साल चलाएंगे, बेहतरीन चलाएंगे, वो अभी भी बरकरार है. ये 4 दिन, ये 4 टीमें अपना बेस्ट वैलो खेलेगी टू मेक श्योर कि उनको वो स्लॉट मिल जाए जो एसेंशन का है. आज के 2 सेमीफाइनल्स होने वाले, जैसा हमारे होस्ट ने भी बताया. सबसे पहले होगा रेवेनेंट वर्सेस ओजी. सेकंड मैचअप इज VLT एंड ट्रू रिपर्स. एक्साइटमेंट बरकरार है और मैं आप लोगों का समय बिल्कुल बर्बाद नहीं करना चाहता. तो एक बार चालू करते हैं. मेक सम नॉइज फॉर टीम रेवेनेंट Esports. With that crazy setup, the first guy to enter on stage is Paradox. ये Forsaken है हमारा. मतलब कोई सा भी रोल हो, perfect. Flex है, आप duelist खिलाना है, आपको initiator खिलाना है, that is enough. The second boy, हमारे देश की धड़कन, Mr. SK Rossi. He's confident. He knows कि this time यही वो एक रास्ता है जो उनको फिर से इंटरनेशनल बॉर्डर से ले जाएगा. And he's confident enough. The third person, the latest addition to the Wolves, Sultan. इस प्लेयर के आने से पूरा जो डायनेमिक है वो बदल चुका है. स्टैट एसेस आपने देख ही लिए हैं. One of the favorites again. Fourth man. लास्ट सीजन में भी तोड़फोड़ मचाई थी इस प्लेयर ने और आज तक कंसिस्टेंस की एपिटोम कह सकते हैं आप. DOS9, the most ferocious player. अगर एक बार ये प्लेयर अपने वाइब में चला गया, it's impossible to stop. And the last one, हमारे IGL जयंत रमेश के स्किल्स. इट्स अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट पोजीशन बिकॉज आप सोच के देखिए कुछ टाइम पहले तक क्या रोल था एंड IGL का रोल उठाना इतने इंपॉर्टेंट स्टेज पे इज वेरी क्रूशियल. अब वुल्व्स बिल्कुल सेट है. दे नो कि उनको कैसे इस वॉर के अंदर परफॉर्म करना है. बट जो सामने टीम है वो भी कोई कमजोर नहीं है. कोच विक्रांत पुजारी ने लाइनअप स्क्रैच से बनाया है. आप सोच सकते हैं कि बिना किसी इंपोर्ट के वो स्प्लिट 2 के लैंड पर आ चुके हैं. तो जोरदार तालियों से स्वागत करते हैं टीम OG का. सबसे पहले DC रूल्स. अगेन पैरा का सामना है, मतलब पैरा फ्लैग्स तो हमारे DC रूल्स भी कम नहीं है. थ्रू आउट द ऑनलाइन जर्नी इन्होंने भी काफी इनक्रेडिबल स्टैट्स पुल ऑफ करे और अपनी टीम को हमेशा अपर हैंड या एडवांटेज जरूर दिलवाई है. गोइंग फॉरवर्ड, अभी हमारे एक्सपर्ट फ्रिट्स ने भी बोला था कि इफ दिस गाय गोज बॉन्कर्स लिटरली बिकम इम्पॉसिबल फॉर द अपोनेंट टू हैंडल. फिर तो भाई पूरे सर्वर में बस ट्रिनिटी का नाम चलता है. तरीके से तो रियो का आना चाहिए था बट अभी यहाँ पर माकावेली आए हैं. एक नया चेहरा, परफॉर्मेंस उम्दा और इन्होंने भी रास्ता तय किया है लैंड का. अब आएंगे यहाँ पर हमारे छोटा पैकेट बड़ा धमाका. लास्ट ईयर 2023 में आए थे, तब से ये प्लेयर चर्चों में है. परफॉर्मेंस A1 हर बार और स्टेज का वाइब एंजॉय करते हैं. और आखिरी में IGL इनिशिएटर रियो. वो हमारी दोनों टीम बिल्कुल तैयार है एंड आई नो आप लोग भी इंतजार कर रहे हो कि भाई मैच चालू क्यों नहीं करें, क्यों वेस्ट कर रहा है टाइम. बट एक छोटा सा सवाल पूछेंगे दोनों IGL से, उसके बाद चालू करते हैं. आ जाइए, आ जाओ रियो. अभी पहले सवाल इनसे पूछते हैं। पहला सवाल, आप हमेशा लैंड एज अ फेवरेट्स आते हो, ऑडियंस में 100 लोग हैं ना तो 99 बोलेंगे इट्स रेवेनेंट, बट हर बार कुछ ना कुछ हो जाता है। आई होप इस बार पूरी तैयारी है।
इस बार सबसे ज़्यादा तैयारी होगी, हम लोग ही जीतने वाला है इस बार।
ये जो आईजीएल का रोल आपने अभी उठाया है ये नया है आपके लिए, एंड आपने इंटरव्यूज में भी बताया कि आपके आसान नहीं था, बट डोंट यू थिंक स्प्लिट टू लैंड फाइनल्स इज अ बिग गैम्बल?
गैम्बल तो है, बट आई हैव द एक्सपीरियंस टू डू सो एंड देयर इज नो प्रेशर फॉर मी। मैं लाइक शॉट कॉलिंग भी कर चुका हूँ प्रीवियस टीम्स में, सो नो प्रेशर।
ये भी बोल सकते हो टीम पे भरोसा है यार।
टीम पे 100% भरोसा है, 100%। तो देखो
रॉसी के अलग है, बट रियो अभी यू डोंट हैव एनी इंपोर्ट बट स्टिल यू मेड इट टू द लैंड। ये पूरा सफर कैसा रहा ब्रो आपका?
आई थिंक इट वाज एन इंटरेस्टिंग जर्नी। पहले स्प्लिट में हम लोग लाइक ट्राई कर रहे थे चीज़ें बट वर्क नहीं हुई। देन कप 2 में हम लोग हमेशा अप रहते थे 11-6 11-7, बट हम लोग क्लोज आउट नहीं कर पा रहे थे। बट आई थिंक स्प्लिट 2 में हमने वो इश्यूज फिक्स किए एंड वी हैव मेड इट टू द लैंड।
जितने भी लोग इंपोर्ट्स को लेकर आए थे और अभी फ्लैशी लाइनअप बनाया था, उनको कुछ बोलना चाहते हो कि ब्रो देसी प्लेयर्स भी आगे आ सकते हैं और अच्छा खेल सकते हैं?
नहीं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, हम लोग भी कर सकते हैं कुछ, इसके लिए तो इधर तक पहुंचे।
गुड लक रियो, गुड लक स्किल्स, आप जा सकते हैं टीम के साथ अपने पोडियम पे जाते हैं। ये हमारे अभी जाइए रियो टीम के साथ, अब स्टैट्स लगाओ, अपना वार्म अप करो। दिस इज गोइंग टू बी अ क्रेजी राइड कॉज ये हमारा स्प्लिट 2 का पहला सेमीफाइनल्स है और यहाँ पर जो इंटेंसिटी टू मच, कॉज वी ऑल नो दैट कि जीतने वाली जो टीम होगी इन 4 दिनों के बाद उनको एसेंशन जाने का मौका मिलेगा और वो कोई मिस आउट नहीं करना चाहेगा। अब हम सीधा बढ़ेंगे हमारे कास्टर्स की तरफ, बट उससे पहले एक इंपॉर्टेंट अपडेट आप लोगों के लिए है कि अगर आप दिल्ली के आसपास है, एनसीआर रीजन में है, देन आपको नॉडविन गेमिंग अरीना जरूर विजिट करना चाहिए। क्यों? बिकॉज यहाँ पर आप ये पूरा लैंड का एक्सपीरियंस ले सकते हैं, प्लस यहाँ पर है ओमन का गेमिंग बूथ, वहाँ पर जो 1v1 कॉम्पिटिशन हो रहे हैं, क्रेजी ऑफर्स और अमेजिंग बैक टू कॉलेज ऑफर्स भी हैं जो उनके हार्डवेयर है पेरिफेरल्स पे, उसको भी जरूर चेकआउट करना है। तो सीधा कास्टर्स पे चलते हैं, कास्टर्स आगे की कहानी आपको सुनाएंगे।
Well. I like the fact that even the Valorant lineup of OG know their chant, the who OG. And now they're here to answer the question of the people who asked who OG, because this team looks prepared. But their opponents are the Goliaths, who have been here in the playoffs for the past 3 times. Cup 1, Cup 2, and now in Split 2 as well. Now, Bhavna, we were having that discussion as well, right? We were talking about the fact how 3 teams have been consistent in the playoffs. And those 3 teams have been Velocity, Revenant, as well as True Rippers. There's the 4th team where we always see some kind of change. It was Medal in Split 1 Cup 1, then it was MLT in Split 1 Cup 2, who ended up winning the Cup 2 itself, and now it is Orangutan. Do you feel that they can do something that MLT did previously?
I'm sure you remember the previous split 1, like you pointed out MLT. Yes, this time it is Orangutan, and Orangutan was also would want to do something similar, because that time no one expected MLT to be coming out as a winner. And this time no one is expecting, at least majority of people are thinking either it is going to be True Rippers, Velocity or Revenant to be in the grand final. But I really want to see Orangutan, and for that the map pool, the map veto is going to be so interesting. So what sort of map veto are you thinking is going to come up? Which map do you think OG is going to pick today?
To be very honest with you, I want to see a Lotus. I kind of want to see, because their Lotus has been pretty good. Their Breeze as well was looking impeccable. But as you talked about map veto itself, we're seeing Split and Sunset banned out. Yes, I guess we have the opportunity. But wait a second. Okay, Orangutan picking the map of Haven itself, where Revenant are going to start their side on attack. I like the idea. I like this approach of Orangutan people, right? Because Ascent and Haven, they used to be the comfort map for a lot of those teams out there. Iceberg, I'm not pretty sure though, because it's an RNT pick. I know that Revenant has been phenomenal on this one. So even if Orangutan are able to take Haven for themselves, I think so it still is going to go on that decider that we're going to see Lotus.
This icebox is scaring me, and I'm sure it is scaring the players of Orangutan as well, unless they have prepared really good on the map of icebox. Because in Split 1, Orangutan, I think they played 7 or 8 times, I think 8 times on the map of icebox. And every time they had to face a defeat. Even in the Split 2 also, Orangutan's icebox has never been that fantastic fantastic or flawless. Yes, it did manage to get one victory against the Plus of the Zoo, but other than that, nothing fantastic. So Icebox is something where Orangutan, they need to be very careful. They need to get Heaven at least in the bags.
I would totally agree with you on that point. They have to get Haven whatsoever to basically stand a chance to win this series in 2-1, possibly that 2 on Lotus. It is pretty difficult. It is something that you know could go anywhere. This is one of that series, but I know a lot of those, a lot of the people, a lot of the fans out there who are in the comment section right now. And by the way, polls are live, so yeah, you can go forward and vote for your favorite team. Would eventually select Revenant as their fan favorites, but looking at the composition for the map of Haven, Machiavelli on that Astra. I like the idea. They're going with a Breathe Sober combination where Trinity on the Jet and DC Rules on the Cypher. On the other side, we're seeing almost the exact same composition with only the addition of DOS9's Omen instead of that Astra.
Well, certainly. Interesting composition coming in from both the teams. Yes, I do love Breach on the map of Haven because the Jet Breach combo, especially towards the A side, is going to be fantastic. As a defender, I think it is going to amp up your defense, especially those fault line lineups in the A shot as well. So I think, yes, Breach is a viable pick, but Astra, yes, I used to see Astra a lot on the map of Haven, but let's see if it is going to favor the players of Orangutan today, because for me, Omen smokes are much better as compared to Astra smoke, especially with those paranoias. So I believe Revenant is having a slight advantage.
Yeah, that is true. I would kind of agree with you on that one, but honestly, there's a lot of utility that an Astra brings on the table, right? You want to basically pick an Astra to make sure that you've got that post-plant utility up and growing. That's where the Astra comes into play. Those gravity wills, those knockups as well. These are the things that you want to focus down on. Plus, combine it with Trist's Breach. I think so you've got a very solid post-plant setup if you've got a decent amount of utility. But again, Revenant are the ones who are going to be starting things on the attacking side to have the momentum on their favor. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the first map of the first match in OMEN Valorant Challenger South Asia 2024 Split 2 with our styling partner Philips One Blade. It's going to be an amazing evening as SK Rossi is starting things on the duelist. The cage goes out already to try and slow things down, and there comes in the Nebula to assist DC Rules on site, create some extra space for him. That's the first wave of util already being baited out by the side of Revenant, and they've not yet made the full approach as they're pivoting towards the A. But you can see Rio playing way too ahead in A long, getting that information. Will also provide in the important info to his team. Has to run away low on that HP, Bhavna.
The only side tanker that is going to be Rio. They need to deal with him, but the smokes are definitely helping the case of the Claws of Revenant. The Cloudburst, the Shock Dart lineups are there, and they need to win those duels. But Orangutan, Trinity, and Trist finds 2. Revenant is going to answer back by getting 3. Now it's a 1v3 scenario, and even the last player, DC Rules, has been picked off. A clear round coming in the favor of the players of Revenant.
That is true. They could not get that extra gold from the extra cash from the spike plant, so that's quite a bummer, but it's absolutely fine. They were still able to win the round, and that is what matters. They've still got 3 Bulldogs up on the table along with 1 Guardian. DOS9 is going in with the Ghost. A very simple, straightforward approach. C-fake into an A hit. And all 3 players of Orangutan were just clubbed up together onto that Cubby area. And that is one of the main reasons why we saw every one of them being picked off one after the other. Rio just dodges SK Rossi as of now. It was a gamble A stack, but there's absolutely no one towards the A side. Rio's going to face a lot of problems. The Outrun actually did not scan him. So it's going to be still SK Rossi winning that fight because Rio had to break the Owl Drone. Shot toward the backside. SK Rossi wins out one more. Can he find another one? Absolutely he will. He's just farming out those orbs right now, Bhavna.
Well, SK Rossi is known for his 4Ks. I won't be surprised if he get a 4K in this particular round as well, but I want to see him go for an ace, which is highly possible because Trist and Trinity, they both have just classics in their hands. On the other side, Rossi with the Bulldog can easily clutch it out, but yes, entire eco round for Revenant is definitely going in their favor. Will it be flawless or not? That was the main question, and from the looks of it, looks like it is going to be a flawless round. And Trinity and Triss, they both have decided to go down by the spike, I think, spike detonation.
Possibly.
That is the possibility, but no, Trinity is going to pick SK Rossi. Rossi, not today. Not today, you are getting 4K. Not in this round, at least.
I mean, you said it's going to be a flawless, so I guess they decided, you know what, just because the caster said it's going to be a flawless, we're going to try and make sure it's not going to be the case. Either way, that's stressed falling off to the spike. Another round going in for the side of Revenant. Now, this has always been the scenario wherein you give room to Revenant wherever they take those 2 rounds. It becomes a snowball effect from them. And we have seen right now in Valorant that there's a humongous snowball effect left, right, and center. So Orangutan would have to deal with this bonus round that's coming in, and it's 3 Bulldogs, a Guardian, and a Vandal investment as well, so it's going to be pretty problematic. Though a glass cannon operator for Trinity, that's going to be posted down in Sivers, but that is not where Revenant are looking forward to. With their first 2 rounds, that's how they went in towards that C space being taken aggressively. That's exactly what they're going to do right now, taking that C long control and then figuring out where they want to go after this.
Well, they have managed to establish the C-long control, and this one-way smoke is definitely not helping rules getting any sort of vision. The crosshair setup, they need to be careful, but Vakili finds SK Rossi, shuts him down. Rules is also going to find one. DOS9 answers back with one of his own, but the numbers advantage is entirely with the plus of Orangutan, and now the plus of Revenant. They have been forced to leave the site and go a little back.
They can't really cross that choke point, right? Quite a lot of the angles towards the backside that they need to clear. Jump peek by Trist. Catches on a couple of people out there, so knows that there's still going to be players. There was a trap fire towards Garage as well as the B main, but now since DC Rules has been picked off, so that passive information is not going to help whatsoever. And look at Sultan taking the spike, moving backwards, but I like the position of Trinity. That fight is going to be important. A couple of players inside the smoke, and Rio gets a pick on the spam. Skills taken down. DOS9 peeks out of it, gets another one, but Sultan in the meantime will be able to take care of Rio, and that's going to be an upgraded weaponry, a 1v2 with an operator in the hands of Trinity. Very well could be an isolated 1v1 on the side against Marcavelli, who's 34 HP. Goes in to take the fight, but wins it. Headshot lands in perfectly. And with that, Orangutan secure their first round, but it was a costly one, Bhavna.
At least they managed to save the operator. Yes, 3 weaponries were dropped, and heavy investment came from the side of Trinity in that glass cannon operator. But this time, Orangutan, they are going to be pretty happy, because the main objective was to not allow Revenant to convert their bonus round, and they did it in a good fashion. Especially the way Rules was able to get the early numbers advantage, the way he was able to hold the site. As a solo anchor, he was able to, I think he did manage to take down 1 or 2 player at the very start of the game. And this particular round, yes, it is going to be a buy round for the players of Revenant with a full buy. Again, from the looks of it, looks like they are going for a C execute.
This is their early default. Every single time they've been doing the same thing, but right now, Sultan is the one who's kind of going to show some presence over towards the window. The Owl Drone is going to give out the information. Look at how far ahead Trinity is actually. With this operator, Owl Drone coming in on the other side as well, gets tag onto him, so Trinity will have to move backwards with Fault, and oh my god, that's a tag, perfect one. SK Rossi wanted to go for the chase, could not actually catch the retreating Trinity, and the operator is going to be posted up again. Oh my god, this player is so bold, and that boldness pays off. Sultan gets a ticket to hell, not going to spawn in this round, but every other person is going to go towards the sea, and both the picks go in the hands of Paradox. They're both lined up for him, and even though the first pick went in for Orangutan, it's going to be very problematic. A beautiful fault line followed up, Traced with the Bulldog, gets a pick on Skills. He's got a full utility going for that delay as well. 18 HP, tries to get in the spam, and a beautiful shot with the flash on the back of that flash. That is phenomenal. SK Rossi wants to equalize the odds, but Trinity is there to answer it back to. We won. DOS9 has no clue. And with that, Orangutan move forward.
Trinity's operator came online in a very good fashion. A 3K coming in from his side, and with that, Orangutan, like you pointed out, has managed to get the second round on board for themselves. On the other side, the ult progression of the players of Revenant are also looking fantastic, as Paradox has got his Rolling Thunder online, and Rossi is also just 1 point away from his own Brainstorm. If we do manage to get an orb or get a kill with that Marshall, the Bladestorm can definitely give a lot of value for the players of Revenant in this save round.
Yeah, and now finally the 5th round, we are actually seeing Revenant going in for a different default. But this time they're starting towards the A. Maybe want to establish that lobby control. But look at this additional star that has been placed in by Machiavelli there. Could be changed into anything with whatever Orangutan are actually going to plan in to do. Like the idea of how far ahead right now Sultan pushed up towards the B, taking care of that trip. Now that's going to create some question marks. How room to take the information as well. Spotted SK Rossi out there. Window fight is going to be important between Machiavelli as well. Skills out there in the open. Information gained. Machiavelli will have to concede that space. And shot by DOS9. As ZC Rules were out there exploring. And Rossi in the meantime taking the entire A long space. They can very well go in for the A. Execute as DOS9 gets another one onto Rio. Oh my goodness, the timing twist. He missed Rossi. He missed Rossi. It's a big, big problem.
He did miss Rossi, but Paradox finds Triss, shuts him down and looks at Revenant. Despite having a weaker weaponry, they are going to convert this round because now it's a 4v2 situation where the numbers advantage is entirely with the players of Revenant. The spike has already been planted. Yes, Trinity is having his own operator, but looks like they have made the call to save the weaponries and try for the next round. So this round is going in the favor of Revenant. A good round conversion coming in, especially the way DOS9 was able to find those initial picks, the way Paradox was also find those kills. It was definitely an important round for the players of Revenant, but after this, Orangutan for the next round, yes, they have the Cosmic Divide as well available, which might help them to go for an equalizer.
That is true, but again, you talk about the ultimates, there's a Rolling Thunder for Paradox, and Skirosi will also be on his Blade Storm for the next round if need be. But on the other side, economy looks okay-ish. Maybe they'd be able to squeeze in some buy with the half shields and stuff, and that's what I was thinking about as well. Trist is a couple of points away from his own Rolling Thunder. On the other side, DC Rules has got his Neural Theft. Now, in the previous round, they went in for the exploration and they were punished for that. And that is exactly what happened in round number 4 as well, when they went in for the C-Long exploration and Paradox got a Collat 2K. So these are the things Orangutan would have to kind of work around with smartly. Good fault line to push back the operator player. On the other side though, we're still seeing Rossi on that Blade Storm and he gets a pick onto Trinity. That's the operator out of the picture as well. The Hunter's Fury got a pick. Got a tag on 2 different players though, Paradox and Skills, both down to just 70 HP each. But as long as that weaponry stands, that's going to be the main thing. Rolling Thunder invested now. Everyone wants to try and run away with the Blade Storm. Skirosi gets another one. Wants to dash in, takes control of the entire Sivers. And that basically means the side is lost also the chance of picking up that operator because it is in the hands of SK Rossi. Rio, though, gets a pick on Skills with that shock dart. Want to go for another one, but the re-exploration coming in from the A lobby. Sultan in that off angle should be able to catch them off guard. Oh my god, he actually did, but missed out on the shots as DC Rules connects ahead with a Stinger.
Close range Stingers are definitely a good weapon, but Rossi with a Blade Storm might get one player in the heaven, and it does take down Rio. DC Rules is going to answer back with the Guardian, takes down DOS9 as Rossi with the operator finds Rules. Now, Makabli is the last player remaining, and looks like Rossi has an idea. He might be coming from the A shot, and an ace coming in for Rossi. Just when I was thinking that Rossi in the previous 2 rounds was not able to perform up to the mark, was getting taken down pretty early, he answers back with an ace.
Absolutely phenomenal ace coming in from the lad. He was playing the initiator back in split 1, but in split 2 they decided to put him on duelist, and it's actually paying off really well. And on the back of it, if I'm not wrong, we're going to have a tactical timeout by Orangutan boys as well, because that have to talk about some stuff that they need to fix onto their defense and figure out the main default of what Revenant is doing. But a lovely way to set up SK Rossi on the back of that fault line to push back the operator, then helping him out with the flashes and the darts as well to jump in, dash in on the side, get a few of those extra picks. That's what you love to see.
4-2 in the favor of Revenant. And Rossi coming online in fashion. A ace coming in from his side, especially the way those operator shots landed. He started off with the Blaze Storm by getting the initial pick, the first kill for the team. And now Revenant, they are having a lead of 2 rounds. A timeout is definitely there from the side of Orangutan. They need to think what's really happening wrong, and they can't allow the players of Revenant to stretch this lead, because after that the comeback story won't be easy for the players of Orangutan if the entire momentum is with the players of Revenant. And well, I noticed Rossi is also wearing his lucky pajamas.
He's not playing Killjoy though. Otherwise, it would have been a fun dialogue. One step closer, back in pajamas. But for now, that's a 1-for-1 trade. Good pick by Trinity as well. Answers back to skills. It was a scrappy fight, but it's absolutely fine. Paradox now wants to catch in. The receding player, Sultan, is the one who answers back, making it a 2-for-1 trade. Wanted to make a play with the Blade Storm in mid. And this time, that is exactly where Revenant decided to go as well. SK Rossi now has the operator and had a lovely flash from Paradox, catching Rio off guard, entirely fully blinded, and is just stressed now, remaining alongside with DC Rules in a 2v4, where SK Rossi is posted up on Heaven. Trist peaks and he loses a limb.
Trist can't afford to give even a slight glimpse from that Heaven angle, because look at the operator, how it is posted. SK Rossi is having a fantastic angle, a position outside the A main. So probably Orangutan has again made the call to save the weaponry. Trist and DC Rules, they are going towards the C side and they are going to save those Vandals. And it is going to be important, because look at the economy. It is not flourishing as it is flourishing for the players of Revenant, because they've lost back-to-back 3 rounds, including this particular one. And Trist, in the next round, he'll get his Rolling Thunder online. That could be a winning ultimate for the players of Orangutan. But for now, Revenant, they are looking pretty comfortable. And DC Rules finds one, shuts down Sultan. Trist finds Paradox as well. Okay, Revenant, not such a clean round.
Good cover from Trist though, I would say. So, that's the thing. Since they got that cover, that was the only reason why, you know, we were seeing them carrying forward those 2 rifles. Important one as well, because Trinity, on the back of the save of the previous one, could eventually grab the operator if he wanted to. But Revenant's entire default has now changed to, again, a bit of a widespread, right? Where they're starting with a 1-1-3 setup. And they're just waiting. Look at that, all of them playing back. They're waiting for any kind of aggressive, proactive play from Orangutan, which they can eventually punish. But now, since nothing has happened for the first 15 seconds, now they're going to go in for those exploration as well towards the other part, because they want map control, they want map information, and they're very good at creating those question marks.
Just the way they created few question marks around the A side. And look at the A side. 3 players are already there, 2 players on the C side. That means B side is completely open, and that is exactly where Sultan is moving. But the spike is towards the C side. There is already tripwire on the C main, long angle, and DC Rules having a good angle. The owl drone will get the information which the plus of Revenant needed. The fault lineup is there, the smokes, everything is there to get the site executed.
Oh my goodness, that Hunter's Fury, it has proved such a big problem. Machiavelli gets one, but Sultan Paradox, quick on that trigger, quick on the trade as well. Down to just Trinity and Rio.
No charges left.
With a Sheriff and a Vandal for a Dream, dashes out, and Trinity gets a pick onto SK Rossi, though, but quickly traded by skills. And it's down to a 1v3. The Paradox is not going to hold the angle with the operator as he just went in for the plant. Quite a wide shot, though. That's the shooting error that kicked in. Happens when you are not accustomed of using the operator. The question onto Rio is he going to save the weaponry? Or is he going to try and contest for it? Goes in for the jump peak, but Paradox holds the angle, gets the pick. And that's the 6th round already on the attack for the side of Revenant.
The C-long plant is never easy to defuse, and Rio was trying to do exactly that, but the players were posted on the long angle. The minute Rio gave a little peek, he was punished. And this is not how Orangutan envisioned it to start. This map have Haven, Icebox, I have to repeat it again, Scared. Icebox is not one of the strongest map of Orangutan, so this Haven is going to be so critical. But since it's a three-sided map, defense is not going to be easy. So I'm expecting at least Orangutan to get at least minimum of 4 rounds so that they have something to show a comeback in the second half, in their attacking half. But for now, again, Revenant looks like they're going for a A execute where 3 plus are already there. Operator shot has been missed. But the information which they needed has already been passed that this is a pretty stacked up site.
Or at least they know that there's the operator here. And this is one of the few times when we're actually seeing OG contesting and winning the A-long engagement. Otherwise, every single time they would just give up on that space and move back. But Trinity is holding that fort. Skills in the meantime, again, using the owl drone. Did not catch anyone into the window, at least playing aggressive. So, angle being held, and SK Rossi in the Sivers was able to catch one. And as soon as Rio fell, you could see Trinity now second guessing himself. Fight's going to be important. Paradox has got all the utility to force out DC Rule from that position. Still trying to hold towards the back as well, but he was concussed, and that's going to be Paradox getting free.
30 seconds left.
All of those players falling one after the other, jumping out of the smoke, does not matter. As DOS9 will catch Trinity. And with that, they will move on 7. 9 rounds already over, and it's Revenant all across the board. And their slow defaults have been working out so very well, Bhavna. They're working across the map. They're finding the opportunities. They're finding these timings against the members of Orangutan to catch them off guard and get those picks. And every time SK Rossi with the operator has found a value, you could clearly see Revenant turning it and making sure that they get the round.
5 sheriffs on the board for the players of Orangutan. From the looks of it, it is looking like a 2-8 in the favor of Revenant. And the way Revenant is playing, it's looking like they're here to win. The confidence is increasing with every single round. SK Rossi's operators giving so much value, so much opening for the players of Revenant. A side completely left open, that means easy execution, but the retake is going to be a flood retake from the side of Heaven and the link angle. But Rossi, you need to be careful. He finds one. How did Rossi manage to get that shot on Trist?
The no scope. The accuracy on no scope up is horrible, but SK Rossi has been so on point with that. But wait a second, Rio landing in that crispy headshot has technically made this round doable. Can eventually try and pull it off, but no. Rio will fall, and now it's just down to last member Shotty for DOS9. And with that, Revenant will destroy any hopes of any kind of thrifty whatsoever. SK Rossi, that is a highlight clip for sure. What a shot by this lad. An ace already and a no-scope operator, and that was not even a very close range. He was decently away from that player. Still manages to land it. Tailwinds back. I mean, the confidence speaks louder than anything else.
Rossi is just proving to be a beast with that operator. This time, thankfully, the operator investment is not there. But it is coming from the side of Trinity, and Trinity finds Paradox outside B main. Shuts him down, gets an opening. 4 ultimates online. Neural Theft is there. Rolling Thunder is there. Hunter's Fury is there. So technically, this round should go in the favor of Orangutan. But for now, Revenant just trying to get the map control. 1 player in the A shot. Few players outside the C garage. The Hunter's Fury investment is already there, but no damage whatsoever.
I like how you mentioned about the point of the ultimates, right? Because every single time when you're playing in these maps, you want your ultimates to be cycled perfectly, making sure that, you know, you're able to maximize the value out of them. But again, that is something that we've not yet seen from Orangutan that very well. But we'll just have to wait and see as of now again, because it's going to be an execute towards the B side, as this is the first time that we're actually seeing Revenant look towards anything apart from A and C. Where they've constantly found value, but Rio catches SK Rossi, retreats back, gets the advantage. Rolling Thunder comes into play as well as Trinity finds one on Sultan. And that's going to be Rio finding another one as well. Trinity gets a 3K in the round. And with that, Orangutan on the back of the first pick by Rio and the Rolling Thunder by Trist get the 3rd round on board.
It was important for Orangutan. Otherwise, maybe we would have seen a 10-2 scoreline where Revenant would be having the advantage of 8 rounds. Now, the last round in the first half, Orangutan, they would try to convert this round as well in their favor and walk into the second half with a 4-8 scoreline. In the attacking half, maybe we can see a comeback from the side of Orangutan, but now it's not going to be easy as Paradox is having his own Rolling Thunder. Rossi again back with the operator. And we know how much value Paradox can get with that Rolling Thunder and Rossi with that operator. So it's going to be pretty tricky round for the players of Orangutan to convert in their favor. Again, the players of Revenant, the Spike is outside the A main. Maybe we can see a little bit of the exploration outside A.
It's going to be important yet again because you can see a double stack over in towards Sivers by Orangutan. Technically a high-low between Rio and DC rules, you could say. And Revenant, they're going to grab all the free space that they are being offered over towards A-long whatsoever. Because the operator is towards the decent ship, but just on the edge, so Rio, he'll be just tanking every single thing. As of now, they're the ones who are holding the line towards Sivers. And I like the idea that even if they want to give up the space over towards the A side, they'll be having that Sivers control. So they've got 3 avenues to actually dash in towards the side. Now that's kind of the Rolling Thunder being invested and everyone's playing off of the side. I love the idea. The flash comes in and Rio catches Sultan, who wanted to make a play over from Sivers itself. And just as I mentioned, Pavna, they're having that control as Rosnine catches one. DC rules answer back as well, but the re-exploration, Rio gets another pick and this time Rossi falls. Machiavelli, Trinity now, smoke dissipates, Paradox catches Rio, but he was able to get a 3k in the meantime. And with that, it should be a done and dusted round. A 1v2, though still Paradox, 19 more seconds. Can he go for a pivot?
He's trying to do so, but there is no time. Yeah, there is no time
to get
the plant. Does he have enough time?
Yep.
Yes, he does. Still a doable round for the players of Revenant since it's a 1v2 situation, but the Blade Storm of Trinity is not going to allow Paradox to reposition at all. And with that, the 4th round comes on board for the players of Orangutan. A 4-8 scoreline. And Sked, I'm going to ask you, do you think in the second half there is any chance for the players of Orangutan to stage a comeback?
This is technically an attack-centric map, so I still feel that if in case they get the momentum in their favor and get the pistol along with the anti-eco, there is a very high possibility and a very high chance that they'd be able to catch the members of Revenant off guard, because Revenant in almost every single one of those rounds you could clearly see went in for those slow hits. They tried to find the value, they tried to find the timing around the map, which Rossi majorly found towards the Sivers, right? And sometimes it was Sultan catching people with the re-exploration, sometimes it was Paradox when the entire team was rotating towards the sea. So if Orangutan managed to somehow get their default working and going against RNT, I think so they should have a good opportunity. They all want to burst in directly towards the lobby, while Revenant have got an idea to explore mid as of now through Garage as well as through B main.
Like you pointed out, this is going to be an important round for the players of Orangutan. Already A side has been left completely open. The smokes are there all around, so that means a plant should be there for the players of Orangutan. The retake would be a flood retake coming in from the side of Revenant. Rio will get the plant down, but these lineups of shock darts are something very annoying on the map of Heaven, especially on the A side. But Rio survived on 25 HP there, but Trinity finds the opening. SK Rossi is going to answer back by getting not just one, but 2. DOS9 finds one more, Sultan gets one more, and Rules left all by himself, good for only one, as Paradox will shut him down. And with that, the pistol goes in the favor of Revenant.
This was an important pistol for Orangutan, and yet it is Paradox who denies them. And now I feel the hopes of comeback are slowly going to diminish, because let's be honest, Trist, in terms of the utilities, yes, you could see he's been there, he's been present, but the amount of impact that Paradox has had in this game from his own side is something that I feel Trist needs to do as well, because it was just Sultan who tried to find some value during those lurk plays and he was being caught. apart from that, now since they're on defense, we're probably going to see him perform as well. This is his first land, by the way, Bhavna.
You can't have land jitters at this point. This is all what I have to say because so many things are at stake. Orangutan, they have to prove themselves, but they don't have economy. It's a save round. Classics and the Guardian shots are perfectly landing on the heads of the players of Orangutan. 2 plus remaining, Wakabili and DC rules. And looks like Rossi is on a hunt.
Yeah, he's on a hunt. Wants one more. You can see both of them. The stun did definitely come in. And the concussed player as well will fall. Rossi with a 3k. Revenant with a flawless anti-eco. Now moving towards their bonus. They've got 3 Guardians and a couple of Bulldogs. So a very much doable round even now. But the question is, where will Orangutan go? What's going to be their game plan? They tried to go for an A hit. They were stopped. For a C, stopped. I'm going to see them going in for the B this time. I want to see them working around the map a bit because they've got the Astra. They can go in for those fake Nebulas as well. They can go in for those concusses if they want to towards the site execute. There's quite a decent amount of utility for them to actually go on to.
There is certainly, but Revenant is already on the 10th point. 6-round deficit. Orangutan is just going to be a lot from their side to stage a comeback. Again, they're going for an ace hit where we have those tripwires of Sultan, which are not going to be easy to deal with.
Agreed. And
not just one, double tripwires.
Yeah, exactly. They actually go in, and now the second trip is actually going to catch. No, it did not. Rio was the one who actually broke it. Sultan still having control of the Silver's angle, was basically pinched in from a couple of directions. Trist was able to catch him. SK Rossi was able to find DC rules on that lurk though, so he will be going in for the backstab, and now it's the duty of Trist to actually win that fight, and he will be able to. That was an important duel around the map. And on the other side as well, Skills goes in for his own util down. Trinity doing a phenomenal job. Catches DOS9 and brings it down to a 4v2. The attempt will definitely be there. Trinity don't need to overheat at this point now. They've got the weaponry. Do not want to lose any of it. Fires a couple of shots. Had the opportunity. But it does not matter. As they'll finally finish both of them off as they move out of that choke point. And with that, another round going in for the side of Orangutan. After a while though, we saw them win this run. So this is an important round, to be honest. Because with this, now we're going to see the first buy round of the half.
OG, they need to do a lot more because they are 5 rounds deficit. But like you pointed out, this is going to be an attack-centric map. So there is a high chance that Orangutan slowly can come to an equalizer. And Revenant, well, for now the operator is posted on the A shot and it is going to be so difficult. DC rules, you have to be careful. Finally, the camera will give away the position of SK Rossi, and now he has been forced to reposition. And looks like this time OG, they are going for a garage control where there are tripwires they have to deal with. The smokes are there to help their case, but Sultan, despite the smokes, finds the opening onto Trinity.
A questionable choice there, but DOS9 goes in for the re-exploration, wins the fight. Trist has been taken down. And these are the fights that you're actually supposed to punish on the other side. Again, this presence of that one way, which eventually helped that Omen out. 5 HP on Sultan, but still surviving, still breathing. And as long as that weaponry stands, things are not going to be equal. Paulden comes into play along with the shock dart as well. A few util up from different side, but Rio just saw a pixel on Paradox. Gets that wallbang headshot as well. A perfect way to slowly try and get the numbers equalized. But how are they going to deal with Rossi? Do they even anticipate that he's here? They don't have Trist. They don't have flashes. It's going to be up close and personal, and Rossi gets the pick. Tries to tailwind out as well. Gets the reposition. DC rules punished for not being able to connect that one, and Rossi will not miss. Rossi will hit. And does not matter if this player was kept silent in the regular season. He's out here roaring in the playoffs for Revenant.
I can still hear the supporters at the venue supporting their favorite teams. But the shots which SK Rossi is landing today, he's coming online in a fashion from the very start of the game. Yes, in the initial few 2 or 3 rounds, he was not coming online, but after that, the 4Ks, the A's, the 3Ks are coming in from the side of SK Rossi in every single round again. Rules, you need to be careful, man. Now Rossi moves back to the A long. But looks like, again, the players of Orangutan are going for a C hit because that is where the spike is, the tripwires in the garage, and the way Rules is there. I'm sorry, Sultan is there. It is not going to be easy, especially DOS9 also guarding the C window angle. There is a little bit of the hold, but SK Rossi is not going to hold back as he shuts down Rules.
Gets that wall bang as well, so now he's going to take all that space over towards A. Pushing up almost all the way towards the spawn, Bhavna. This is so much information. And Revenant can just play in for a pincer maneuver. There comes in the Blade Storm. He actually wants to push forward. He wants to catch all of them, and Garage itself tries to take the fight. Machiavelli shuts him down, trying to hold that defensive line, but Sultan is there for the answer back. And only Machiavelli remains, who will fall, who will crumble. But the hand pulls him back into the abyss. And with this Revenant move to 12, Haven has been looking impeccable for this team. And it clearly shows you the confidence that they have. The timeout now being called, and I guess it is a bit too late for that.
It certainly is, because Revenant, they are on match point. Your timeout is coming a little late from the side of Orangutan. It should have been called a little early, but even the second half, the attacking half is not looking good for the players of Orangutan. All they have managed to do is just get one round. That was round number 15, but back-to-back 2 rounds coming in the favor of Revenant. And Sultan with his neural theft online. Yes, DC Rules is also having his own neural theft. Rio with a Hunter's Fury. Trinity just 1 point away from his Blade Storm. But let's be honest, Orangutan is 7 rounds deficit, and staging a comeback at this point where Revenant is on the match point, highly unlikely.
They just do not have the economy as well to try and even compete with the buy that Revenant will bring, right? Because again, the SK Rossi is operator for a couple of rounds now. He's been pushing out A. We haven't really seen any adjustment from the side of Apes to deal with it, and that has been a big problem. That has been a big thorn. So I kind of want to see them trying to properly punish SK Rossi for that, but no more operator in this round for him. It's Skills who's actually having that as Rossi pushes it out, gets one, wants to follow up on more because the paranoia is just brilliant. And this guy gets a 3K. It's just the confidence that's doing all the shooting now. As Skills gets DC Rules, and we're going to see a 4K, maybe not, as Skills gets a 2K off his own. And IGL closes out things in this map. What a beautiful way to perform. And what a statement by this team. That's how you start your things off here. Revenant look much more than just prepared.
Oh yes, Revenant was definitely prepared for the map of Haven, especially the way SK Rossi was coming in the last round. It was not just a paranoia, it was Paradox Flash, Skills Recon, DOS9 Paranoia, 3 utilities, the layering of the utility which was coming from the side of Revenant, not just in the last round, but every single time. It was bringing perfect value. The aggression which Revenant was having, even despite being in the defensive side, was helping their case. And Orangutan, yes, the first half they did manage to get the 4 rounds, but the second half, the attacking half, all they did manage to get was 1 single round. And now Icebox, I'm a little worried, scared. Icebox is not Orangutan's strong map.
That's an understatement, Bhavna. That's just an understatement. Because it just seems that it might actually be a 2-0, and Revenant are going to be the one basically writing a statement. And you love to see, right? We've been talking about how Paradox has been a very good flex player for the side of Revenant, but I also want to bring the attention back to DOS9 himself, as he was the main duelist for the team when Severine was in the roster. And then they switched things up, they put SK Rossi on that duelist role, and DOS9 has to go in for those adjustments. So he's the one who's actually playing in those weird different roles. Like on the Lotus, he plays the Killjoy. On now Haven has shown his Omen as well. Omen kind of plays out just like how a normal duelist would because of the constant shrouded step and the second entry that you technically provide, sometimes even the first entry into the site. But yeah, the playstyle kind of matches up. But at the same time, I really love the fact how this team adjusts to the way how the current meta is working and how everyone around them are playing, right? And that is one of the main reason why I've said this team is one of the prime candidates to take that slot of Ascension after winning this split 2, because this is the way how they're starting things on Haven. I am pretty intrigued to see and pretty interested to see what they've cooked up for the next few maps.
Yeah, even I'm also very interested to see how Revenant is going to perform on the map of Icebox, because if this is how they are going to perform on the map of Haven, which they have played after a very long time, they were completely dominating. I would say they were annihilating the entire team of Orangutan, especially Rossi. I think he got what 5 or 6 force kills. The Ace coming in, a 3K coming in, the pistol round. Rossi was doing fantastic, and it was not just Rossi, it was Paradox as well. He was getting the kills, the fault line lineups, the flashes which Paradox was bringing in was helping Rossi get those first kills.
Right.
And the operator was definitely doing so much for Rossi. But Orangutan, yeah, I also think that we are moving for a 2-0, because the last victory which Revenant got on the map of Icebox was against the Plus of Velocity Gaming, and that went into an overtime. Despite that, Revenant was able to seal that map in their favor. So maybe this Icebox is also going in the favor of Revenant.
It is highly possible because, again, as you mentioned, Orangutan's entire history on Icebox has not been that very decent. But the one thing that has not just been decent, but mind-blowing is going to be SK Rossi for the MVP of this game. 368 ACS with a KDA of 2.2 and damage per round of 225. Bhavna, this guy was doing so much for his team, and it's not just him alone, it is how Paradox was enabling him, and it is also at the same time how DOS9 was setting things up for Rossi with those paranoias as well. I love the way how Skills went in for his own recons, combining it with the flash of Paradox, making sure that Rossi has all the utility that he needs to win the duels.
Certainly, Rossi had everything set up for him to get those duels in his favor, and DOS9 also getting those 18 kills from the side of Orangutan. It is going to be Trinity, and we can't deny the fact that Trinity was also doing a lot for the team, especially with those operator shots. Trinity was landing those operator shots perfectly, but the backup utility was not there to get the round in their favor. Few rounds, yes, Orangutan did go very close to winning that round, but in the end it was either Paradox or DOS9 or Rossi clutching the moment and getting the round in their favor. So Orangutan, a lot of pressure, and look at the stats, 12 first kills for the Plus of Revenant and only 6 for Orangutan.
I would totally agree with you on the terms of those first skills. That kind of paves the way, right? And every single time we did see Orangutan have that advantage, even then we would see normally Revenant trying to just end up and close things out. Looking at the post-plan scenarios, OG only had the opportunity to get the spike down 2 times, and they were only able to convert it once. While Revenant, they were able to get the hold of the site on site 9 times, and also could convert 7 rounds, and then also went up winning and stealing up a few rounds left, right and center. Looking at the heat map of the game, you can see Revenant took fight everywhere around the map, and they won every single engagement. That has been the main storyline of this map.
Yes, they certainly did win every single engagement. In the very start of the game, initially we saw that Revenant was going for a C execute, then they went for a A execute. That also went in their favor. They had the control of both the sides. Even in the defensive half also, Revenant was looking fantastic, especially the way Rossi, be it the Bulldog, be it the Bladestorm or the Operator, he was doing fantastic. But I have to say, I want to see the assist which Paradox got.
Kind of want to see this exact same thing as well, but again, we were talking about the ace. This was the ace round for SK Rossi. Things not going that very well for the Orangutans, not that well for the Apes. Seems like their trees have been cut down at this point, and now they've got to fight fair and square down on the ground. That is what SK Rossi was able to do. And not just him, the entire team of Revenant Esports. Because you look at the way how they played around this map, they worked out with their slow hits, They were taking their time, they were taking their sweet time, and then creating those question marks. That's all you need to do on attacking side. Create the question marks, try and figure out the setup that your opponent has by seeing what their utility is being used where at what time, and then you can easily work around it and make sure that you've got the best possible way of going in for those executes. And that's exactly what we saw in the history as well, in the highlights entirely, the Omen highlights that we just witnessed. So Bhavna, yes, we've been talking about the previous map of Haven a lot, and now again the next one's going to be Icebox. And if that is a big if, we see Orangutan win that one, then we'll go towards the Lotus. That again seems to be a very good territory for Revenant. So in terms of map pool, I think so this team has got one of the best map pools in the entire playoffs.
I pointed this at the very start of the stream that if Orangutan wants to win today, they need to convert the map of Haven in their favor. That is the only way Orangutan get a victory today. Otherwise, there is no chance for Orangutan to get into the upper bracket finals, because Icebox, let's be honest, is not their strong map. Lotus, things might go in the favor of Orangutan because Split 1, Lotus was not a strong map for them, but Split 2, Orangutan has made some changes, good changes, and they're looking, I won't say very strong, they're looking decent on the map of Lotus. So if they had done their homework right, there was a slight chance of converting Lotus. But Icebox, I don't think there is any chance. I won't say there is any chance, there is still some chance, depends how much prepared Orangutan is.
I mean, there's this big thing, right? You need quite a bit of the counter strategy, the anti-stratting when you're playing against Revenant, just like what True Rippers did back, if I'm not wrong, in Cup 2. They played against Revenant, they played on the map of Icebox itself, and we clearly saw how well True Rippers were prepared to counter whatever Revenant had as their default. But again, their defaults have changed. It was back in the IGLing of Severine, the way that they played was all the way back in the past now, because right now it's Skills doing all those callings, and he's a bit more passive IGL, which, you know, he wants to grab as much information as possible, and once he's basically develop the entire picture of the defensive structure in his mind, then he goes forward and calls in for that execute. And I love to see how whenever Revenant try to go in for that play, and they've already shown that they're pretty solid on those attacking rounds as well, because the fast hits, to be very specific about that, because in the pistol round and the anti-ego as well, we did see them go in for some quick space grabbing and then pivoting in towards the other part as well, but still keeping it relatively fast and not slowing things down. So I like the mix that they always bring on the table, and I feel that OG, yes, they do need to grab a read on the map as to what's happening, but at the same time, I'd really want to see a couple of extra info gathering initiators maybe from their side. Yes, Sova was there, and Recon were being used for the default, but Outrun, if we talk about that, I wanted to see some more utility of that. Or you could just say, in terms of the exploration, I kind of wanted to see them have a good timing. Now again, it was the map of Haven, so you did not know how Revenant's timings work. But for the map of Icebox, you've got a full war prepared for it.
Yes, it is there for Orangutan to watch and prepare the counter strat on the map of Icebox. But are they prepared for the Icebox? That's the main thing, because the last match which they played on the map of Icebox was against True Rippers.
True.
And that was a 13-1 if I'm not wrong.
That was a
13-1, yeah. And that could be the reason that Revenant has instantly gone for an Icebox pick, because they know Icebox is a weaker map for the plus of Orangutan. So I'm expecting OG to prepare on the map of Icebox. They would have come prepared, because it was kind of obvious that someone is going to pick Icebox, especially after the matchup with the plus of True Rippers. So there is a highly possible chance that OG has prepared a lot on this map. Otherwise, we would have seen an insta-ban.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
that's the thing.
there was no insta-ban on Icebox, right?
I agree. There was no insta-ban on the map of Icebox as well. So I'm kind of expecting to see the preparation that they've basically pulled in for this one. Because again, in the best of 3, you need to have at least 3 to 4 maps properly prepared for you. Now, Fritz is the one who's actually going to tell you the exact number. But what I feel is that you need to have at least 4 maps. So to make sure that, yes, you're going to have all the maps that are pretty good for you. But yeah, at the end of the day, I still feel, again, Orangutan, there's a lot to learn from what happened in the previous one. You can figure out the timings with the way how Sultan was performing in the group stages and how he's performing right now. There's a big change, right? There's a big, I would say, land jitter or the land pressure that he's kind of crumbling under. We also saw all the Revenant players giving him, talking to him as well, discussing things out with him, making sure that he's cool, calm, collected, so that he can deliver his top-notch performance. Just how Philips One Blade delivers its own top-notch performance. You can move fearlessly with Philips One Blade. But with that, now let's move over towards the head-to-head between SK Rossi and Trinity for the previous one. 368 ACS up against 218 for that Trinity.
Even the KDA also is looking fantastic for the player. SK Rossi 2.2 KDA for him, 1.3 for Trinity. The damage per round is also more than 200, whereas for Trinity is not even 150. The first blood percentage is also good for SK Rossi. Even all the stats are in the favor of Rossi, except for that headshot percentage. That means Trinity was precise with his aim, 38.5 headshot percentage for him.
That's the only thing though, because again, as you talk about headshot, yes, understandable, but at the end of the day, it was just how valuable SK Rossi's frags were, right? Every single time he was going in, he was getting a 2k, he was getting a 3k, he was getting the entries for his team. Even when they were going in for those slow approaches, then also we saw SK Rossi being the spearhead. He was the one who always figured out the position of his opponents and then gave some information back to his team to get them the advantage that they really need to eventually get the side control and win out that round, right? And SK Rossi, again, in the group stages, we've been talking about that a lot, was not performing up to the mark. Even Fritz asked him in that interview as well, if I'm not wrong, with skills. I believe I was the one who was right next to him on that casting desk. And we asked the question that there's been some jitters in the performance of SK Rossi as well, but being back on that duelist role. But right now, it seems that he's again back super comfortable.
He's back in his lucky pajamas. That's all I have to say. But yeah, Rossi was performing exceptionally well today. Yes, the performance was missing in the previous matches, but now that he's back online, we can expect more such performances, more such 4Ks and As coming from his side in the upcoming matches. But for now, on the map of Icebox, I expected OG to bring Harbor, but this time Harbor is not there. Rather, it is with the plus of Revenant, a double controller setup for Revenant.
I like the idea. I love the idea from both the teams. Because there's a Viper Harbor combination from one side, and then Orangutans are going in for the KO Gecko combination with those God flashes. Now it totally depends on how well these comps are used, because both of them can find equal value. Orangutan on one side need to play a bit more aggressive, or they need to play entirely on the retake. That's the only way I feel that they will get the maximum value out of this God flash combo of KO and Gecko. But for the side of Revenant, they can work things around slow. They can take their own time. They can make sure that they've got the map spaces. They can dissect the map with this double controller comp and then take those dissected spaces, dissected angles, take that space away from OG, and then create the entire picture of wherever they want to go in for that hit. So I like the idea, I like the approach from both of them. Revenant have already shown this composition all the way, if I'm not wrong, back in Split 1 itself. Split 1 Cup 1 is where they picked up the Icebox in the playoffs first game. I have to again think about it. If I'm not wrong, it was against Middle, and they showed this Viper Harbor composition where Severine was playing on that Harbor. It's quite a bit of a detailing though. I still need confirmation on some of it, but I like the idea. So I like the idea, I like the approach.
Even I like the idea and the approach which both the players are bringing, both the teams are bringing in. But Revenant can go a little aggressive because they already have one map in the pockets. So even if slight mistakes are made on the map of Icebox, they can deal with it on the map of Lotus. But for Orangutan, it's a do or die situation. They have to get a victory on the map of Icebox, which is not going to be easy at all. But for now, OG, they are starting on the defense and Revenant, they are starting on the attack. 4 Ghosts, 1 Sheriff towards the side of OG, 2 Ghosts, 2 Sheriffs, 1 Classic with a half shield towards the side of Revenant. And from the looks of it, looks like they are going for a B hit, and the read is perfect because B side triple stacked up.
Not exactly a crossfire, but something along the similar lines as the owl drone's gonna go. It's gonna tag one. Rio, he needs to survive. Someone needs to bail him out. Uses the Dizzy to make sure that he'd be at least moving backwards. Space gained from the side of Revenant on the back of the refreshable utility as well. Can try and move forward, but in the meantime, Sultan gets the pick on Trist. Trinity answers back as well, but SK Rossi is there. he'll be able to make sure that the advantage stays for his team. Rio, who was the one who was basically spotted first, will have to concede that space. I like the re-clear. I like that proactiveness, because that equalizes the odds, and Dawson has been taken off. And he's got no clue how many people have actually pushed out. So he's just having the idea that it's probably one, and Rio finds the timing onto skills. Dizzy used up as well. SK Rossi wants to go in for the chase as Rio gets another one onto Paradox, and it's just Rossi now remaining in a 1v3. Low HP on Rio, one body shot and he's done, but Makaveli and DC Rules are the ones who are going in for that approach, and the high-low is good. As finally the first pistol in this playoffs go to OG.
It was important. It was important for the players of Orangutan to get a good start on the map of Icebox, starting off right off the bat from the pistol round. And yes, they have managed to get the pistol in their pockets, so that means there is a highly possible chance of getting the entire eco as well. On the other side, Revenant, SK Rossi, this time a 1v3 situation, didn't go entirely in his favor at all. And a slight change also coming from the approach of Revenant. And look at the reach which Orangutan is having. This time 3 players are stacked up on the A side. And Revenant is also going for an A execute. That means Orangutan has definitely prepared that how Revenant likes playing on Icebox. Few utils being exchanged outside B main. Rossi going a little aggressive, but with the tailwind, he needs to reposition himself. He just survived. 2 sheriffs, 3 classics.
That is true.
Those 1 taps are going to be important, but Makaveli with the Guardian finds Sultan, shuts him down. Paradox with the spike also goes down. Rossi answers back, gets one. One of the controllers out from the side of Orangutan. But still, there is hope because the Guardian is now in the hands of skills. 1 weapon recovered.
And this one weapon can actually do a lot of damage, right? Because you can look at Trinity. He's still on that sheriff. Rio with the Vandal though, so it's going to be important for him to utilize that as they make their approach, and he gets SK Rossi. Finds the first one, but they still need to take care of that Guardian play, and that's going to be Trinity answering back. But Austin was there to actually get that peg. Diffuse is being sucked, and that's going to be the wingman for the win.
The second round also coming in the favor of Orangutan, but this was not a very clean round for OG. Because 3 weaponries were dropped. For a moment, it looked like it might go in the favor of Revenant. The next round is going to be important, but looks like this time OG, they don't want to take any sort of risk. And operator investment is already coming in from the side of Trinity because they know they need to get the third round also on the board. DOS9 with the half shield. The operator in the hands of Trinity is going to be so critical. Again, Revenant going for a B hit.
Is it going to be anticipated by the sides of Revenant is going to be the big question out here. As that's a big scan, big information. So Revenant, a lot of them were scanned over towards the B, so now are going in for that pivot as the space was taken by Rio over towards the pipes, but it's been taken down. Trinity goes down, peeks it with the operator, gets one, moves backwards, equalizing the odds. Still 2 sheriffs, a Guardian in the hands of DC Rules, not a beautiful weaponry, but is doable. Those headshots is what you really need. And on the back of it, still Trinity wants to find something more as well. The ball is up. That's going to be Sultan getting traced in that spam as well. SK Rossi trying to move towards the screens. Will finally go in back towards the default, over towards the top side. Now wants to find the equalizer, but it's Makaveli with the answer. Sheriffs doing wonders. DC Rule needs to find his timing as well on that backstab, or at least create those question marks.
Trinity, the operator, finds Sultan. There's still hope for the players of Orangutan to get this round in their favor. But right now, the time is the biggest enemy for OG. They have to stick for the refusal. And DC Rules, on the back of the Viper wall, is exactly trying to stick for the defuse. Half defuse already done. A good scan coming in. Skills with a wall bang finds Rules, as well as one more player. DOS9 last player. Trinity also goes down. And with that, this round goes in the favor of Revenant.
Such a flawless round being played by the last 2 players of Revenant. Skills and DOS9 doing a wonderful job saving their team, and also now forcing Trinity on just a sheriff. They went in for that very heavy investment of the operator and now got to pay the price. Skills one away from his own Hunter's Fury, but so is Rio for his Thrash and Trinity for his own Blade Storm. Idea could be to take that orb and make sure that Trinity has got a fighting chance in this round at least. That's one of the reasons why he's got the full shield, and since he's got the Blade Storm active, Revenant, they're not yet doing anything apart from just making some noise over towards P. And towards that train is where DC Rules is playing, uses up the Nano Swarm Snake Bite now, trying to bail him out. He's still got to find the perfect opportunity. Just repositions a bit, will finally run backwards. Lucky to be left alive there. A couple of utilities being baited out, so that's gonna not allow Orangutan to go in for the delay of the plant if in case Revenant decide to commit for this one. Towards the yellow is where Machiavelli is playing. Previously, Rio was in that position, wants to probably go in and peek on the back of the support, but they've also called in some reinforcements in the form of Trish now, and that knife did not scan anyone if I'm not wrong, so they're going to be moving over towards the site as already a lot of the space has been gained in, but a beautiful approach by Trinity. Catches one, DOS9 needs to win that, and he actually will. Hunter's Fury was also committed, but Orangutan, they're losing members left, right, and center, and DOS9 gets the third one. Shutting down the hopes for any kind of win, but maybe not yet. Machiavelli doing a lot for his team, gets a long-range win, and still a doable position for this round at 2v3.
A 2v3
Oh my God.
where Rossi having a height advantage survived on a 6 HP. Rossi could have been taken down in that situation, but a lot of util. The Cove is there to help the plus of OG. Scale up a little bit, move into the side, but Rossi is still on 6 HP. He needs to be very careful. The plant... Oh my God, Rules deals with Rossi, shuts him down. 2v3 converted into a 2v2. Spike has been tapped to pull out the plus. Rules finds Paradox as well, but Skills answers back by getting one, and now the time is ticking. Rules, you have to do something. Gets the trade, gets the kill, but won't get the defuse. That means the second round also comes for the plus of Revenant.
Tried to do with the jumping jacks to survive with the bunny hopping, but could not. So no weaponry being kept whatsoever. Another round where Orangutan will be forced to save after a very good start and an almost bonus conversion. Just that one pick by Skills and DOS9 for that one round is where now things eventually changed. We're going to be heading into a technical pause, something that we all hate. I know, ladies and gentlemen. Please do not worry. We're going to be fixing things up very quickly. As soon as we get any update, we'll let you know about it as well. But now, again, the economy is one thing that I would say is not flourishing for the side of Revenant, right, Bhavna? Because, again, they're also losing a lot of members in every single one of those rounds. They lost all 5 in the previous one as well.
Well, the good thing for the plus of Orangutan at least is this. Even the round is not coming in their favor. They're going very close to getting the round in their favor. These are the closed rounds, and that is something a good change which I'm seeing from the side of Orangutan, because on the map of Haven it was completely a one-sided round. Every single round it was entirely in the favor of Revenant, with 3 or 4 players alive in every single round. So maybe we can see a good comeback. Maybe we can see few more rounds coming in the favor of Orangutan. And like you said at the very start of the game, if they get the momentum rolling in their favor, there is a highly possible chance of OG getting the icebox in their pockets. But there are a lot of ifs and buts.
Hope.
With Revenant, yeah, the hope is what we all want in life also. But a 2v2, a good start. But it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. And that is something which OG needs to focus on.
Well, now they also need to get going, right? Because apart from Pistol and the Anti-Eco, they haven't really got any other round. The investment of the Operator in the bonus kind of found its value, but then again, they lost it somewhere towards the end. So they still need to clear a lot of that stuff. They need to clear a lot of the issues. Seems like there's been a PC issue, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be fixing it up, do not worry. We'll be making sure that everything is all well and normal. And so is the case with Sultan as well, because he's the man who needs to get going, who needs to fire on all cylinders if you want Revenant to close things out on a very simple, smooth and easy way, but that is just not happening as of now. Again, the players having a bit of a conversation. Hopefully, the issue gets resolved very quickly, Bhavna, because again, this is one of the most tiring things for us, right? Because there's literally nothing happening right now, but at the same time, we've got to keep going. We've got to make sure that the viewers are entertained.
A dear friend Necro likes to call it the podcast moment, where we can talk about anything and everything because things are getting fixed, and there are too many supporters of the players of Revenant as well. Even during the game, we could hear the loud chants of every everyone present at the venue. Some cool style points also for the audience. Oh, the man with the broken hand.
Yeah, but still, out here supporting his team.
Yeah.
That's all you want, right? Because you need to have that spirit of esports up. You need to show that support. And for all the people out there who are watching, if you are near Delhi NCR, if you're anywhere near Chhatarpur, make sure to drop into Nodwin Gaming Arena, where the playoffs for OMEN Valorant Challengers South Asia Split 2 is taking place, which you do not want to miss out. Because again, what's better than going out there, supporting your favorite team, making sure that your favorite players are there, hearing your support too. Look at Aryu. Look at Aryu in the background. The real life wingman that people call him, and I would agree. He is.
Oh, is that Salty? I think yes. He's also there. One of our fellow caster from the English desk. He's also there to support his favorite players and the teams, and maybe to make some content as well. But for now, OG, yes, they did manage to get a good start on the map of Iceworks, which I didn't expect at all, because the way Heaven went down, both the pistol rounds coming in the favor of Revenant, the first half pistol, the second half pistol, both went in the favor of Revenant. I kind of expected the same thing to happen on the map of Iceworks, and thought maybe from the buy round, third round, OG will start getting rounds in their favor. But OG they did have a good start from the very good get-go of the game. But Revenant, they have the buy round, the follow-up round as well. I wish I could also be at the venue. These people are distracting me. I really want to go at the venue right now and meet all the players and have a little fun.
I just want to say they got the dog in that bottle. They got the dog in that bottle. But all right, all right. One thing that we really need to see is, of course, this tech pause to be cleared out quickly, but at the same time, some good Valorant. That's all we love. And Revenant has been showing a lot of it, to be very specific. This team has improved so much, and right now in the playoffs, they're actually looking pretty good, and not just in terms of just winning out on those rounds and fragging out the opponent, but also with the way how they like to work around the map, with their macro play, understanding the fundamental of the map, and then playing along with it to make sure that you've got the maximum advantage. Right now, there's a bit of a meet and greet going on as well. Antidote, who we've just heard the news, has joined in, True Rippers, if I'm not wrong, as their coach. It's going to be interesting to see how the True Rippers lineup now functions. But at the same time, it seems that every equipment is functioning properly as the tech pause is technically lifted off, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be jumping into the map real quickly. I know you were waiting for us to go back there, the podcast hours. No one loves that. Trust me, we hate it more than you. But we will finally be moving back in the map itself. Thrash available for Rio only on a Sheriff, while Machiavelli, one away from his own Viper Spade, will also play on his own Sheriff, and so will Trinity. These upgraded pistols can eventually do some damage, but they need to do a lot of damage if they want to win the round.
Well, for now, the damage is towards the side of Macaulay. Rossi, yeah, with the tailwind directly dashing into the side, but Trinity needs to be careful as Paradox is going for the plant. Rossi is having a clear off angle on Trinity, shuts him down, instantly getting the numbers advantage. Crash is there, but I don't think Rio is going to be investing it, but Makavli is going to answer back by getting the trade onto Rossi. This retake, the flood retake can go in the favor of Orangutan if they land those one-tap shots with his Sheriffs perfectly. The Crash investment is also coming in, detaining no one. Paradox with the Guardian finds one, Dawson finds one more, and Rio wants to defuse, but Skills with a 2k coming in gets the round in their favor. The third round also goes in the favor of Revenant, and they have managed to stretch the lead with Rossi coming with Bladestorm in the next round. The Reckoning is also there with Paradox. Lockdown is also there with Dawson.
I like the idea and I love the approach. Revenant just slowly and steadily made their way towards the A site, cleared out all the angles, all the close angles, and then went in for the plant to play in all the way from far back because they know enemies don't have the proper weaponries. You want to take as long range fights as possible. The shock dart combination will go in to make sure if there's anyone playing aggressively for the orb, then they'd be punished. Now trying to follow up on the back of the high tide. Skills getting a perfect cover for SK Rossi, taking down Rio. Over on pipes, and now that is the opening Revenant needed yet again. Will thin the defense, but look at the timing on Sultan, who wants to try and make a play in from mid. That's going to be big play. He's over towards the boilers now. We'll hear the rotation and we'll try to cut them off. Now the fragment will go in. We'll delay Rossi's push from Maze. Will finally move up as well. Shock dart over towards the spawn, trying to get some chip. They've got every single thing ready, and as soon as this high tide falls, we're going to see some trades back and forth where DC Rules already found the opening, but they need to do a lot more than that. It's just the lurker, and the second layering is unanticipated as DOS9 catches one. But where's the comp? Where is the information? Machiavelli is actually not looking at the angle. And SK Rossi with the flick on Machiavelli dashes up. Will be taken down, but DOS9 is there for the cleanup job. As Revenant get another round and force Orangutan for another save.
Economical debt cycle is exactly where Orangutan is moving forward. They're not moving forward in the scoreline, but this debt cycle of economy is something which Orangutan will get punished on the map of Icebox. They need to do something because yes, Trinity was able to get, I think, 2 kills. He was able to shut down 2 players, but after that, nothing really was happening. Makavli is having his own Viper's Pit. Martial investment is coming from the side of Trinity and Tris this time.
Take flight.
One Marshal in the mid, one on the A side. But the plus of Revenant, they are moving towards the A side where all the pistols and the sheriffs are there. One player already hiding in the poison cloud. Finally, Rules has been spotted down. Rossi deals with him, shuts him down, also deals with Makavli. Both the side angles has been taken down. That means an easy execution coming in for the plus of Revenant at this point. Dawson also finds one. That means Rio and Trinity are the only 2 players remaining. Paradox will get the spike down, and maybe this can be a flawless round coming from the side of Revenant.
Sheriff shots need to be landed. 40 HP on Rossi, but still gets the pick with another 3k. Moves even more closer, at least halfway for his own Bladestorm. Paradox has already been keeping that Reckoning in his back pocket. He's going to use the waters that are all around that area to summon it and create those concussive waves, up currents. That's what they're called. Could have gone for the description check a little bit more, though, but Orangutan will take a timeout. Want to discuss their game plan, how they're going to approach into this half further, because you do not want to give a lot of rounds to Revenant, right? Because the defense is still pretty solid with that double controller composition. Even on the retakes, they can dissect the map and then work around with it. I really haven't seen, as of now, the KO Gecko flashes play with the God flashes that we normally see, those set plays. So Orangutan need to put in a lot of work, a lot of effort. And if there are any plays that they've cooked up, I want to see them now. Even on the defense, you want to see the proactivity. Maybe pick up an operator in the hands of Trinity and post him over towards the pipe where he's going to play aggressive, try and find an early value, an early pick, and then move backwards. That's how you try to find those values and then move forward into the round. Or maybe just play an aggressive over towards the yellow, towards B. Hold the space, maybe play on top of yellow. There are so many different angles that they can work around with. But again, What do they make of it? That's the whole part. What do they make of this timeout?
But Sked, I think you'll agree with me. There are certain communication issues also happening between the players of Orangutan, because in the last round, if you saw, Rossi was there. He took down rules. That moment I thought Makavli is going to come out of his own poison cloud to deal with Rossi. But that didn't happen at all. The communication gap in the previous 2 rounds is something which Orangutan needs to fix ASAP, because there is no room for error. The scoreline is already favoring the players of Revenant. And 1 or 2 rounds, if also go in a similar fashion like this, there is no chance for Orangutan to stage a comeback. So that is something they need to fix, because Makavli could have swinged out of the smoke and could have tried to take down Rossi, but that didn't happen at all. Rossi beautifully took down the control of the yellow and then went ahead, took down Makavli. Both the side anchors were taken down. So that is something OG needs to fix, and that is something exactly happened in the previous round as well, where DOS9 was going for the lurk angle, and Makavli had no idea that DOS9 is coming from the screen's angle towards the A side.
We'll have to just see as to what the adjustments are going to be, right? Because again, at the end of the day, it is night. And at the end of a tactical pause, there's a technical pause. That is another reason, ladies and gentlemen, we haven't dropped into the game yet. We're just fixing those issues. We'll make sure that all of them are fixed very quickly. Again, we'll update you as soon as we find some updates about it. But in the meantime, if you are already at the arena, make sure to check out those Omen booths as well. There's the back to college offer, which you can easily avail. I'm just a pretty old boomer out there, so maybe not me, but all the other youngsters who are there, who are the fans of Valorant, who really want to have a look at it, check out those Omen booths and make sure you grab those offers as quickly as possible. Maybe they're limited time, maybe not, who knows. First come, first serve, I believe. I like how DOS9 is just relaxing out there. He's like, yeah, I know, I'm out fragging everyone. What am I going to eat after this series? It's probably what's going on in his mind.
Maybe that could be the possibility, but maybe Revenant is also thinking that how quickly can they close this series. On the other side, Orangutan, they are thinking how can they stage a comeback, how can they fix their communication issues. Well, the admins are fixing the technical issues, but 3 rounds deficit is something OG can deal at this point of time. 4-5 rounds deficit is something it is not going to be easy for OG to deal with or to stage a comeback. Especially in their first half, they need to make sure they get at least 6 rounds in their favor.
Yes.
They need minimum of 6 rounds. I won't even say 4 or 5 rounds. They need minimum of 6 rounds. More than 6, I'm happy. OG is happy. But less than 6 is something OG will still be worried. They need an equalizer minimum at the very first half of the game. That is the only way second half will be in the favor of OG. But Revenant, from the looks of the players also, are looking very confident. The way they are approaching every single round. Yes, it is Rossi who is outperforming everyone, but it's not just Rossi. It is Paradox as well. It's DOS9 as well. Every single player of Revenant is performing exceptionally well. Be the flashes, be the smokes, every util. Even the layering of the utility is so perfect from the side of Revenant. On the other side, these are the things which are lacking from the side of OG. And again, the crowd is there. Well, the cameraman is definitely loving all the fans here at the venue supporting their favorite players in the teams.
And why not? We've got to show the support that is happening. I mean, the cameraman, you know, the cameraman's the one who can do anything. So, recording the cameraman as well, it's like an Uno reverse onto his face. But for now, Orangutan needs to be the one who need to throw an Uno reverse onto the face of Revenant in order to try and stage a comeback or at least begin. And I kind of agree with you on the point where you mentioned that they need somewhat of an equalizer to stand a chance in the second half. But at the same time, I still feel Icebox is a very attack-centric map. So if your attacking strategy is good, if you've got some of the sequences in your mind, you basically prepared yourself for that, then you should be able to close things out even if you've got 5 rounds on your defense.
So was
But
Heaven.
I mean, that is true. That is true. But Haven again, I could give the benefit of doubt to the side of Revenant Esports in that situation, because again, Orangutan had their own game plan. Revenant's entire default revolved around how they are going to counter the enemy's playstyle entirely, and their own default was just not read whatsoever. And that is one of the main reasons why we constantly saw Revenant finding that value and Orangutan struggling, because OG could not get a read onto Revenant's default. And this game is all about how well do you read your opponent and how quickly can you prepare a counter strategy to try and get the advantage in your favor.
If OG doesn't win today against Revenant, they are moving into the lower brackets. And they'll be facing either True Rippers or Velocity Gaming, depending on whoever is losing on that particular match. And OG against True Rippers or Velocity Gaming, both the matches are going to be very difficult for OG. They're not going to be easy at all for them to convert in their favor. So they have to try at this point only
Agreed.
to get a victory on the map of Icebox itself, because the journey ahead for Orangutan is getting more and more difficult if they lose on today.
Agreed.
So that's why the map pool was so important for OG to be very careful. They should have gone for an insta ban on the map of Icebox. That is what I thought. But I'm still hoping that OG will stage a good comeback. They have got something prepared because the way they went ahead in the pistol round, the entire eco round, there was slight hope that OG has prepared on the map of Icebox, and they're going to execute this map in a perfect fashion and get a victory.
I would agree. I would not deny on that fact that yes, really need to make sure that they get that advantage rolling in their favor. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, kudos to production fixing the issue, and now we will be moving forward into the map itself, where it's round number 8. 5-2 is the scoreline in favor of Revenant, and they've already got the reckoning for Paradox. He finally found the first kill. He was going 0-4-0. Now he's going 1-4-0. But I still want to see him use the reckoning. Alright, the Knight scanning out quite a few players out there, and was all the way lined up from somewhere on the boiler itself. So I like the angle over the generator is what Trinity is holding. Sultan though, and anticipates it, takes the time. Trinity takes extra half seconds to land in that crosshair, land in the shot. Though, but SK Rossi, oh my goodness, the confidence is dripping out of this player. Casually moves forward, catches him. On the other side though, Jet is also doing a phenomenal job. There we go, Paradox. Oh my goodness, casually walking up, destroying the lockdown as well. And with that, on the back of its skills, was able to take care of the pig. But Trinity, lovely shot, catches on to retreating Paradox. And it's down to a 3v2.
Seems like it is going to be Trinity versus Rossi, because both the players are coming online perfectly in this particular round. Trinity already with a 3k. Rossi answers back, but Trinity gets one more. Rossi is going to get the 4k. And one more round goes in the favor of Revenant. All the hard work which Trinity did by getting those 3Ks, getting those operator shots landed perfectly. OG was the one who got the first kill, first opening, the numbers advantage in their favor. But despite that, the efforts, the valiant efforts, the heroics from the side of Rossi resulted in a beautiful round conversion for Revenant.
Just casually walking up and getting a couple of frags. Now, that's not something that should ideally happen. Orangutan, their weakness has got a lot of loopholes, and Orangutan is not able to fix it whatsoever. Revenant trying to capitalize on the back of it, but on the back of this Viper split again. Look at... Oh my goodness gracious! That is just utter disrespect. Toss 9 as well catches Trinity, who went in for the exploration towards the A, and that means Revenant are in another prime position to secure this round. There's a null command available for Trist, but do they want to fight for it? None of them have got enough crits to go in for a full buy onto the next one. Maybe just some half shields or stuff like that. But down to a 2v4 situation. It's got a flash, goes in, but again Paradox peeks out of his scope. Gets another pick. And on the back of it, gets the plant down inside his cove itself. DC rules, the last man standing with a guardian in hand and a dream to fulfill. Oh, it seems way too far away from the reach.
If he wants to get the round, he needs to clutch at this point. A 1v4 situation not going to be easy at all, especially with the way Hunter's Fury is waiting on the other end. But Nos9 won't let Skills use that because his rifle is going to do everything. As they deal with the last player of the OG, like you pointed out, now Orangutan, they don't have enough creds to go for a full buy for this particular round. On the other side, Rossi is having his own Bladestorm, Hunter's Fury is available, Sultan is just 1 point away from Viper's Pit, DOS9 just 1 away from Lockdown. The progression of Revenant is looking fantastic just on the basis of the ultimate. There is a highly possible chance Revenant can go for at least 2 more rounds in their favor. At least 2. And more than 2 is also a highly possible chance. But for now, Rossi with the random spam is trying to get something. But looks like OG has decided to play A side completely on the retake.
I like the idea as well, again with this KO Gecko composition, but you kind of want both of them to push forward with Trinity to help with those flashes. And that is not something that has been happening. A lot of noise being made over towards A. They posted up Rossi, who's now out all the way towards the maze. Look at the amount of map space that this man has gained, and everyone will be moving in mid. Catch Rio. Will now concede that kitchen space, and Rossi just waited for DC to go in for the exploration. Uses the updraft with the tailwind as well. Long range fight. Machiavelli wins it. We'll get the weaponry upgrade, but Trinity has to do a lot with this Sheriff. With the revolver, if I say. Oh my god, he tries to land and the shots finally will land. The last one sees another player, drops down. Sultan will make sure that he drops in his grave. And it's all down to just Machiavelli, who was on a save itself, but did get that upgraded Phantom from SK Rossi and will decide to go in for the save, or will at least try to save this weaponry whatsoever, unless DOS9 decides to go for a hunt, because he's just one off of his own lockdown, and again, he's got a lot of crits in the bank account, so why not just try and catch a player off guard? If he can get a pick, well and good. If he gets picked off, that's even better. He'll have the lockdown in either of those cases. Yep, making a lot of noise. Trying to find Machiavelli hears it. And he's like, right, you can go. Bye. I'm not letting you grab that orb.
One weaponry carrying forward for OG. Operator investment again coming from the side of Trinity, but look at the scoreline of Trinity. 12-10, 3 assists. Trinity is coming online, let's be very honest. He just needs the backup of his own teammates. Trist is not having the perfect time on the map of Icebox right now. Null Command is there. Rio is having his own crash. The progression, like you pointed out, is fantastic for the plus of Revenant, but this time they're going for a B hit. A lot of utils being exchanged in the back of the Viper wall. They want to execute the site. Dot finally being collected, and DOS9 has got his lockdown as well available. Maybe we can see the investment of lockdown at this point to get the entire site emptied. The yellow control is still with Machiavelli. A good scan coming in. Lockdown investment is there. Rossi goes in, finds one. Rules is going to answer back and deals with Rossi. This is going to be a big opening for the plus of OG as Rules finds 2 more, DOS9 and Paradox.
Man gets detained. He'll take one for the team, but it's absolutely fine as Trist will be there to answer back, reply, and make sure that he keeps standing while Sultan's Sultanate will fall. Get another round for OG. It's either 9-3 or it's a 4-8. OG would want a 4-8. DC rule with the heroics. You would never expect a man to be like a kamikaze as he was. But on the back of those heroics, he's got the round for his team and is 2 away from his own lockdown. Maybe get an orb, get a pick. Try to get lucky. But maybe Rossi will not allow you that, because he himself has now picked up an operator with a Bladestorm online, 15, 9 and 1. His teams can enable him whatsoever as he goes in again for that Bladestorm. But operator is what he wants to fight with, and you would not expect an operator from Rossi like that. Rio was in the off angle, gets deleted. DC Rules answer back on the other side though, and he actually is able to double it up as well, down to the last 5 HP, but he gets the advantage to his team.
Well, certainly he did. Lockdown is also available with rules. His survival means a lot for the players of Orangutan. The lockdown can be a win factor for OG. But the operator in the hands of Rossi might find Trist or Trinity. And yes, he does find Trinity. Rules, you need to be careful.
Lovely.
Makes a mistake, but no, he's going to answer back. Gets the trade on the Rossi. Now the operator is out of the picture. There's still a little hope for the OGs to get the 4th round on board. The lockdown is there from the side of Rules.
Oh, look at Paradox. His luck was anticipated. DC Rules crisp on that trigger. And even more crisp. Oh my goodness, that's a beautiful scan. That's a beautiful null command by Trist. If I'm not wrong, it was either a null command or a knife scan. I believe it was a knife scan because that denied the Hunter's Fury. And since it denied the Hunter's Fury to skills, he could not use it to stop the diffuse and get some extra time, extra seconds for his team. A beautiful knife scan it was. And I guess, that was a phenomenal play.
This round credit entirely goes to DC Rules. Because the lockdown there, getting the 2 picks, getting the numbers advantage, this man stepped up big time in the 12th round. But now for OG, this pistol is also going to be so important. They need to convert the pistol round. The first pistol did go in the favor of OG. But if this pistol also goes in, maybe we can see an equalizer coming in. But for now, OG, they are going for a hit. A good knife, but scans no one.
Clears out the angle of Maze at least. So you know that there's no one playing Maze or on top of 410. That space has been gained. Just a pixel. Just a strand of hair is what Rossi wants to see on Trinity. Once the wall goes down, it's going to be a massacre as Paradox finds 2. Answer back by Trist Spawn now. Trinity still will be giving up the space on towards 410, and that's Rossi answering back with the shot of his own. Long range fight. DC Rules win this one. But again, needs to land 3 crispy headshots, which just seems to be out of question at this point. Still has got 45 seconds on clock, so can go for the rotation. Maybe not. Skills is going to send him to the next round directly. The pistol round was needed by OG, but Revenant is the one who's going to actually secure it.
And with that, 9th round also comes on board for the players of Revenant. Seems like the story of Heaven is being repeated because the entire eco is always 80% favoring the team. 20% chance is for OG to get a Thrifty. And with 5 classics in hand, I don't think the Thrifty round would be on the board. 3 Bulldogs, 2 Sheriffs investment coming from the side of Revenant. And even the defense is looking pretty strong. 2 players on B side, 2 players on A side, 1 player in the mid around Boiler. And Rossi has seen 1 player. Now the players are aware, and Rossi and Paradox finds a perfect opening which they needed, finds 2, but Trinity is going to answer back by taking Rossi down. Paradox gets Trinity. This is going to be important for Makavli, and he's going to lose it as Paradox will shut him down. A 3k coming in for Paradox. That means Rules is the last man standing at this point. Not for long, as Skills will deal with him, and with that 10th round also comes on board. A double digit coming in for Revenant and OG. 6 rounds deficit now.
Individual heroics and the brilliance coming in. And Paradox playing on the back of Rossi's contact. That is what happened, and they capitalized on it. Lovely approach. Kept it simple, straightforward. Trinity answered back with one, but again, 1 is all they got. As now Rossi is going to be playing on the Sheriff half shield. Probably going to try and save enough for his team to get the operator in the next one if he wants to. I guess Paradox should have a decent amount of creds after this to buy him an operator. As soon as this high tide goes down, it's going to be a massacre. There's a firing squad on the other side. Trinity gets 1. Paradox answers him back as well, but now he's got to be worried with the garage as well. But that's an insane snake bite. And on the back of it, Paradox was able to catch Rio, dropping in the cove, surviving for perfection, doing so much damage to the apes. Now they've got to recover.
Reckoning already available with Paradox. And look at the lurk which is coming from the side of DOS9. Orangutan needs to check that angle, otherwise DOS9 can get a lot of value from that position. Both the players of Revenant, the remaining two players are around the snowman. Yellow control is entirely with the players of Orangutan, but the lurk of DOS9 is going to give a lot of value, but finally Trist is going to check that and deals with DOS9, shuts him down. Reckoning investment finally coming in.
But Machiavelli,
Lineup.
yeah, Machiavelli's playing way ahead of it, and Skills was able to take care of him. Pincered into a corner, taken down. And it's all a 2v2. Couple of Bulldogs up against a couple of Vandal. Let's see. Wait. Supremacy. I know, don't judge me. I know Vandal has supremacy either way, but I actually want to try and make that point that maybe Bulldogs can do a lot. But as of now, it does not seem to be the case. DC rules stressed. It's all down to skills to try and get those picks on the back of Trist's contact. Oh my god, he did not see, but DC definitely saw skills moving up on top of the ropes towards the top side, and with that, get another round for OG. And yes, this is the storyline of what happened in Haven, Bhavna.
Let's hope it doesn't end like Haven, because if it does, it's going to be a 2-0 in the favor of Revenant, and OG has just started to do a comeback. They've got one important round in their pockets. The first buy round of the second half is in their favor. The progression is not looking so good, but now in the second half at least, rules has started showing up. Trinity already was doing really good, and this time the spike is towards the A side. Even the read of the players of Revenant is also quite perfect, because two players already stacking up on the A side, two players somewhere around the mid, but looks like SK Rossi is again going back to the B side. So this 2-1-2 split might work for the players of Revenant. Again going for a B, execute a slow round, slow approach from the side of OG for all the good reasons. They don't want to commit any sort of mistake,
Lovely
but
shot.
mistake has been done. Rossi deals with Trinity and Rio. Two players already down, and Trist is going to answer back by getting one.
A lot of damage already being done though. So it's going to be a big problem this first gun round off this map in the second half itself. Okay, alarm bot has been dealt with, so information has already been given that over towards the A side, DC Rules has made up his lurk. Because the entire setup
30 seconds left.
of DOS9 was a turret on Boiler to catch anyone who might be rotating from mid, and an aggressive alarm bot over towards the A. And he himself is actually playing on Heaven, way far back, will be taken down. The Nano Swarms are now going to be useless as the spike goes down. It's a big problem for Revenant, but a sigh of relief for OG, for the Apes, and their own alarm bot is still active, though it's way too deep, so they still have to be worried about someone actually moving up on top of that ramp. Trist, in the meantime, is out here, wants to make sure that he probably tries to find an advantage. While on the other side, though, back and forth trade, Trist actually gets one with the fragment as well, but open fight, Flash came in. A second too late, Trist gets one more, but it thinks things up with a 4K. And a clutch to get OG another round. What a way to play. In Trist, OG trust.
Well, Trist definitely stepped up big time. Every single round upcoming is going to be so important for the players of Orangutan, and Trist coming up with such great clutches, such great plays is definitely going to help the players of OG. Now, DC Rules is just 2 points away from his lockdown. One more round can go in the favor of OG as Revenant is on their save round. 4 Sheriffs, 1 Classic, but the Blaze Storm in the hands of SK Rossi can bring so much value. So that is something which OG needs to deal with. At the same time, Skills is also having his own Hunter's Fury. 2 big ultimates where Blaze Storm can be a round win factor for the players of Revenant. But for now, Paradox is checking all the angles, coming a little forward outside B main. The flash goes in.
Yeah, they have noted the position. I like how they've not yet committed the spike. They still want to work around where this stack might actually be, if in case there is a stack. This technically is not. Revenant want to play on the back of contact, and then they'll ask for those rotations. Rossi, in the meantime, relieving some pressure from the team. Pushes up all the way in mid, and beautiful flash play peak, and Rossi's been taken down. Now that's the kind of read I was talking about. That's the kind of set play I was talking about. This is what you need to do. Rossi entirely caught unaware, and no value from the Blade Storm whatsoever. And mid, another avenue which is technically open, so we're going to be working things around a bit, ladies and gentlemen. I guess we'll be heading into another technical pause.
Well, certainly few technical issues do come up, but yeah, we do apologize for that. But for now, the way Trist did step up big time, a 4K coming in round number 16. So that means Orangutan is definitely staging a good comeback.
I would agree. They're staging a good comeback, but this is the type of hurdle that you really do not want in your comeback. But we'll make sure everything is fixed, ladies and gentlemen. Give us a quick few minutes, and again, we'll update you if we get any updates. But at the same time, like, I have been loving the approach of that was set up in mid, where they got a pick on SK Rossi. And I like that there's all the smiles all across the board for OG boys, because you know, this shows you that even after everything they've been put through, they still have not lost that mental. And as long as you've got your mental in check, as long as you're cool, calm, and collected, that's when you know that you'd be able to quickly transition any situation that might not look favorable to into a one that looks just made for you.
Well, they're hoping to get a victory, and like I said at the start of the stream, at the very start of the day, I really want to see Orangutan making it into the grand final. So that could be the reason that I'm pointing out Orangutan so much, because I really want to see them in the grand finals. Because like you said, after what OG has been through, looking at their entire journey, looking at the improvements which have come in the gameplay as compared to Split 1, OG do deserve to go into the grand finals. And the way the comeback is coming in, back-to-back 2 rounds in their favor, there is still a possibility, because, hey, Icebox is an attack-oriented map, and this is OG's attacking half. There is a big chance, there is a big hope for OG to still get few more rounds in their favor, few more rounds in their pockets, and then maybe we can see the map entirely going in their favor. But yes, individual heroics are also coming in from players other than Trinity. This time it was Trist, DC Rules also coming online. So it's not just Trinity performing this time, unlike Haven. But now Bladestorm in the hands of SK Rossi is something that OG needs to worry about a little bit. At the same time, Hunter's Fury is also there, but now the Hunter's Fury is posted around the boilers. So I don't think there is going to be much problem, but the Bladestorm is going to be a big problem for the players of OG right now.
I would not deny that. And with the way how they're moving now, Trinity goes in for a fast play, gets a pick on Paradox. Over on top this time around. No more shenanigans that you can eventually make, but SK Rossi used up the Blade Storm yet again. Wants to try and find that value, wants to try and find the opening opportunity. And it's all the way up in heaven. He will have to move down as DOS9 gets a pick on DC Rules though. And that was an extremely long-range fight over towards the A, but DC Rules was the lurker. So here's the thing. Revenant are all stacked up towards the B. They have the information, there's no one over towards the A. Beautiful scan, but no one to catch on the back of it, because everyone's going to be running back to safety. And this is what we were talking about. Things moving back. Oh, what a flash mosh pit play. They do a bit of a damage. A lot, to be honest. SK Rossi so very low in that HP. The round has been slowed down yet again. A 3v4 situation. Numbers advantage for Revenant. Wall goes up, will be brought down. They need to find the timing. Shock dart to try and catch someone, and Trist will fall to that. It is a big problem. They're crumbling. Orangutan, they're losing the members, and it's a thrifty for the side of Revenant.
Revenant, this was their save round. All they had was sheriffs. Even the Bladestorm was not getting the value which Rossi wanted to get. But a thrifty conversion from the side of Revenant coming in. And OG now they have again been pushed back to a save round where the economy won't be as stable. Stingers, Frenzy, Classics coming in. Yes, Rules will be having his own lockdown if he gets one or gets one kill. The Bladestorm is with Trinity, but now 5 rounds deficit OG. Still fighting strong. Going for a hit this time. And there are 2 side anchors. DOS9 is there. Then we have Sultan as well. Back on the angle of screens. The flash, the dizzy goes in. The Viper wall is there. On the back of it, they'll get the site executed. Maybe they can get the plant down as well. Rio was going for the plant, but the shock dart lineup did stop him in his tracks.
Good scan as well, and DOS9 on the off angle gets one on top of screens, but will have to drop down, and as soon as he drops down, he'll be dropped down to his own death as Trace did enough damage. Snakebite comes into play as well, but Sultan wants to drop it over towards the side as well with the cover of Paradox. They get all of them, and with that the round. No value gained whatsoever, and Revenant moving on to 12. The map point as well as the series point, Bhavna.
One more timeout coming from the side of Orangutan. But let's be honest, 6 rounds back to back in their pockets without any error is too much to ask for. At this point from the side of OG, yes, the timeout is there, the economy will be there, but Revenant is on the match point, is on the series point, and 6 rounds is something you can't stage a comeback at this point. If they do, I'll be the happiest person, but it's highly unlikely. So maybe we are moving ahead for a 2-0 in the favor of Revenant.
It is quite possible. I would not deny, because we were talking about the fact as soon as we saw the map veto, that if in case Haven goes in the hands of Revenant, that might mean it's 2-0. Because Icebox has not yet looked that very well prepared for the OG boys, and that's what we are seeing. It is just the sheer brilliance of Revenant. And with the way how they're able to out-frag their opponents, like, let's be honest, in that thrifty round, there was absolutely no way DOS9 wins the fight against DC Rules over towards A side. And that too at such a ginormous distance. That distance was probably longer than the distance from where the camera was to the cliff that we saw in the background. But as of now, SK Rossi with a shorty to welcome the players up close and personal behind the high tide. Everyone from OG, they kind of scale up. They'll have to use those extra bit of utilities to finally move on the back of it. Rossi still has got that shorty in hand. He's got the Phantom as well, but Paradox peeks in, gets the pick on Trinity. And now Machiavelli should be picked off. Will definitely be, as soon as the orb was stabbed, Rossi gets 2. Trist finally answers back, but brought down to just 8 HP. Went in for the flash as well. Paradox unaware, caught. Wanted to go in for a flick. Just could not. DC Rules. Knife out while he'll finally have that weapon and skill. DC Rules should anticipate skills in this position. You want to make that cross. Finally, he'll see that happen. Skills will concede that space. He'll give the call outs to his teammates who are out there. Now look at the alarm bot. It's a bit too back. Making sure that as soon as the players drop on site, that's when they're vulnerable. And that is when the nano swarms are used up. Just those small micro details. As of now, the setup has been taken care of. But as soon as they plant in that tap the spike, everyone's going to peek in. But DOS9, he gets 1 DC rule with the answer. But is it enough? Absolutely not, as DOS9 gets the final bullet in his head. With the way how previous rounds Thrifty started. In almost the similar way, DOS9 ended the hopes and dreams of OG to continue their run in the upper bracket as Revenant win this entire match in a 2-0 style. moving into the upper bracket and pushing down OGs to the lower bracket yet again.
Yes, OGs, they have been pushed back to the lower bracket, and a Revenant with a 2-0 is moving forward in the upper brackets where they will be competing either with True Rippers or Velocity Gaming depending on the next matchup. But talking about this particular match, both Haven and Icebox, SK Rossi came online in the perfect fashion. He was the MVP in the map of Haven, and I'm sure he was a top fragger in the map of Icebox as well. But this time Dawson was also providing the perfect support, the perfect lurk plays were being created by DOS9 in this particular one, and every single time DOS9 was getting those values, not just the last round, I think the first half, the second half as well. Perfect lurk plays were showcased by DOS9. Skills with his recalls, with his shock darts were also getting so much value, and I think it was not just one time, twice I think Skills denied the plant with a shock dart lineup. Sultan was also getting so much value. I think he was the one getting so many assists in his favor with those poison clouds, with those snake bite lineups, landing perfectly. Paradox with the reckoning. I think the entire team of Revenant was looking confident on the map of Icebox. On the other side, Makavli and Rio were looking a little off on Icebox.
I would agree. But again, we've been having a lot of those talks, right? I know a lot of people want to hear the players, so we'll throw it to Krat back, take it over.
Revenant इस सीरीज को खत्म कर देगी, because I was hoping कि थोड़ा सा और फन आएगा और एक्साइटमेंट होगा, थर्ड मैप के दर्शन हो जाते तो मजा आ जाता. But in the end it was all about Wolves. Wolves ने जिस तरीके से आज एप्स को काबू में करा है, ये चीज तो कंफर्म है कि they are here for a statement. वो statement ये है कि Ascension का स्लॉट तो आज Revenant के साइड ही रहेगा. But अभी के लिए हम एक बार आईजीएल Skills, please. You know, जब मैच चालू होने वाला था तो आपने बोला था कि आपने एक रोल नया लिया है अभी. आज वो रोल चैलेंज हुआ, मतलब did OG push you towards your limits?
Not trying to be harsh or anything, but no. We just wanted to win in our defaults, nothing much. Kind of saving everything for the other team.
Let's talk about Haven. Haven was something कि आपने साइट में घुसने का प्लान करा, आपको साइट पे मतलब एंट्री मिल गई, रॉसी गोइंग इन, गेटिंग डबल, पैरा का अच्छा खासा सपोर्ट आ रहा है, कुछ चैलेंजिंग नहीं हुआ. तो मतलब हेवन के अंदर आपको लगा नहीं कि मतलब सामने वालों से कोई जवाब नहीं आ पा रहा और मे बी इसको एक्सप्लॉइट और कर सकते हैं?
सामने वाले से मैंने थोड़ा एक्सपेक्ट किया कि दैट दे विल फाइट अस मोर ऑन ए, एंड बट दे डिडंट, दे काइंड ऑफ जस्ट केप्ट ऑन गिविंग अस ए एंड दे लॉस्ट द मोमेंटम फ्रॉम देयर. सो मैंने एक्सपेक्ट किया ए फाइट करेंगे, तो कभी कभी बी कॉल किया तो पर बी पे ही थे वो लोग. So,
and we all know that Revenant का one of the strongest map is Icebox. जब Icebox रखा था यहाँ पे, मतलब लोग मानते हैं कि because individual fragging चलती है. Icebox की शुरुआत में कैसा था कि 2-0 या Icebox पे डर था?
Icebox का शुरुआत थोड़ा shaky था. Like we lost the pistol and bonus round, only 2 of us survived. So I would still say it was shaky. It was 2-2 और हमारा economy बहुत गंदा था. I think we kind of like took it easy at the start of Icebox. But then we got it back, so I'm happy.
सुल्तान ऑनलाइन लीग के अंदर he was shining so bright, but लैंड पे आज पहला मैच था, लगा कि सुल्तान थोड़ा सा जिटर में थे, थोड़ा सा वो परफॉर्मेंस नहीं दिखा पाए जिसके आपने उनको लिया है?
Not at all. There was no jitter from him. He was calming well, so that's a good sign. तो कुछ jitterness नहीं दिख रहा था, बहुत अच्छा कॉम कर रहा था, और उसको शायद फ्रैग्स इसलिए नहीं मिला क्योंकि रॉसी मार रहा था बहुत ज़्यादा, तो बस.
अभी ये पहला प्लेऑफ का मैच था, अब अगला प्लेऑफ का मैच वी नो इज ट्रू रिपर्स एंड वीएलटी. आप किसको रूट कर रहे हो, क्या चाहते हो कि आपसे जो मुलाकात होगी किसकी होनी चाहिए?
I really don't care, कोई भी आने दो.
Bueno, kudos, Skills, enjoy this moment. हाँ, best of luck tomorrow. But ये थे हमारे Skills from the Revenant and they played a very good match. Playoff 1 के अंदर तो Revenant ने जीत हासिल कर दी है. अब इनका सामना होगा कल ट्रू रिपर्स और वीएलटी के विजेता से. बट ये कब पता चलेगा? ये छोटी सी ब्रेक के बाद पता चलेगा.
to live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
What's the worst that could happen? What's the best that could happen? Philips One Blade. Move fearlessly. Innovation and you. Philips.
I would agree, the game definitely ended up far earlier than we all anticipated, but it's absolutely fine because it's the domination of Revenant that all of its fans were waiting for. Ladies and gentlemen, you all were watching the OMEN Valorant Challengers South Asia Split 2 and powered by Philips One Blade. That's the styling partner, and I mean, I really need the styling partner to be honest, because Revenant moved as flawlessly as Philips One Blade would, and that's how fearless they were in the entirety of that map, and they were looking as cool, calm and collected as how solid is the Tempest cooling of the Omen laptops, which you really would want to check out on the Omen booths, ladies and gentlemen. Don't miss out on any of those chances. But for now, we've got the chance to talk about the post-game analysis like Bhavna, because again, the way how things happened on the map of Icebox, it kinda was glimmering the exact same thing as to what happened on the map of Haben.
I think even Skills also said that in his interview. It was just that thrifty round that resulted in a big victory for the Plus of Revenant. Yes, it was not just entirely thrifty. They were doing other rounds as well. But the thrifty conversion was something which stopped OG in their tracks, because that was the moment they started staging a comeback. If that thrifty had not gone in the favor of Revenant, maybe we could have seen few more rounds going in the favor of OG. But Revenant was in a mood to close the series in a little earlier, like you said, and a 2-0 happening. But it was not just one player from the side of Revenant who was coming online. It was the entire team. And on the other side for OG, there were few moments where I felt a communication issue happening, where Makavli could have given the entire support backup to his teammate, but that also didn't happen. In 2 back-to-back rounds, I saw that happening. So there are a few things which OG still need to work on, especially on their attacking half.
2 games, and in both the games, this man had an ACS of over 300. 231.9 damage per round with 27.4 headshot percentage. SK Rossi, the MVP of both the games, as well as I'd say this entire series. He clearly showcased his class and clearly has showcased that he's not lost the form that he had back when he was a part of the global esports lineup. This man is just showcasing so much, so many heroics, and we're going to be moving forward to the players' performances as well. DC Rules on one side along with Trinity. Yes, they were trying to do some of that heavy lifting, but at the same time, Rio not being able to perform, that is something that kinda bit them in the back. But one more thing I wanted to add was over the fact that yes, even though this double controller was being used pretty well by the side of Revenant, I still felt that the KO Gecko combination was not brought back up to its fullest potential. I did not even see one of the God Flashes combination, and that is where we can clearly see things went downhill for the side of Orangutan. Oh my god.
15 first kills in the favor of Revenant and only 4 first kills for the players of Orangutan. There was one thrifty round also, which we discussed, and Skills was also mentioning. The post-run situation is also looking fantastic for the players of Revenant. They got the site 10 times. In the second half, there were not too many rounds where OG played on the attacking half. That's the reason only twice they got the site.
As you already mentioned, and looking at the heat map as well, we could clearly see that most of the fight was taken over on towards the A side, but on the B side as well, you could see how aggressively were Revenant fighting, right? Whenever they wanted to fight towards the B, they would fight the entire crane area, they would fight towards the garage as well. There's just a few skirmishes in mid, but we'll be looking in the highlights as well. But most of it was just the domination of Revenant and their sheer aim, specifically when they were on the attacking side. SK Rossi just casually walking up in on site without any flashes, without any support, getting a couple of frags. I mean, that just clearly shows you there are many loopholes in the defense of Orangutan.
Totally agreed. It was not just the heroics of SK Rossi. There were few errors also, mistakes also, which were being committed by the players of Orangutan. That's the reason Rossi was able to get so many first kills in his favor. I think this time also it was 5-6 times he got those first kills, or maybe more than that. He created a lot of opening. There were few moments where Rossi was able to deal with both the site anchors solo, just walking into the side, dealing with, I think it was 2+ Rules and Macabre, dealing with both of them at one point, getting the entire entry, getting the execution done so flawlessly. So yes, there were few loopholes, especially in the attacking half, where OG need to work on. They need to work on the defense as well, and especially attack is something where OG is lacking a lot still.
They need to work around it, as you mentioned. But yes, at the same time, there was some heroics coming in, and yeah, they were trying to clear things out. When they went on towards the attacking side, I still feel Orangutan, they were the ones who were actually setting up the pace pretty well. And I'll be honest, I really thought that maybe they'd be able to close things out. But it's just the pistol that they were not able to secure in that second half. If that was the case, I think so we would have seen some more attacking plan outs from this team. Because I was liking some of those ideas, right? That pop flash in the mid, catching SK Rossi on that Blade Storm. I know there was the round rollback there, but yeah, those were the kind of moments where I thought that maybe this team has got something more packed for this map. Maybe we're gonna go all the way, at least if not the third map, maybe towards the overtime. I was so very excited to see all of that happen, but alas, that is not how sometimes things ends up. And yes, it was a situation where Revenant fans are gonna be shouting out wild out of their minds because it's Revenant moving into the upper bracket finals. But hopes are not down yet for Orangutan, because yes, even though they're in the lower bracket, they still can have the dark horse run. And what better dark horse run than losing the first game in the playoffs and then moving all the way to the finals and winning it? That is like the best possible storyline that you probably, once you're all old out there in your wheelchair, would be teaching to your grandkids. But on the other side of the spectrum, something that is very young, something that is very fresh, is going to be the matchup that we will have next, Shadow, between True Rippers and Velocity.
Well, True Rippers and Velocity Gaming, that is also going to be a very interesting matchup, because True Rippers, they had a perfect run in the Split 1 as well. Split 2 also a very good run coming in. In Velocity, with the organization change, they are dealing perfectly. But will they be able to handle the LAN jitters? That's something I want to look forward to.
That's a big question, a good question. But all of that will be answered after this short break, ladies and gentlemen.
Nothing feels like how it feels to know these things I don't know yet. The weight of everything, and everything's just thread. Sometimes I'm trapped inside and I don't know what I'm gonna do. But to take on the world is the only thing that we know how to do. I've got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's you and me, and everywhere we go will lead to an open door. We've made our mistakes, the good and bad days, but nothing really breaks if I got you. Look at the sky, side, and know there is nothing to keep me back from you. I got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's showing me and know there is nothing, and everywhere we go we're leading to an open. Keep me back, keep me back, keep me back.
Renegade, let's go. 24. Let them all blow, but I can't come. Pedal on a pedal with an O3 kit. Room, room, up 400, that's whoa. Got to see 100 the MO. Get lifted, body look bit cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body give another on me. Oh, double nine. Telephone cut that rain. Shout out my son for the rain though. And I won't cut my lane. Running fist fire, scare no rest. Go pop one ring, go break one bench. I pop missile if I wish I put one pistol on my head. Was popping and popping, love in the morning. Blue come over to come in the morning. Vogue in the flick, poster forming. Confident boy run a halo on me. Jealous in the NBO, fill up in the air. I be hitting minute more when I'm on the air. Y'all boys so pitiful, wanna be my pet. Oh well, good boy, catch a bone on the stair. Renegade, let's go. 24. Let them all blow, but I can't come. Pedal on a pedal with an O3 kit. Room, room, up 400, that's whoa. Got to see 100 the MO. Get lifted, body look bit cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body give another on me. Oh, scared of my life. Skittle. Green pet flavor. Take all the vibes. Right side center. Pesky side. I need to spinner. Blind with a face, but relay on this like we gon' see where to take off. I am the chosen one, that's how I feel. I ain't tripping on rewind. The blessing I got from the angels around me are really some A1. I am the chosen one, that's how I feel. I ain't tripping on rewind. The blessing I got from the angels around me are really some A1.
Renegade, 为先将我包围。Renegade， 弄污自我击坠。雨落下，扣紧我外套。鱼篮车穿梭在轨道。你不想成为我目标。Renegade, go on the more.
Renegade, let's go. 24. Let them all blow, but I can't come. Pedal on a pedal with an O3 kit. Room, room, up 400, that's whoa. Got to see 100 the MO. Get lifted, body look bit cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body give another on me. Oh, double nine. Renegade, let's go. 24. Let them all blow, but I can't come. Pedal on a pedal with an O3 kit. Room, room, up 400, that's whoa. Got to see 100 the MO. Get lifted, body look bit cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body give another on me. Oh, double nine.
Visions in my head of this, you don't know the half of it. I got dreams of looking up, high as I can get. But nothing feels like how it feels, to know these things I don't know yet. The weight of everything, and everything's just thread. Sometimes, I'm trapped inside and I don't know what I'm gonna do. But to take on the world is the only thing that we know how to do. I've got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's you and me, and everywhere we go will lead to an open door. Made our mistakes, the good and bad days, but nothing really breaks if I got you. Look at the sky when you go outside, and know there is nothing to keep me back from you. I got dreams
what do you think about the state of Valorant Esports in India?
सो 2021 से लेके 2024 तक अगर मैं कंपेयर करूँ तो ऑफकोर्स लाइक गेम बहुत ही ऊपर गया है एंड स्पेशली कि जब वो राइट का इतना मिलता है सपोर्ट हम लोग को, जब हम लोग इतने ज़्यादा इवेंट्स खेलते हैं, प्लस टू द प्लेयर्स को भी वो लोग को बहुत ज़्यादा ही सपोर्ट है एंड द टीओस लाइक नॉटविन जब वो लोग कर रही है, VCL कर रही है फ्रॉम 2023 से लेके अभी तक, सो ऑफकोर्स उससे और ज़्यादा ही मोटिवेशन मिलता है हम लोग को और खेलने का और मन करते हैं ऑफकोर्स.
Why do imports always perform better than Indian players? Be it in the fragging department or aces, they are on top.
Check. हाँ, सो नो डाउट कि लाइक और भी लाइक जो और टीम्स में जो इंपोर्ट्स लोग अच्छे खेलते हैं, बट हम लोग की टीम में ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. हम लोग एज ए टीम खेलते हैं और सबको पता है कि अगर TR जीतती है तो वो टाइम पे कौन किसका नाम आता है ऊपर उठ के. सो यू नो.
Rank the teams in the playoffs. Who is winning and who comes fourth?
ओके, सो मेरे हिसाब से जो अगर मैं लाइक टॉप 1 to 4 अगर मैं करूँ तो ऑफ कोर्स मैं चाहता हूँ कि मैं हम लोग को ही रखूँ 1 पे, क्योंकि हम लोग ऑलरेडी 2 लेन हार चुके हैं और नहीं हारना है मुझे आपको. और हम लोग चाहते हैं कि हम लोग फर्स्ट आए, उसके बाद आए है सेकंड आए VLT, थर्ड आई वुड लाइक टू से RNT एंड फोर्थ OG.
The entire season goes great, but then why is the team so weak only on the grand finals day every time?
हम लोग ऑनलाइन में ऐसा खेलते हैं जैसे कि हमसे बड़ा कोई है नहीं ऑफ कोर्स, और जिसके उसके बाद जैसे लाइन पे आते हैं व्हेन वी आर इन द ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में आने के बाद आई डोंट नो लाइक मैं इतना बोल सकता हूँ कि लास्ट कप 2 में जो हम लोग ने लाइन जो खेला था फाइनल्स में अगेंस्ट MLT, उधर पे एक्चुअली हम लोग ने पूरा चोक किया था, हर एक प्लेयर ने चोक किया था एज ए टीम, और सामने वाले MLT वाले ने सब ने हम लोग को बहुत मारा था. तो बट इस बार फॉर द स्प्लिट 2 जैसे ही हम लोग का ऑनलाइन खत्म हुआ, हम लोग का मेन प्रिपरेशन हो गया चालू फॉर द ग्रैंड फाइनल्स एक्चुअली. तो अभी येस आई होप कि ये बार का स्प्लिट 2 के अगर हम लोग फाइनल्स तक गए तो कुछ और देखने को मिलेगा फॉर श्योर.
After that pretty solid series and a pretty big storm but on the 2-0 over the Orangutan, we'll be jumping into the second, ladies and gentlemen, where True Rippers face off their arch nemesis, VALORANT. You all are watching the OMEN Valorant South Asia 2024 with a styling partner Philips One. Please scary and alongside me, it will be none other than Bhavna. Super excited for this second series. Even more is the most promising one where I personally it's gonna go all 3 mappers.
That's highly possible. It's going till the decider because Velocity, which was previously in the split, was known as Grey Fox Esports, True Rippers, their run has been so fantastic. Velocity in the group, they had 2 wins, 1 loss, whereas they had all 3 wins and it's in their favor. So both these teams are looking soon. I'm just waiting to see what map pool they're going to bring in, sort of map veto, what sort of composition is going to come in, because both these teams we can expect some sort of experiment also at this stage.
I would kind of agree with you on point, right? I mean, I don't know more from True Rippers, more from Velocity, but maybe we can expect some of those neons to come into play, or maybe something like the ISO, because the best counter to an operator right now is definitely the ISO with the double tap shield that you get. That's like the best. You put on that double tap, make sure you move forward the operator guy, and then you got basically that window wherein any kills that you get will get that extra bit of knob where you flick it, get the orb, and boom, you've got a field which is going to protect you from one more. So I really love the idea behind that. But that's a big question in case the team would want to go for it or not. At the same time, they like to stick to their default. Now, True Rippers has been that team which has moved into the grand finals times and have yet failed to secure that winning position. Look at the lineup as well for True Rippers, as it's going to be exactly the same. RU, Disrupt, back. He was the one who was sick but is finally in form. Deathmaker, the man who's basically the epitome of good form. Helef and Techno. This entire roster has stuck together for longer than we can imagine.
Well, they certainly have been sticking together since a very long time. That's the reason there is a good synergy between all these players, especially Deathmaker and Helef. But the way this team has performed in Split 2, especially against Revenant Esports, we saw them going for a 2-1 victory. But the matchup in Split 1 against the players of True Rippers was not so comforting for the players. But let's hope today Velocity is ready to stage a comeback. I won't say comeback, but I'll say are ready to take their revenge of Split 1. That could be a possibility happening, but like you were mentioning, ISO, in the Pacific region, we have been seeing so many teams going for the ISO pick on the map of Icebox especially. So I was kind of anticipating, expecting that maybe either Revenant or Orangutan on Icebox can go for a ice, but that didn't happen at all. Icebox is coming in True and Velocity's map pool. I would want to see an ISO. Or maybe a Clover.
I would agree with you on that point, because ISO, yes, one of the best agents again, and don't really need a fast burst duelist onto the side. You can work around with sometimes not playing with the duelist at all. So maybe we're gonna see that, but I don't quite see that that's going to be the pick of Wika, because again, this man likes to be flashy and his entire team enables him to be. Sayo, Adrian King, Wenka Kohli and Hoax. This team again is one of the most promising teams as well, apart from Revenant, who I think if get the slot of Ascension can actually prove a point out there in the open. This has been one of the favorite pick for a lot of them, a lot of players, a lot of analysts out there, and they have been showing us time and time again why, specifically with their consistency of constantly making the playoffs.
100% agree to what you said, especially the way Venka has been coming online, popping off in every single game, especially if you remember the map of Breeze, which they played against the players of OMEN Esports, where Venka was the MVP, but Kohli's recon, shot-right lineups were getting so much value. At the same time, Sayo with his love plays, Adrian King with his flashes. I think Adrian King really pops off as a KO, especially on the map of Breeze. So that is something I'm excited to witness if that's going to happen again. But this time they don't have an easy opponent. It's going to be True Rippers. And like you said, True Rippers have played Grand Final twice. Yes, they didn't win the cup. Yes, they were not the winners. Have played Grand Finals twice. So pressure has already been off the show. So those jitters of the Grand Finals won't be there anymore for True Rippers.
If you participate a lot and if you move to the grand finals, then yeah, I would say that in the playoffs itself, you're like, all right, it's fine, we'll move to the grand. Doing that time and time again. But there's a big but. So if in case you not win the grand finals and it's happening constantly, even it has been the case in off season, I'll tell you that has been the case of times. Now it comes the question, is it actually the land choke that we are seeing? Not exact land choke, but the grand finals itself. Because True Rippers, let's be honest, have faced that in the past. Previous 2 times in Cup 1, Cup 2, we've seen that win. Once it was against the exact lineup that they are going to face now, and once it was against the MLT. But it's going to be difficult for them to apparently grab this win, because I personally feel it is going to be that all-3 mapper. But one thing that is pretty for all the people to grab out there, going to be this 1000 VP that we have. All you need to do is click the link that is inside the description of that form, and then come back into the comment section, type hashtag CS824 and enter your. That's all you need to do. With these simple steps, you can get a chance to win those 1000 VP you will receive in your email. But I know it's quite a bit of a hassle for you to do, and you also want to check out those OMEN labs. So we're gonna go on, move forward for a shot, and on the other side of the break, we've got the team IDs.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
What's the worst that could happen? What's the best that could happen? Philips One Blade. Move fearlessly. Innovation and you. Philips.
लगता है फिर से और एक टीम को बिल्ड करने के लिए, तो इसके लिए हम लोग तो स्टिक करने वाले, क्योंकि हम लोग बिलीव करते हैं कि स्टिक करके अगर हम जितना प्रैक्टिस करेंगे इन फ्यूचर में जाके वो उतना ही अच्छा होगा.
Your lower bracket run is always scary, but any plans to remain in the upper bracket this time?
अगर मैं बात करूँ लोअर ब्रैकेट या फिर अपर ब्रैकेट की, कि हम लोग एक मैच हार जाए फिर जाए लोअर ब्रैकेट में, क्योंकि कोई भी टीम जब वो लोअर ब्रैकेट पे जाती है वो टाइम पे वो लोग के पास कुछ ऑप्शन नहीं रहता है, राइट. अगर हार गए तो आउट हो जाएंगे, तो वो टाइम पे इन जनरली हर एक प्लेयर से इंडिविजुअली उसका बेस्ट आता है. तो ये हम लोग को अच्छा लगता है कि एक मैच आता है चलेगा, बट अगर हम लोग लोअर ब्रैकेट जाए तो सामने जो टीम आएगा कोई नहीं, हम लोग के सामने कोई टिक नहीं पाएगा वो टाइम पे.
Which is the most overrated team or player in VCSA?
ओवररेटेड टीम तो एक ही है, ओजी रहेगी मेरे लिए ऑब्वियसली, बिकॉज उनका ग्रुप इतना आसान था, वो लोग ने ऐसा कुछ करा नहीं यहाँ पर आने के लिए, उनको ऐसे ही फ्री टिकट मिल गया, 3rd 4th प्लेस लेके चले जाएंगे.
What would be your dream lineup?
नेशनल लाइनअप और इंडियन प्लेयर्स के मामले में आई वुड पिक माई सेल्फ एंड होक्स फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, एंड उसके बाद आई गो फॉर द TR कोर, सो हेलिफ, डेथमेकर एंड टेक्नो. ऑब्वियसली TR वाले इतने टाइम से एक साथ खेल रहे हैं तो उनका कोर वहीं पर रहेगा, एंड जो फायर पावर मैं और होक्स ब्रिंग इन करते हैं वो आई डोंट थिंक इंडियन प्लेयर्स में कोई कर सकता है. एंड ऑन टॉप ऑफ दैट आई वुड लाइक गॉड स्पीड एज आवर कोच ऑल्सो. अच्छा, अगर मेरे को इम्पोर्ट्स डालने होते तो मैं और होक्स को फिर भी रखता, और मैं टेक्नो को लेता और DOS 9 एंड मे बी सेयू.
What's up everyone, welcome back. This is OMEN Valorant Challenges South Asia 2024 presented by Nodwin Gaming with our styling partner Philips One Blade. Playoff का पहला गेम खत्म हो चुका है. We got the champions, that is Revenant. But अब मौका है, दस्तूर है दूसरे मैचअप का, जो होने वाला है टू रिपर्स और VLT के बीच में. मोस्ट एंटिसिपेटेड, मतलब इस मैच के तो भाई आवाम भी बहुत सारी जुड़ चुकी है यहाँ पे नॉटविन गेमिंग अरीना में. तो बिना समय बर्बाद करे सीधा बुला लेते हैं ट्रू रिपर्स को स्टेज पर. सबसे पहले द रियल लाइफ गेको आर यू. भाई इस प्लेयर की कंसिस्टेंसी के तो मतलब किससे फेमस है. हैप्पी गो लकी प्लेयर, बट इनके चेहरे पे बिल्कुल ना जाया जाए, बिकॉज इन गेम ही इज वन ऑफ द डेडली प्लेयर वी हैव. सेकंड, द यंगेस्ट लैड इन द होल वैलो सीन, इट्स टेक्नो. अगेन ऑन हिज फेस, बट गेम फेस से हम सब डरते हैं. अगले आएंगे द कोलकाता बंगाल टाइगर देवंजन दास के डेथ मेकर. हम सब जानते हैं इनका एम कैसा है भाई, ऊपर से जेट का चौका लग जाए तो सब बाहर. और आखिर इनको भी अंडर एस्टिमेट बिल्कुल नहीं कर सकते। ब्रीच हो, स्काई हो, हर जगह इस प्लेयर का दबदबा है। और आखिरी में आइजल हिमसेल्फ साग्निक रॉय अपनी टीम को लीड करते हुए, you know, he's playing the modest role because दो स्प्लिट से #2 के सपने देख रहे हैं। ये हमेशा एज अ फेवरेट आते हैं, बट कहीं ना कुछ गलती के कारण वो ट्रॉफी हाथ से छूट जाती है। बट इस बार उम्मीद करता हूँ टू विन, यस सर, ये बट अब ट्रू रिपर्स को टक्कर देने के लिए सामने जो टीम आ रही है, ये हमारे इस रीजन की मोस्ट लव टीम है। मतलब बहुत प्रेशर है, बट एक बार बुला लेते हैं वेलोसिटी गेमिंग को। Oh yes. काफी टाइम बाद हमारे वैलो सीन के अंदर एंट्री करी वेलोसिटी विद द क्रेजी लाइनअप। स्प्लिट 1 कप 1 के चैंपियंस हैं। उस टाइम पे नाम कुछ और था, बट अब फिलहाल सच्चाई यही है कि यहाँ पर वेलोसिटी का नाम ऊपर पहुंचाएंगे। सबसे पहले हिडन किंग, द सेंटिनल, द सेकंड वन इनसेयो सायो व्हाटएवर, मतलब फ्लेक्स प्लेयर के अंदर इस प्लेयर ने भी महारत हासिल कर रखी है। तीसरे प्लेयर स्टेज पे आते हुए अगेन टेक्नो के बेस्ट फ्रेंड वेंका टू कोल्ड, वन ऑफ द कॉन्फिडेंट प्लेयर। ही डजंट केयर कि सामने कौन है, मुझे अपना काम करना है, मुझे जो कोच ने बोला है, आईजीएल ने बोला है, वो ही करना और आगे बढ़ना है। और मिस्टर कोहली डे बाय डे इज गेटिंग लिटिल मेसियर। 2023 का VCSA का कोहली बहुत नीट एंड क्लीन था, बट आखिरी में मिस्टर राव साहब देखिए, अमन यादव फोक्स। अब ये दोनों टीम्स की खासियत क्या है कि इनको पोडियम, मतलब ये दे ऑलवेज फाइट फॉर द बेस्ट। ये उन लोगों में से नहीं है जो कॉन्सोलेशन के लिए लड़ते हैं, दे आर हेयर टू बी अ चैंपियन, वरना सेकंड ऑप्शन ही नहीं है। मैं आई नो दैट यू गाइस एक्साइटेड, बट जाने से पहले प्लीज आइजल साहब यहाँ पे और आइजल साहब आप भी यहाँ पे, किससे सबसे पहले सवाल पूछा जाए? ओके, स्प्लिट 1 चैंपियंस, बट डू यू नो इसका प्रेशर कितना है? ये जो जर्सी पे लिखा है ब्रो, इस प्रेशर को कैसे हैंडल कर रहे हैं?
आई मीन प्रेशर भी है, बट आई थिंक उसके इक्वल या उससे ज़्यादा सपोर्ट भी है, तो आई थिंक वो बैलेंस हो जाता है उसमें।
अभी कप 1 जीते आप स्प्लिट 1 का, एवरीवन वाज लाइक यू नो देयर इज अ न्यू लाइनअप, मतलब सारे वेटरन्स हार रहे हैं और एक नया लाइनअप आया है, होक्स लीड कर रहे हैं। बट व्हाट हैपेंड इन कप 2? और अब जब मेन है एसेंशन का, तो क्या प्लान रहेगा होक्स?
आई मीन कप 2 जो भी हुआ इट इज़ व्हाट इट इज़, बट आई थिंक स्प्लिट 2 में वी हैव न्यू सपोर्ट, न्यू फैंस, एंड we are back like in our cup 1 peak form, so I think it will be a really good game.
अब जितने भी हम वैलो के इवेंट्स करा लेते हैं, मतलब ऑफ सीजन हो, ऑन सीजन हो, कप 1 हो, कप 2 हो, आप पहुंच जाते हो टॉप पर, बट थोड़ी सी हो जाती है गलतियां। इस बार नहीं होनी चाहिए ना हेल्प?
होपफुली नहीं होगा, इसलिए एंटीडोट इज हियर।
हाँ, मैं वही पूछने वाला था कि रिसेंटली यू गॉट सर्विसेज ऑफ एंटीदा, यू नो द वेटरन बंगाल टाइगर, इनके एडिशन से कितना फर्क पड़ा है हेल्प?
तो फ़र्क पड़ा है मेंटेलिटी का एंड प्री गेम का, बट गेम में तो हम पाँचों को ही खेलना है, तो होपफुली दिखा जाएगा गेम में।
यू नो आज आप इनको फेस करने वाले हैं, एंड यू नो कि इनका स्ट्रक्चर कितना स्ट्रॉन्ग है ना, दे प्ले डिफॉल्ट स्ट्रक्चर। आज इनको कैसे तोड़ेगा डेथ मेकर, आज कैसे RU एंड सब घुस के मारने वाले हैं?
मतलब वो गेम में देखा जाएगा कैसे।
मतलब नो लीक्स, मतलब आप जा सकते हैं अपनी टीम के साथ। गुड लक बॉयज, यू नो आपको भी गुड लक, ढेर सारा यू नो। मुझे लगा मेरे से गले में था, बट ठीक है, चौक के ये थे हमारे सागनिक गाइस फ्रॉम द ट्रू रिपर्स एंड होक्स फ्रॉम WBLT। बट गाइस एक चीज आप लोगों को बताना चाहूंगा, अगर आप दिल्ली के आसपास रहते हैं, NCR में भी रहते हैं, ज्यादा दूर नहीं है, आप गूगल में डाले नॉडविन गेमिंग अरीना, यहाँ पर आप सारा वैलो का मजा आराम से उठा सकते हैं, लैग फ्री, कोई प्रॉब्लम ही नहीं होगी आपको। यहाँ पर आप प्लेयर से मिल सकते हैं, और साथ साथ जो मोस्ट एक्साइटिंग चीज है कि यहाँ पर है एक क्रेजी HP गेमिंग का ओमन बूथ, वहां पर वैलो में 1v1 चल रहा है, और साथ साथ वहां पर है बैक टू कॉलेज ऑफर्स, वो भी आप ट्राई कर सकते हैं। चलो अब सीधा गेम की तरफ बढ़ते हैं, बिकॉज हमारे कास्टर्स भी इंतजार कर रहे हैं।
I mean, that is indeed very true. We've been waiting for this game to start for eternity, but what better than a good reunion for all the players, and this is very well the matchup that we might also see in the grand finals, if it's not for any other upset that we might witness. Because Bhavna, this is literally the rematch of the Split 1 Cup 1 grand finals.
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल रीमैच तो है और भी चीज़ें काफ़ी इंटरेस्टिंग है। यहाँ पे ट्रू रिपर्स के कुछ प्लेयर्स उसी बैनर के अंदर पहले खेला करते थे, जहाँ पे अभी फिलहाल यहाँ पे वेलोसिटी गेमिंग के प्लेयर्स हैं। तो काफ़ी सारी चीज़ें यहाँ पे पुरानी यादें, पुराने कुछ याद दिलाते होंगे, बट बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग रहेगा ये मैचअप, क्योंकि दोनों ही टीम्स की अगर बात करें बहुत ज़्यादा स्ट्रांग है। इनका जो रन है, चाहे वो स्प्लिट 1 हो या स्प्लिट 2 हो, इनका रन बहुत फैंटास्टिक रहा है। जिसकी क्रैक एंड द वे क्रैक वाज आल्सो मेंशनिंग दैट ट्रू रिपर्स, they always reach till the grand finals, but that is where the problems begin.
I would agree. But we'll just have to wait and see how things will eventually move forward, because in this situation, in this state where we are at right now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the map veto. Bind, Lotus, banned out. Icebox is the one that is picked up. Bhavna, you made a guess that we might potentially see the map of Icebox, and that's exactly what we are seeing. True Rippers, it's their territory, and VLT secure the map of Split as well. So now that's something that I'm pretty surprised about, because there's this fact which I had to mention, that in a situation where if we see a split, I kind of feel True Rippers are the ones who basically have the advantage on that map.
I kind of agree with you, because True Rippers, they played on the map of Split, Split in Split 1. Split 2, they didn't play on the map of Split at all. And in Split 1, the stats were pretty decent. They played Split, I think, 12 times, out of which they got pretty handsome number of victories in their favor against Grey Fox, against Revenant, against OG, MLT, Carnival. In Split 1, the Split map was fantastic for the players of True Rippers. So this map pool can go either ways. Even for Velocity, Split is not that shabby, not that bad. They have decent stats on the map of Split as well.
Agreed, as you mentioned it perfectly, right? They've got pretty solid stats on that map, and this one series is something that I feel can literally go anywhere, as you've already mentioned about it. And we were talking just before the entire death segment began too, when Pratt was the one who was having all the fun time in the world on stage with the players, taking the interview and everything. Now, yeah, I know that people should not be jealous, because that's the ideology that I follow. But yeah, he eventually made me, because I also want to be on the desk with those people. I want to ask my own questions too, but at the same time, it just feels so amazing to be in the arena itself, right? Because you want to be in the presence of all those players that you've been seeing play. You've been having the idea that these are the ones who I want to become like once I grow up, or once I become a pro player. So might as well just drop down at the Nodwin Gaming Arena in Chhatarpur, ladies and gentlemen, if you're anywhere in the NCR area. But for now, we're going to be moving into the area of the icy lands of Icebox, where the compositions for both of these teams are going to look exactly as it's in front of us. Disrupt and Hella with the Sova Gecko combination, which they normally bring in, while Velocity Gaming with their Sage, drinking on that Killjoy.
That means no ISO at all. Not today at least. But maybe in the future we can see one of these teams going for the ISO pick as well, because let's be honest, ISO is the best answer against the operator that is usually posted on the B-Long or the A-Main. And Tecmo is pretty happy and confident. Why shouldn't he be? Because
yeah, but it's Deathmaker who was having the stare contest with the camera, and as you mentioned, Techno as well. He's happy, but more than happy, he's focused. He needs to win the game.
Well, he has to win the game.
But at the same time.
But one thing is for sure, that this map is going till the decider. We are going to witness all the three maps, because no way it can be a 2-0. And the 2-win can go in the favor of either of these teams, be it True Rippers or Velocity Gaming. It can go either ways. But at the start, we have the map of Icebox, where True Rippers, they are starting on the defense, and Velocity, they are starting on the attack.
2 cute penguins, 1 snowman. There's 3 penguins, to be honest. There's 1 more snowman when you start on the attacking side over towards the right of the jail. That's pretty fun. Most of the people, though, they fire a couple of shots that blow that snowman apart. But we'll see how crispy the shots for all these teams are going to look like today, as, again, all the players on the side of Velocity are starting on towards the A. They've got absolutely no utility to watch any kind of backstab, and I like the idea from True Rippers as well. We're playing in a 1-1-2-3. Default 1-1-3. Yeah, it was one of them just hiding behind. Dizzy used up, and as quickly as it was broken away as well. Now we always see Deathmaker play on top of pipes, but for now he's been pushed back just because of the sheer numbers that Velocity have brought in here. Jiggle Peaks coming in, back and forth fight. Deathmaker equalizes the odds as Disrupt fell on the hands of Winker. But we're still holding it down slowly and steadily. Recon used up. Elev's position was revealed, but I like the idea off the side of True Rippers, but Sayo will be taken down. Ryu with a crispy shot as well, and Kohli answers back on the other side. Try to go in for the tap, but Ryu and Helev will close out the round. And True Rippers will take the first pistol.
They certainly do, and True Rippers already starting things on a very good note. The pistol round goes in their favor, so that means the next round can also go in their favor. Already, Deathmaker is bringing in the Outlaw. 2 Bulldogs, 1 Outlaw, 1 Sheriff. And probably 1 Ghost coming from the side of Helif. So this entire eco might also look fantastic for the players of True Rippers. Velocity on the other side, 4 Classics, 1 Sheriff. Let's see if they can do some sort of damage towards the side of True Rippers. But now, Velocity, they are going for a B hit where 2 side tankers are already there. Deathmaker's Outlaw is also posted. Hawks and Sayo gets taken down. Techno finds Svenka. 3 players already down. Kohli, Edrin King, only 2 players remaining now.
Crispy shots, crispy. That's all you want to see. But as of now, Kohli and Adrian King will also be taken down. Spray down by Disrupt using that Bulldog. And is going to get those additional weaponries. And with that, True Rippers securing their anti-eco round as well without losing a lot. You could already hear the cheers of the audience, and in order to hear more of them, we're going to be heading into a technical pause, ladies and gentlemen. Please don't worry, we're going to fix that issue real quick. But before we move forward onto the stage, quick item check where I saw a couple of Bulldogs, it's Vandal, Sheriff, and an Outlaw. But on the other side, everyone on the side of Velocity, they will be buying those full shield Vandals.
Of course, it's going to be their buy round. Velocity will be going with the full shield Vandals because I think it was only 1 player who went for the Sheriff buy in the save round. Other than that, it was only Classics in their hands. So this next round is going to be important for the players where Velocity Gaming. Even I want that.
Well, you got to fight against Aryu if you actually want to take them.
Not his software, but I want one of my own.
Understandable. Maybe you can get some Valo plushies, right? Hoo-hoo, Deathmaker warming his hands up. His aim is looking crispy either ways right now. And if in case that continues, you already know that it's going to be even more difficult to stop this lineup as Disrupt. We've talked about how solid of a pillar he has been for True Rippers. And at the same time, now when everyone's all feeling well, energized, perfect, you know that it's going to be a very solid matchup.
Well, it is certainly going to be pretty solid matchup. And speaking of the pistol rounds as well, True Rippers pistol round, especially on the map of Icebox, has been pretty solid. When they played against the players of Orangutan in the previous matchup, both the pistols went in their favor. Even against the players of Reckoning, the first half pistol round went in their favor. And let me tell you, against Reckoning, True Rippers had a pretty dominating scoreline, 13-5, where they got back-to-back 7 rounds in their attacking half. And after that, only 1 round towards the side of Reckoning. Maybe we can say Reckoning's defense was weak or blah blah blah, but True Rippers' attack was also pretty strong in that particular matchup. So we can't deny the fact that True Rippers knows how to build the momentum on the map of Icebox. I want to see how Velocity is going to counter that. What counter strat is there for the players of True Rippers?
It's all about the defaults and the adjustments. How well you're able to do that. Do not worry, Aryu. No one is going to steal your soft toys away. But on the other side of the spectrum, though, I know everyone's just still waiting to go back into the game. And trust me, ladies and gentlemen, we want the exact same thing. So Do not worry. The production is working really hard to fix all the issues very quickly. Just gonna take a couple of minutes. But yes, at the same time, this is like one of the best matchups that you can always witness, because you know that there's, I wouldn't exactly say there's bad blood between these teams, but more like the healthy rivalry. And at the end of the day, it always comes down to the situation where whoever has got those micro adjustments and the micro outplays is able to close out the entire series. I kind of want to have that staring contest with Deathmaker and the camera. I want to witness that, and I want to see who wins it. Will it be the cameraman or will it be the Deathmaker himself?
You're asking for some things which I think the cameraman won't give you. He won't be happy with those demands. But one thing we have noticed, all the Valorant players, they have a little soft side where they have a little attachment to these few soft toys, because even on the international stage, we have seen so many players carry those soft toys as their lucky charm to the stage.
It's the culture. That's what he would say. I mean, the issue is going to be fixed up quickly. Please don't worry about it, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, all those soft toys, all those plushies, it's basically a culture. Everyone likes that. You all keep it. Huh. Looking at it, it seems like a headphone issue, which will be replaced quickly. Venka's headphone issue. You really do not want this player to face any kind of problems, right? Because Deathmaker is popping off on the other side. You want your key gun, your star player as well to pop off. Are you out here just posing for everyone? I know those Instagrams are going to be spammed up with all these pictures.
You know that little octopus toy? I was about to buy that for myself a few days back. I was so close to buying that for myself. And now Aryu is just teasing me. He's just teasing me. He's reminding me why I didn't go for it. Yeah, I'm also sad like that. Aryu? I am sad. Like I should have gone for the purchase.
It's an angry one. He wants the issue to be fixed quickly. That's why he's actually showing it. He said that Krat mentioned that he's the real life Gecko. I said that he's the real life Wingman. Very super fun to be around. That one thing is for sure. Always the reliable one, be it off the game or in the game. Goat of Goater. I see.
SK Rossi with the operator. Well, that did pop off. That did came online in the previous matchup. So even the players are listening to the supporters. Whatever their demand is, they're fulfilling that. And soon the issues will be sorted. In the meanwhile, I would want to ask my viewers, what are your predictions? What do you think? Which team is going to win on the map of Icebox? What is going to be the scoreline? True Rippers or Velocity Gaming? Because these two giants, like even Krat was also mentioning this, there is going to be a matchup between Davids and the Goliaths. It's not going to be easy to predict which team is going to come on the top, which team is going to get a victory. VLT is back. Yes, dude, VLT is back.
Indeed, that is true. Seems to be the case. That is one of the reasons why we're actually seeing this insane matchup. Super fun to always watch. The winner moves forward to match up against Revenant. The one who does not will move down to the lower bracket to fight the apes, the orangutans. A team that no matter how many times you push it down will always rise back up. But that has also been the storyline of both of these teams, because True Rippers are still searching for their trophy. Grand Finals 2 times, trophy lifted, none. And that's something that kind of hurts a lot. And we all know that they'd be looking forward for this one entire split too, because the winner gets a slot to Ascension, ladies and gentlemen, and there's So, meant for all the people out there, there's no Split 2 Cup 2. It is just Split 2. And the winner of Split 2 will get the slot in Ascension. And that is the stake. That is the reason why these teams are putting everything online and are making sure that they showcase their best performance possible to try and get their team to an even bigger stage, an even bigger experience.
Maybe third time charm can work for the Plus of True Rippers. Highly possible, but the matchup is not going to be easy at all. Yes, this time it is going to be Velocity, but Revenant, even if True Rippers win this particular one, then Revenant is waiting for them in the upper finals, upper brackets. That matchup is also going to be pretty interesting because Revenant is also one of those teams which is very unpredictable.
Agreed.
And it's not going to be easy for True Rippers. We can't say, yes, True Rippers, they have an upper hand on the Plus of Revenant, or Revenant has an upper hand. These three teams are head-to-head. It's going to be so fierce competition. But Orangutan can also bring in so many surprises. So there is a possibility that few upsets can be there in the low brackets as well. And maybe Orangutan can move into the grand finals. There are so many ifs and buts happening. It's all about which player is popping off, which team is popping off on that particular day, on that particular matchup. Anything can happen. It's a game of Valorant. And even the players of True Rippers and Velocity are also aware of it. So they're not going to take this matchup lightly.
This is one of the main reasons, right, why we're seeing this map veto in a bit of a surprising manner where Velocity picked up Split. That is clearly to showcase that they're not afraid to face True Rippers whatsoever on that map. We've seen it multiple times from both of them, even in those previous engagements that we always talk about. They perform to their utmost best. And True Rippers right now are looking in a sublime form. You can talk about any of the maps that you see. It's going to be Ascent, it's also going to be Icebox. The Split, yeah, it has been impeccable. You talk about their Sunset, it also looks very strong. So just because of this entire map video and the way how it's panned out, right, I still feel that True Rippers might have that slight edge, that slight advantage, because previously, if I remember, and if you remember as well, Bhavna, we did mention that when both of these teams faced off against each other, the last Icebox, it went to overtime.
Yes, last time it went into the overtime, and I think they have faced on the map of Icebox up until now, I think 3 times, and every time it has went into the overtime. At least twice it went into the overtime. The previous one went in the favor of Velocity Gaming, which was Grey Fox back in the time. Before that, it went into the favor of True Rippers. So this map of Icebox can go either ways. Both these teams have got their fair share of victories and defeats on this particular map against each other. So today also it can go either ways. We can expect a overtime from the very start of the game, from the very first map. That is going to be Icebox. And speaking of Split, I think Split is also pretty decent for the players of Velocity Gaming. Icebox, they lost only once in Split 1. Split 2 also, they have played it 3 times and lost only once against the players of Revenant Esports. So the statistically speaking, Velocity's Icebox is also pretty strong. And the matchup against Revenant on the map of Split was also pretty dominating.
And since we're already talking about domination, we're jumping back into the map of Icebox, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for being patient with us, as it's going to be a full buy for the side of Velocity, while True Rippers are going to be heading into their bonus with a couple of Bulldogs, a Vandal, as well as an Outlaw. No half shields on the other side, maybe apart from just one on Winker. Fun fact though, one thing that we kind of missed out was the fact that Winker is playing on that Gecko instead of any of those Jet shenanigans. Now that's pretty unique, but a couple of shots being connected from Deathmaker as well as Techno, both of them fighting their value. But there we go, Deathmaker taken down by the spray down of Kohli. Kohli is one of the main pillars of the side of velocity, because every single time this man performs, this team has a smooth sailing. But every time you see this man not performing, it's like a super uphill battle for the team, and they end up losing the maps. So you want Kohli to make sure, you want to make sure that Kohli is the one who's actually performing it. But there we go. Spam comes in. Dizzy catches one. Pavan is all disrupt finally gets. They don't have a good post-plant positioning. This could be a very well bonus conversion. Long range fight. A headshot ding and LF clutches the round. Wins it for the team. And converts a bonus for True Rippers. The improvement on this man has been insane. I've been watching him for so long. There was a time when he needed to clutch the rounds in crucial moments and he would miss. But this time, for the past few months, you can rely on Helef every single time.
He certainly stepped up big time. The third round coming on board for the plus of True Rippers, already stepping up big time, setting the momentum for themselves on the map of Icebox. Velocity now in a bit of trouble because they don't have enough economy. Yes, the Thrash is available with Venka, but one Bulldog, one Spectre, and look at the position of Deathmaker. It is going to be so pivotal. One wrong peek from the side of Velocity can get punished, but now the Outlaw has already been forced to reposition. Lot of futures being exchanged outside A main. Side control is still with the plus of True Rippers. Thrash being invested, no value whatsoever. No player has been detained. The lineup of the Snake Bite is going to force Deathmaker. The Sage Wall behind that, on the back of it, they'll get the plant down. Hawks is going for the plant. Venka finds one. With the Sheriff, Helef is going to answer back by taking down Sayo.
4 rifles with up against a Bulldog, Spectre, and a couple of Sheriffs, and they are actually finding a few of the value out on the back of it. Shots need to be connected. They actually broke the ball, and over on top are you suppose the teammates as well as over towards the top side. The last player, Venka, who was on towards the backside now, leaving all the job to Adrian King, who's got a perfect timing and takes care of Techno. A good wraparound coming in, moves on the rope over towards the top side and takes care of Techno at the end, who was watching at the wrong angle. Lovely round take from VLT. And this is what me and Spartus have been talking about now multiple times, that it is not just in VCSA, it's also in the VCT Pacific. It sometimes also is in the VCT Americas and EMEA, that teams, they convert their bonus round and then they drop the next round. So it always is a 3-1 situation and the economy gets to a full reset. So we normally end up seeing a 3-2 scoreline. Late stop, catches one, Deathmaker now wants to run away, dodges out that Hunter Fury as well, but Sayo Kohli catching both the players of Disrupt and Deathmaker. Site was a bit open, but they're actually stacking it way too quickly. Does not matter, you stack it up, and Sayo will stack it with bodies.
Techno is the last man remaining and looks like he's going to save the weaponry for himself. The call has been made. He's moving towards the B side, but looks like VLT, they may be in the mood to hunt. Could be a possibility, but the second round also coming on board for the players of Velocity Gaming. This time, Kohli's Hunter's Fury did manage to find Disrupt, took him down immediately. Then Sayo also stepping up big time by getting a 3K in this particular round. So Velocity, slowly, they're getting those rounds, crucial rounds in their favor. And after this, the economy of True Rippers won't be looking as good as it was in this particular round. So there could be a possibility of an equalizer also coming in from the side of Velocity, unless True Rippers pulls off a thrifty round.
It's highly possible, and I think so. Again, in this one, True Rippers did not actually go in for the full buy, right? But a few of their players, they were the ones who saved the creds. So this one is going to be the full buy round of this game, entire game. The first full buy round. Looking at the ultimates progressions as well. Again, Bladestorm was committed in the previous one, so never get right. But again, was caught on that exit. The recon was impeccable by Kohli. But in this situation,
right here,
you also have Helef with the Hunter's Fury. You've got Disrupt with the Thrash. You've got quite a good amount of utility to delay the plant or maybe go in for the full-fledged retake. That's probably what's going to happen as well. Some shots being fired, warning Do not peek anywhere around that mid, but still fight being taken, and Adrian King wins it against RU. LF goes in for a preemptive Hunter's Fury, yet catching absolutely no one, no sign of anyone whatsoever. And VLT, after making their appearance in mid and tube, making a question mark of a potential lurk in kitchen, now move towards the A side, and they've got a window, they've got an opportunity to go in for the execute without a lot of resistance, as there's no RU, means no KG utils whatsoever, which wasn't committed to the site either ways.
The old run from the side of LF will get all the information which they needed. A perfect scan also coming in. The Mosh Pit lineup also is going to be creating a lot of problem for Deathmaker, who is down to only 5 HP now. The shock darts goes in. Velocity is still trying to execute the A side. Disrupt Strash is there, and Deathmaker finds Venka and Hoax as well, despite being on low HP. LF finds Sion. LF finds Adrian King as well. All the trades are going in the favor of True Rippers. Deathmaker, who was so low in HP, still he was able to find 2 players.
It was all thanks to the thrash and the distraction that created in that chaos. Deathmaker found his moment and his window of opportunity. Just as I was talking about Velocity, they've got the time to go in for the execute for the A side without a lot of resistance. They took their sweet time, and in that, True Rippers, they went in close enough to go for an early flood. As soon as Velocity wanted to jump in, they were ready for the answer. They did invest the Thrash, Hunter's Fury in the starting of the round, which did not get any value, but Velocity now pulling off a timeout because they've lost a total of 4 rounds out of the 6 that they have played. So it is a concerning matter, and this was a full buy round. So in the next one, maybe the economy is going to be a bit shaky. Maybe not a lot, but a bit shaky. So we'll have to wait and see how the adjustments are going to fall into place. I like the call for the timeout, though, to be very honest, because it breaks the momentum of Deathmaker that he has been building up onto, because you do not want this guy to fire on all cylinders. Just on one, he is insane.
6-4. I think that was the scoreline last I saw. Now it's 8-5. So Deathmaker is definitely popping off really good. Along with that, Helef is also doing fantastic with 6 kills of his own. On the other side, Venka from the side of Velocity is also doing a lot. This time, yes, the Thrash is available, but at the same time, Resurrection is there. So it's kind of going to be a kind of a 5v6 scenario. Few shots being exchanged outside B main. But from the looks of it, it is looking like Velocity is going for an A execute. And A side is double stacked up. Mid exploration can be the key for the players of Velocity at this point, and that is exactly where Sayo and Hawks are moving forward. Dealt with the utility in the mid. Now Velocity is creating a lot of question marks for the players of True Rippers right now.
Exactly. And you always love to see that idea. Whenever it's about on the attacking side, if the fast hits are not working, you slow the pace down to create those question marks for the side of True Rippers. But the constant positioning of Deathmaker on the pipe that he's playing on A is what's giving True Rippers the confidence to stack up towards the B. But again, that mid possibility of any kind of lurk is what has got now Helef off guard, and he is the one who's playing on towards the bridge and directly in towards that spawn to confirm that there's no one lurking up there. But Hope, he's going to follow up with the wall, as well as Techno finally has been caught. Playing that back and forth through that wall, Sayo was able to burst him down. There's a gap in the wall now, though, because of the Wingman's plan, but it's going to be the Viper's Pit being committed as well, which is going to give a lot of room to Velocity work with. Hoax again working with the operator. They've got a lot of utilities to delay as well for the side of VLT. Not a lot, but just one Nanoswarm remaining now for Adrian King. So retake might actually come into place. But what are the utils that they have? Helef, he's got his gun. That's all he needs. Moves now forward as well. Deathmaker up on top of Yellow. Catches another one. Goes in for the spam out as well. Sayo catches Disrupt. Things on the map. Need to come in through as Aryu gets one. And Helef with the answer. As Sayo falls. And so did the pit. And so did the round. 1.67 seconds remaining, much more than sufficient. True Rippers not even letting VLT breathe.
Remind me, you were the one who said Icebox is an attack-oriented map. But
Yep.
looks like True Rippers are dominating on the defense. Will Velocity be able to pull off such a good defense in the second half? That's the main question, because the attacking half, they're not getting too many rounds, only 2 rounds, and they're stuck on it. They need to do something. And with the eco again coming in, where only one rifle, one bulldog is there, 2 sheriffs, one ghost. Yes, 2 ultimates are there, but they need to find the timing of those ultimates. Last round they did use the Viper's Pit, but that also didn't go very well. But now Deathmaker coming so forward and going a little aggressive, finds a perfect knock onto Adrian King, shuts him down. The shock darts coming in, but they won't give any sort of problem to the players of True Rippers at all.
As of now, not yet. Because again, True Rippers are holding their positions. Disrupt over on top of the pipes. Shock dart did went in. Not a lot of chip though. Oh, beautiful peek. Both the players peeked in at the same time, but it's still True Rippers winning out on all those trades because they had disrupt on top of pipes, and that's where this man needs to be. Ho 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 ho! All right, all right. We're seeing some banter going on the stage, and that's what you love to see. I wouldn't exactly say banter, though. He was just standing up. And you could see the confidence dripping out from him because Bhavna has got another thrash almost ready, just 1 point away.
And not just thrash. The entire ult progression of the players of True Rippers are looking fantastic. Nekno is just 1 point away from his own Viper's Pit. Thrash is also just 1 point away. 2 points away is the Hunter's Fury Viper's Pit. But Outround outside B main to get some sort of information. Thrash being invested from the side of Velocity is not going to give any sort of value, but they have the information that their yellow is clear. We can move forward, but look at the position of Techno. If Velocity is not careful, Techno can do a lot of damage. And not just Techno, 3+ are present. Helif is also there to back Techno. We have Ario as well.
Exactly, and on the back of that thrash, they want to actually go for the execute, but it was stopped right away. Adrian King ready for Techno's peak. Shuts him down, and in the meantime, retreating Helif got Adrian King doing so much for his own team. On the back of all those utilities, but they've still got to go in for that plant. We'll have to concede for the safe plant, though. Not yet allowed. Because again, it's just a lot of people out there. Spam comes in, but no, does not even break the wall, does not budge. Venka whatsoever. He wants to go in for that dizzy peak. Cannot really. And that's going to be the thrash invested right up in front. Catches Venka. Are you able to capitalize on back of it? But this late lurk from Hoax, it should give a massive value near the orange. Deathmaker catches Sayo. Here's the game of lurks as both the lockdowns were invested. Deathmaker catches one more onto Adrian King. Hoax just needs to wait. Find the timing. Disrupt has the idea of him. It's going to be a detainment on Kohli. That is an even bigger problem. Long range fight. Aryu's position. It is absolutely safe. He's going to stick all the way as Deathmaker gets a 4K. And Oaks has been taken down on his knees as True Rippers move up, soaring high. 7 and 2 out of the 9 rounds.
True Rippers playing perfectly. Back-to-back 4 rounds. The momentum is entirely in the favor of True Rippers, and this scoreline is in the defense. 7 rounds in defense on the map of Icebox. Yes, the Blade Storm is there. Deathmaker, look at the stats. 14-6. 14 kills already in his favor. Deathmaker is doing fantastic, but a hero rifle coming in from the side of Velocity. That too in the hands of Adrian King. Yes, Resurrection is there, but the Snake Bite, Outrun are creating a lot of problem for the players of Velocity at this point. Hunter's Fury investment is being done by the players. Helif, Techno finds Sayo, Hawks also goes down. Now 3 players remaining. Maybe it is going to be an 8-2 now.
It's highly possible. Long range, he sees the player behind that smoke. Shots connected by Venka, but not enough as Techno catches the fly and moves without a sigh. True Rippers, just as you mentioned, Bhavna, with another round, we're seeing a lot of people out there supporting, probably some family members as well. So it's a very good environment, ladies and gentlemen, out there. And if you also want to be a part of it, make sure to go to the Nodwin Gaming Arena in Chhatarpur. Maybe if you're lucky, you're gonna catch the next map, and if he goes the map number 3, that map as well. For now, all 5 people from the side of VLT yet again over towards the A, where we're seeing the setup of RU right now. An aggressive alarm bot at the choke point itself with the nano swarms to delay the default plant from the wingman. Like the idea, like the setup, but the shock dart not yet cleared out any kind of utility whatsoever. Winka with just a glass cannon, if I'm not wrong. Or maybe he was just stacked up and Hoax eventually healed him. That's one thing. Look at the amount of space that Deathmaker has already taken towards the spawn. They know that this is a full hit and 4 players are ready to respond. Fighting squad come in, back and forth fight we go. 2-2 trade, but that's going to be again Sayo Techno trading each other off. It's all down to just disrupt. Who's holding the site? Who's holding the fort? 1v2, but Deathmaker is also going in for that support. It's about time. And how well he's able to finally catch one person. That's going to be a 2v1 fight over towards the backside. Deathmaker needs to jump into the fight and tries to get the trade. And the reload is in the hands of Adrian King. And Deathmaker capitalizes on that. True Rippers with another buy round, Bhavna.
If it is Deathmaker who has to clutch in the end, he will always clutch. The way he's coming online in this particular map, there is no second thought. If it's a situation of a 1v2, for sure Deathmaker is getting that situation in his favor, and that is exactly what happened. Velocity went for a very aggressive approach for a flood execute during this round. All the trades were coming back and forth until Deathmaker came in and did that 1v2. 9-2, the last round of the half. Viper's Pit already being committed from the side of Techno with a judge in his hand. And Deathmaker outside. Venka was just standing there minding his own business, not doing anything, and Deathmaker comes in and says hello to him with his Vandal.
Sayo in the meantime is able to catch one. Oh my goodness. Deathmaker was already on the boosted angle, so still Venka brought back on his feet. And since Sayo already found a value in mid, that means the numbers advantage now falls in the hands of VLT. Deathmaker, all the heavy lifting that he did. Oh my goodness, 4 players just all standing up there. It depends on the timing that he decides to go in for the cross. Behind that flash, it's a massive one. Fire from all the different directions, and that's the boiler angle where you do not want to be caught. Because Helef and Deathmaker, they're kind of creating a pincer, and it has worked out phenomenally. As the IGL doing so much for the team. What a call from True Rippers. As Techno in the entire duration was just chilling in his own Viper's Pit, as Deathmaker gets another one, and it's a 10-2 swap. Bhavna.
Switching sides.
Such a dominating defense. No one anticipated from the side of True Rippers. And now the score is entirely favoring the players of True Rippers, even if Velocity do manage to get the pistol round of the second half. It's not going to be enough scared at all. They need to get the pistol, they need to get the bonus, and after that they also need to get the next buy round in their favor. That's when there will be a possibility of a comeback coming in from the side of Velocity Gaming. Otherwise, the way this map is going, the way the scoreline is going, it is showing entirely True Rippers' domination.
That is indeed true, but we'll see what's going to happen after this break. Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, and it's going to be the second half of the first map of Icebox. You all are watching the OMEN Valorant Challengers South Asia with our styling partner Philips. One blade is the split 2 and a chance to reach Ascension. with only one team out of the 4 that we have fulfilling their dreams while also being the shatterer of the rest. And for now, True Ripper seems to be the former one, as well as the latter against Velocity, because it's a 10-2 half swap. And we're going to be seeing Velocity now on defense, who kind of want to go in for a fast mid approach, but at the same time, Hoax quickly grabbing the A orb. But all of True Rippers in the meantime have given up all the spaces on the entire map and are just looking to move forward towards the A. They're just going in for the contact plays at this point.
Pistol is going to be important for Velocity. A lot of util down. Viper ball on the back of it. Deathmaker goes in, finds Kohli, shuts him down. Finds Venka as well through the wall. Bang! Hawks and Sayo, they're going to answer back, but that won't be enough. As Helef and Techno finds 2 more. Adrian King, only man standing, with just a classic in his hand and a nano swarm. In a 1v3 situation. Looks like this pistol is also going in the favor of True Rippers.
Seems to be the case, as the position now has been noted as well, so not a lot he could do. Oh my goodness, the chip damage is insane. The value with the shock dart that Helef actually provides. Down to just 56 HP, a couple of shots that needs to be connected, unless we see Adrian land 3 nasty headshots, and nope, that's not happening. Techno jumping, getting those shots, and with that, True Rippers move on to 11. There's absolutely no way now Velocity can make a comeback from this point onwards, unless they take this Thrifty. And that seems to be like a dream, and for that, we're going to be heading into a tactical timeout, ladies and gentlemen. It's not a technical timeout, it's a tactical timeout for Velocity Gaming, because they really need it. Do they force? Do they save? That's a big question.
It's a double-edged sword. If they force and lose, there is no way they're getting this map. If they don't force by, then True Rippers might be touching the map point, the 12th mark. And the difference in the scoreline is way too much to deal with for the players of Velocity Gaming at this point. And Deathmaker, the way this guy is performing, it looks like Deathmaker's strongest map is Icebox. He's coming online, he's popping off the heads. Every round, Deathmaker is making some humongous plays. And not just Deathmaker, the entire team of True Rippers.
It's going to be important for Velocity at this point to get their mental reset, to be very honest, because making a comeback in this map, it looks almost next to impossible for any sane person. But we know all of these people are insane, so you may never know. You might actually see that comeback. But for now, 2-1-2 split, where Kohli as well as Sayo are playing in over towards B. They got the control of the crane, and then Sayo now is off for the rotation, moving in towards the A, while in the meantime, Adrian King re-clearing the tube. Here's the pop off the poison cloud, so we'll wait, but that's Aryu holding the angle with the outlaw that he has, making a bit of noise in the meantime, as Techno will slowly try to catch any rotator from B, rotating or maybe going in for that flank, and be looking forward to punish it, but that's just not happening. Kohli as well going in directly back from his own spawn. It's a stacked side though. All the players, the read is so very good from the side of Velocity. And that's just because they had that early control. Now the Dizzy Recon combo goes in as well. Oh, that's a beautiful read, Dizzy as well. 1-for-1 trade as Sayo was able to catch Deathmaker, but Disrupt answer back with his own. Sheriff takes care of Hooks. Spike has not been planted. Oh my goodness, the ball falls, and that is the crispiest shot, and the mosh pit gets Adrian King. Kohli with the classic gets one, but one is all he gets. As Techno with the ghost shuts down Kohli, and with that, another round goes in for the side of True Rippers, 12-2.
And with that, they are on the match point. Yes, for the next round, Velocity is having enough economy, but they don't have time. They don't have enough rounds now Because True Rippers, they're on the match point. They just need one more round, and RU might be going with the Outlaw again this time. 3 rifles, 1 Stinger, 1 Outlaw. True Rippers, not a shabby buy at all. 3 rifles, the way Deathmaker, the way Disrupt is coming online, especially Disrupt in the previous round, was so fantastic. And now Sayo has a complete control of the yellow. Along with Hawks, few shots being exchanged just to push back the players, and Deathmaker trying to make some huge plays. Hawks is ready with his wall just in case if there comes an aggressive approach from the side of True Rippers.
Just holding down as of now. And as soon as I say it, Deathmaker into the clouds burst, dashes in. Hawks will move backwards. He's still got his barrier off. No, he actually committed it, so they're gonna have to break through it. Plus, there's also the poison cloud out there in front of them, so it's not gonna be easy. Sheriff shot landed in perfectly. LF was taken down by Deathmaker, creating history of his own by getting a couple of his own frags. Moves forward. Techno gets Kohli out there in the kitchen. Oh my goodness, what a turn from Adrian King. He still wants to play and survive, but Techno gets the pick. With that triple peak, True Rippers demolish Velocity on the map of Icebox. And with that, they move one step closer into matching up against Revenant in the upper bracket finals. Job half finished, yet half remaining.
Only 2 rounds Velocity managed to get in their favor. Only 2 rounds. The 4th round and the 5th round. Otherwise, there was a streak of rounds coming for the players of True Rippers. They got the pistol, they got the bonus round as well converted in their favor. Yes, there came a Thrifty and the next buy round in the favor of Velocity, but that's it. Other than that, Velocity, the entire team was looking off. And True Rippers, not just Deathmaker, I think, scared. It was Disrupt also. It was an entire team. There was one particular round where Disrupt came online. He popped off really good, got 3 Ks, and got the entire round in the team's favor.
That is how you always want your star player to perform. On one side, the star was shining bright like Beetlejuice. But on the other side, maybe not so much. A bit of a white dwarf, which we'll probably see turn into maybe a red giant. Now that the astronomical signs not match up, but it's fine. Not that is important. You want to perform. You want Venka to outperform Deathmaker in these situations, which just did not happen in this one. Seeing him echo, I was pretty surprised as well once I saw the composition, but at the time, I thought maybe they've been cooked up for the playoffs, but it seems like they kind of went in for that overcooking, and he just did not have enough lead that you would normally expect him to have it in those situations where he was to be commanding. He was trying to take the space away from the opponents, but Gecko's utility is something that you can use it for your teammates scale up on the back of it. You've got to have that level of patience whenever you're playing it, and it's just that Venka, he was just do the Venka things while Deathmaker the other side was just mowing down the lawn.
This composition of Velocity Gaming, where 2 Sentinels are there, 2 Initiators, no duel at all. Like you pointed out, you have the Gecko Flood, you need someone to scale up on that, and their duelists to do that, to get the entry into the site. Maybe that could be the reason Velocity has a defeat. But let's have a look at the MVP. It is going to be Deathmaker, obviously from the side of True Rippers, because, hey, he got more than 20 kills. So he has to the MVP. So there were so many first kills as well, which Deathmaker was bringing in. So my question to you, Scared, is, was Velocity experimenting in this particular icebox with this composition?
Seems to be that way. It does seem to be that thing. Now maybe they were just going for a bit of an experimentation, which just did not land in their way. But something that definitely did was Deathmaker was out of his mind. 5 first kills with an ACS of 392. That is just mind-blowing. Only Sayo, the one who landed onto double-digit kills for Velocity. Everyone else just 7, 7, 6, and then 5. Seeing Venka this low in the kill department is something that we're not very accustomed to. So yes, some things really need to be worked upon. But we'll be having a look at the team performances as well, where True Rippers had 10 first kills. No thrifties on either side. Only a couple of times we saw the post plant because True Rippers, again, they were just mowing down the lawn on their attacking side. They did not even need to go in for the plant in most of those cases.
Agreed to that. True Rippers, they were completely dominating the way they were playing on the defensive half and attacking half as well. Attacking half, there were not too many rounds. It was only 3 rounds which they needed, and all the 3 rounds, including the pistol and the bonus, came in the favor of True Rippers. Looking at the heat map as well, maximum fights happened in the A site, inside the site as well, because there were A site was the site which Velocity was trying to execute multiple times. Yes, few times we saw a few things happening outside the B main. Few rounds it was a B site which was being executed. That's where there are little red dots on the B side. Otherwise, it was entirely a A-sided map. And Deathmaker with the Outlaw was a complete beast.
I would agree. He was playing, just as we said, out of his mind. And we could clearly see the confidence dripping in from the side of True Rippers, right? It seems that this is basically personal for them. Even Helef showing some of the emotions where we normally do not see. Disrupt, the man who's normally cool, calm and collected, standing up and showing that they are the ones who are the dominators for this game. And I love the fact how the Thrash was used so many times in such perfect way. And in the entire defense, True Rippers just seemed impeccable. Their calls, perfect. And this is what I always talk about, right? Whenever you are playing the map of Icebox, defenders have the advantage over towards the A, where they can try and play aggressive, where they can play on top of on the top pipes. And if in case you want to change a few things, you can make a fast jet updraft play over towards the belt itself and potentially catch the opponents by surprise. Now these are the kind of plays that we normally do not see from most of the teams. I mean, even the matchup that happened between Revenant and Orangutan, we did not see any of those shenanigans come into play. But this time, as soon as we saw with True Rippers and Velocity, we clearly saw True Rippers having such an idea of the fundamentals of this and how it eventually works. They always had the idea of what they needed to do. And that is exactly what you need to know on this map in order to pull a successful defensive. There were a lot of loopholes onto the side of Velocity. But at the same time, I still feel that True Rippers just outclassed them on them. And we clearly need mental reset for Velocity players to potentially move on to the next map of Split, because that seems more like a True Rippers thing.
Yes, 100% agreed. Split is kind of ring the plus of True Rippers, but Icebox is also not that shabby for the plus Velocity Gaming, because every single time we have Venka playing on the map of Icebox, he has got Jet. He is always a Jet player for Icebox, and this time he went for a Gecko. Yes, they go for Velocity, also goes for the double Sentinel composition, but single Initiator, single Controller, and single Duelist. But this time they went double Sentinel and double Initiator composition. They were, for sure, they were to experiment something, and that experiment failed majorly. Now the main question is, can they get the map of Split? If no, then Velocity is moving into the lower brackets.
It is their pick, so we can give them the edge. We can just give them that slight bit of an edge, bit of a leeway as well, that yeah, it's possible that they'd be able to close it. But seeing how True Rippers normally that map, it just feels it's strong for True Rippers at this point. It feels difficult. It also like we might as well have on for another 2-0 series. This one, no one would have expected it, because again on the map of Icebox, these teams they exchange blow for blow, but how they exchange blow for blow previously to what they did right now is miles apart. It's not 5 feet apart, it's 5 light years apart, and that's much True Rippers outclass the side of Velocity. So I want to see the adjustment gonna come on to the next one, because again it's the map plate. We see quite a lot of those compositions as well. Even if we are looking at the international league, VCT, even Masters, if you want to have the reference of be the double duelist compositions as well, or maybe you just play with the double smokes, or you want to run the Cypher into the Viper, where your Cypher kind of plays in with those cages and tries to lurk up, and the Viper ball goes directly towards case right now. I kind of like the idea of different competence, but it all boils down to the exact same thing. What kind of initiators are you run on? Are you going to run a Gecko? Are you going to stay back, stick with the Sky? Going to pick up the Breach? Depends.
Well, yes, certainly it depends. A lot of composition. Velocity is going to bring up of Icebox, not Icebox Split. Icebox 100% they were doing something and that didn't work. But previously, when we saw Velocity against the Revenant on the map of Split, they went for it. I agree, Skyflies are perfect on the map of Split, but they went for a Fade composition where there was a Breach, Fade, Cypher, and Omen. And that matchup also went into the over favoring the players of Revenant. I'm sorry, City. So there is a really big possibility that yes, Velocity can convert the maplet in their favor because their stats in the maplet are not that shabby. There's still chance of a series going to the decider.
But I actually feel like that is a one and done component. You can pick it once, but you can't rate whatever you did in that matchup against the Revenant side, right? Because that almost slipped out of their hands. It was not for the heroics that were there from all the players specific Inca on the race. I think so it would not have been that very close either. Plus SK Rossi, yes, we outperform almost everyone for a couple of rounds where he was shut down, and that was also one of the main reasons it all went to overtime and ended up being in favor of Velocity. So the main thing all of these three teams is the fact that people like to play on similar maps and the similar performances on those maps as well. There's no one you could say fact which we could try and debate that yeah, alright, this team is actually pretty. I mean, you could argue that Revenant Velocity, but they went to overtime. On the other side, True Rippers, they kind of won against as well, and it was also an overtime game. Yeah, it could go anywhere. But if in case this one matchup to the third map, that is of set, then I'm sure that it could be anyone's game, because we have seen True Rippers play on Sunset, but not a lot of velocity on it.
True, but we talk about Sunset. The main question is, can we see Sunset? Because Velocity, they have been experiment these days. Not just today, composition against Revenant was also an experiment. Yes, that day the experiment worked in their favor. But if they do things similar today as well, maybe it won't be a favor. It all boils down to what is going to bring into the picture, how they're going to use the composition, how confident they are on that particular agent. Because on Jet, on Icebox was fantastic, but today on Gecko, he was getting those values, those skills needed to be there from his side. But now, speaking of the history between True Rippers and Velocity Gaming, whenever these two teams have gone against each other, the map was split. Every single time, True Rippers have got the victory in their pockets. So it could be a revenge matchup also for the Plus of Velocity.
Any possible. I kind of want to see that revenge matchup, to be honest. I want to see revenge being taken, because yes, at the same time, no matter how much we talk about these two teams, until we actually jump at the game itself, it would not clear out anything, right? Because even in this one, we thought maybe it's gonna go very close. You would have never thought it's gonna be a 13-2. 13-2. That is just crazy. And again, it has been the situation. Team wins 3 rounds and then they kind of drop one which they are supposed to win. It's thrifty for the other side, and then another round as well, because the snowball gameplay in Valorant, it has been prevalent now and it works out super well. But at the same time, I kind of also like the idea with the way that they mix things up on those two maps, not Neon ISO. But at the same time, I want to see how they're going to go for some experimentations. It's going to be the same Breach Fade comp for Velocity. While for True Rippers, they've got the standard double controller composition. So no Neon, alas.
Last time this composition did work for the Plus of Velocity Gaming against the Plus of Revenant Esports. But can this composition work against the Plus of True Rippers? That's my main question. Yes, Breach is there, the fault line is there, you have the Aftershock, you have the flashes, you have the Prowlers, everything is there, but it's all about can they beat the sky flashes. That's the main thing. Yes, True Rippers, they are going for the default vanilla composition on the map of Split. No experiment from their side, because True Rippers, they want to go for the upper brackets. They are like, we are not going to experiment anything at this point. We just want to have a smooth run. But this Split is going to be a do or die situation for the Plus Velocity Gaming if they want to play on the map of Sunset.
I won't deny any of that. And if anything, this breach fade needs to work right now, right here. You've got some good lineups as well, some good reveals, and at the same time, you've got a massive set potential. But how are you going to capitalize on the back of it is going to be the question. I have a True Rippers prepared enough. True repaired enough. No, that does not sound good at all. That does not sound good at all. But what sounds good, or what looks pretty good, is of course the garden that's in front of us. Some good fun trees out there, but also the setup. If you have a look at how True Rippers have set, it's a 1-3-1 with Aryu playing towards the A with his own tripwires and 3 people over towards mid, and that's exactly where Velocity are going. It's a crossfire, but towards the smoke. Deathmaker gets 3 of them, demolishes every single one, and LF is there with the answer. Pop flash, not that good, not that pretty, but the shot from Aryu definitely is. What a round from True Rippers. Red Velocity like a book, and that is the homework I talk about. That is the preparation that I talk about. They knew Velocity will go mid. That's one of their strategies in the pistol round that I like to follow, and True Rippers just deleted them.
Deathmaker, the heroics of the previous map are still continuing on the map of Split. And yes, I do agree, True Rippers have read the plus of Velocity just like a book. And Velocity again on the same round, on single sheriff in the hands of Sayo. And this time again going for a mid exploration, but look at the 2 players of True Rippers, especially Disrupt along with Helif. There could be some lurk plays coming in from the side of True Rippers, but for now, mid is where the plus of Velocity are looking forward to. Yes, the Vents control is entirely with Techno over there. Techno finds one, shuts down Venka. The duelist is already out of the picture, so that means no pain shells, nothing to work around with. Techno still maintaining the control with him. Adrian King trying to contest that control, the snake bite becoming a hindrance in the paths of Adrian King, and now he has decided to fall back and maybe explore the mail room and go for the tower control. There exactly LF is posted.
They're just maintaining that space, but I like the idea from True Rippers as well. They're covering all the different avenues. They're making sure that they force out those long range fights whatsoever, because it's understandable VLT would want to take those close range fights, and that's what True Rippers are not giving them. Horn goes in with a fault line as well. Position of Helef impeccable. Techno playing inside the smoke. Jumping right clicks 1 for 1, and Helef with the mow down. Switches to the ghost. Takes care of Sayo. Gets a 3k in the round. And it's just True Rippers yet again shining like a bright star. Beetlejuice transforming into a red giant now.
Yes, this should do. This goes here.
Pistol and Echo, both rounds go in the favor of True Rippers. Now next round is going to be important for the players of Velocity Gaming, because this is going to be their full buy round. And not to mention an important round as well. A little different approach from the side of Velocity. This time they are going for an AXQ. The spy cam is going to give away all the information which the players of True Rippers need at this point, as Aryu is the solo anchor of the A side. But Techno is coming for the rescue from the vents. Trying to scale up on the back of the Viper wall. The Prowler is not going to find anything, but Venka is going to find Techno, shuts him down. Deathmaker is going to answer back by taking down Kohli. The pop flash is ready with Helif in the screen's angle, but finds nothing. The pain shells goes in. Venka is trying to do some heroic plays. Gets directly into the side. Hawks finds one more. Helif is going to answer back. And Aryu with a Guardian also finds one. It's a 2v3 scenario for the players of Velocity.
The discipline is just impeccable though. Hawks and Venka, they both win out their own duels. Do they anticipate next one? Yes, absolutely they do. Hawks gets a shot on Disrupt. He knew where the paranoia came in from. And with that, they secure the round. But my, oh my. Boy, did they have to spend a lot of money to secure that. It was only because of the weaponry diff that True Rippers lost that round. Otherwise, they could have secured it as well. Operator comes in for Deathmaker now, along with Helif with the Seekers. I love the setup that True Rippers always bring in. In the past 3 rounds, they've changed the setup 3 different times. But for now, Aryu again is going to stick over towards A, while the Operator is going to be posted towards B in the hands of Deathmaker. Seems like Hooks actually anticipates it. Yeah, that's going to be the fault line. As Kohli peeked on the back of it, that too pretty fast. They know that there's an operator, but I like the repositioning from Deathmaker. Look at that. He's already having control of V7. Techno will have to probably give up the win space because of the paint shells that came in. Prowler expired, not giving a lot of information, while everyone on VLT will be moving towards A. They made a lot of nice towards B main and towards the mid, faking a B split. But this Trailblazer from Helef, it gives them all the information. There's no one in mid, and there's constantly someone watching towards that part, and that's the trap fire catching Wenka. He's still gonna survive. The pop flash comes in, and that is Techno with the heroics along with Aryu. They mow down everyone on BLT. They can't get a break whatsoever. True Rippers are playing sublime as of now, as it's a triple peak, and Aryu with the flawless confirmation. This is for sure going to be a 2-0, Bhavna, with the way things are going.
I won't deny that. A complete side denial for the plus of velocity this time. 3-1 coming in the favor of True Rippers. And look at the economy of the plus of velocity at this point. 2 Stingers, 2 Sheriffs, 1 Classic. Yes, the ult progression is looking good. Rolling Thunder just 1 point away from Hawks. Neural Theft also just 1 point away. But the way things are going, True Rippers are completely dominating. This time Helef is coming online. A 6-1 scoreline for him. Again, a mid-exploration. But Hawks already dealing with the Trailblazer outside B main. Few question marks are being created by the plus of velocity. But the mail room, the vents control is entirely with the plus of True Rippers. But Kohli is going to take that away from Aryu. Techno still in the mail room. Edrin King along with Venka is trying to take the control from him, but Helef is going to answer back by taking down
What a support.
Kohli. Edrin King and Venka are coming for the support and deals with the 2 players of True Rippers. The numbers advantage with the velocity at this point.
This time they wanted to fight mid. They had to pay a heavy price for that. Did not anticipate those stingers. Now Deathmaker holding stairs. Oh my god, the timing on that peak hook. Everyone's running in. They're mowing down the lawn, and VLT make their comeback in the round where they made a mid approach. But the scrappy buy is all they needed to secure this round. Beautiful way to finally shut down the defense of True Rippers. And mid, this is where we're going to see most of the fights now, Bhavana, because this has been the name of the game. Aryu, Neural Theft, Techno, 1 away from Viper's Pit. Deathmaker 1 away from Showstopper on the other side. Hooks already has got his Rolling Thunder. Kohli with from the shadows, as well as Sayo with the Neural Theft. So I can see a Rolling Thunder from the shadows play coming in already, probably towards the B side, looking where looking as VLT are starting with a 3-1-1.
And maybe towards the B side. Yes, the tripwire is there to stop the plus, but the paint shells will be there to clear all the tripwires. The Rolling Thunder will get all the site emptied. But for now, look at the position of Aryu from the back of the site is still fighting and standing strong along with Helef. The site control is still with the players of True Rippers as Techno finds 1. Adrian is going to answer back, and Techno and Aryu finds 2 more. Helef finds 1 more, and a complete move down, as you like to call it, from the side of True Rippers. Only 1 single weapon dropped. We can hear the loud cheers of the fans supporting the players of True Rippers in the audience.
Yes.
And again, velocity not having enough economy. Yeah.
Exactly. One of the main way to play against this entire lineup of VLT is that whenever you see those ultimates, you just give up the site and you play in for the retake. And this time around, because of those strip wires, again, there's not a lot of utility that you can break it with. Even the Prowlers, yes, they are definitely there, but there's no one to scale up or follow up on the back of it. So that is one of the reasons why you have to wait, and you've got to make sure you get the perfect timing to move behind those tripwires, and that time was just enough for True Rippers to create that crossfire at B, and then that additional smoke by Disrupt to make sure that they He as well as Aryu have got enough space to maneuver around on side, and then an early burst support from the B Heaven made sure that they'd be able to get a quick mow down of everyone who was trying to execute on the side. Don't worry, people, it was just a April Fools for you in the month of June, almost July. There's no technical pause as of now as he's drinking now. Over towards mid, uses up the Prowler, and that's going to be the Poison Cloud going up. Techno playing in that close angle. Deathmaker dealing with the boom bot now. Can make the cross depending. That's going to be the Seas, and Deathmaker's been taken down. Went in for the peek. He thought maybe the nade might also come in there. Had to force the fight. Techno is still not checked though, so that's going to be a big point of action.
I know exactly where you are.
And he has his own Viper Pit as well. Neural Theft has been invested now. Adrian King taking the tower control, be it tower control. Disrupt has been forced back to move into the CT area. The side control is at the place of Velocity as Venka with the Sheriff finds one more. Venka has his own Showstopper online, has recovered one rifle as well. Two rifles in fact recovered. Adrian King with the Nightfall as well, but the situation is entirely in the favor of Velocity as they get the spike down. On the retake, True Rippers, this time they don't have enough numbers. And the retake might come from the CT and the tower area as 2 players are scaling on the tower, but Venka, a good position for him. If one check can be problematic, but Venka is going to answer back and finds this disrupt, shuts him down, deals with Techno as well.
And it's going to be a 4K for Venka. He used the Showstopper only to push back the players to buy some time and some room for his team to get in a good post-plant position. And the systematic work around. That is what you need from side of VLT. They have the opportunities of finding the success in mid, and that is what they're trying to capitalize on. In both the rounds, both the prior rounds that they've won, apart from, of course, the one in which they had the weaponry advantage, that was the bonus of True Rippers, they've got success in mid, and then they've transitioned it to something else, mostly towards the B side. And that is what has basically been not working for True Rippers, and to stop that, we're seeing a tripwire in mid already by Aryu, and then there's a Viper Spit by Techno to hold that fort down, while Aryu himself is again playing towards the B Heaven, and apparently there's a tripwire over towards the B main as well. 3 players outside of the A. VLT want to try and a little active towards that part of the map. Oh my goodness, the timing on Disrupt, that is phenomenal, and the Paranoia just gonna buy himself some enough few seconds to make sure that Sayo cannot jump in to go for that trade.
Yeah, Venka already out of the picture. So there is no duelist for Velocity in this particular round. The mid exploration can't be the key this time because, like you pointed out, there is a Viper Spit. And now the players of Velocity are moving towards the B side. There is only one anchor, that is going to be Deathmaker, but he has his own Showstopper online and he has seen the players. Showstopper comes online, can find a big value. And yes, he does, as he takes down Adrian King. But Deathmaker down to 45 HP. Can he take the second one also down? And yes, he does. He deals with Sayo as well. The Paranoia in the Heaven is not going to hit anyone. Deathmaker needs to be careful as Hawks is scaling up. Finds one, but good for only one as Techno will shut him down. And with that 5th round also coming on board for the plus of True Rippers.
The mid lockdown by the Viper Spit. They don't really have an approach as to if they don't have mid, then what they're going to do. Either way, I would still say that it was an unfortunate pick off of Venka. The spam through the smoke on the back of that, on the back of hearing that utility. That was the boom bot. But yeah, at the end of the day, True Rippers, again, the way they keep control of all the extremities and the way how they hold down that area, I always love their approach. I really thought that maybe Deathmaker would need to push back, but as soon as I saw that he's actually playing with the Showstopper, I knew that he's gonna pop it as soon as he sees some pressure. Not saving it for the next one, but more like, yeah, it's absolutely fine. Even though it's a 3v5, does not matter. I'm gonna pop the showstopper to make some of the numbers, to get a numbers advantage. It's a tactical pause, ladies and gentlemen, so please do not worry. It's gonna be off in the next few seconds as well. Because again, it's just about time when velocity players need a few words. They need to hear a few words from their coach to fix some stuff up that was not happening well, specifically in this attacking round. And it is again the name that is mid control.
Yes, like you pointed out, the mid control is something which Velocity wants to take, but every single time the three-way crossfire which True Rippers are building in the mid is not going easy for the players of Velocity. Every single time the mid control is being denied. Two players in the main room, one player in the vents. If one player is in the main room, one player is hiding behind the boxes. It's always three players in the mid. So the entire defense of True Rippers is quite heavy in the mid. So maybe the players of Velocity need to explore a few other avenues of the map and go for a direct side hit, maybe towards the A side or towards the B side. But for now, whatever Velocity is trying to do is not working in their favor at all. And this map, like we pointed out so many times, is so important for the players of Velocity if they want to play on the map of Sunset, because Icebox already went in the favor of True Rippers. Yes, 3 rounds are there,
Well,
but they need to have a lead.
I'm sorry, people are light. It's a technical pause as well now. After the tactical pause, we're gonna be fixing things. Do not worry. And in the meantime, yeah, I like the point that you also mentioned regarding the fact that how Icebox was already taken away by True Rippers, so Velocity would need to take just one for themselves. But at the same time, I kind of feel that in terms of the macro play and in terms of reading what's happening around the map, True Rippers are 2 steps ahead of Velocity. So that's something I think got to be worried about, and they need to change their default play a bit because their default has been read perfectly, and that is again mid control, mid fight. Whenever it's Two Rippers winning that mid fight, it's them having the advantage and transitioning it to the round win. Whenever it is VLT winning the mid fight, then we see while Velocity going in for that transition towards the round win. So still feel that the one who controls the mid avenue, the one who controls the stairs, maybe the mail room, also the wind, will actually be able to control the entire pace of this round because just for that mid hold, we could see the players that are supposed to be on site actually playing pretty aggressively as well because they know that there's no one's going to come in from the other avenue or maybe from the heaven from any of those sides. So I kind of like the approach that is seeing from the side of True Rippers. But at the same time, finally, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be jumping into the round now. Bhavna, this is a nightfall available for a drinking an important tool.
Yes, the Nightfall is there with Edrin King. Might come handy to get some map control or get the site control. But again, mid exploration is coming from the two players. The vents control can be established, but Deathmaker's position is going to be important. As he finds Edrin King, shuts him down. So Nightfall is already out of the equation. The only ultimate which Velocity has. From the screen's angle, Kohli finds Aryo, shuts him down. With the shot, he finds Disrupt as well. The numbers advantage still with the plus of Velocity. This is still a doable round for Velocity. As 3v2 scenario where Venka down to a very low HP and Techno will shut him down. Sayo will get the plant down. Post-plant util is not much with the plus of Velocity. It's just a paranoia shrouded step. But True Rippers might get a flash. And the pop flash play maybe can reward True Rippers with one more round as Helef is trying to find the place.
Oh, right.
Finally, he saw one. So Kohli, Techno deals with him. It's only Sayo down to him. A 1v2 situation. All he needs to do is buy some time. Manage to isolate the fight and deals with both the players. The fourth round coming on board for Velocity.
Just unaware, True Rippers. They saw Kohli. They had no clue where Sayo was, playing behind the screen, round to perfection. A Velocity clutch coming into play. And with that, they're still in this fight because now they've forced True Rippers for a save. It was supposed to be a True Rippers round, but yet again, beautiful approach from Velocity. Just sheer tenacity that's coming in from this team. Now you could see them controlling the pace as they move fast forward over towards the side where the paranoia has been used up. And True Rippers are playing it for the full retake over towards the A. They stacked up 3 people towards the B, but are still holding down onto the main avenues of ramp as well as the screens. So not yet giving up on those entry points for the side. The only one that they would really need to fight on for is going to be the heaven drop. But I don't quite like that place. So yeah, either way, it's going to be them moving around. Kohli holding his angle in that cubby. Positioning of hooks is impeccable and it's super important. Kohli's gonna dodge that paint shells, and that's the fault line which I was talking about. But wait a second, Helef and Techno, they actually get a pick of their own. Disrupt as well answers back, and now Hawks would have to move forward. There's not enough time. Adrian King has been taken down, and it's a firing squad on the other side with just the pistols. You can deal with one, but not 4. 3 seconds remaining. Hawks needed to just kill one, but he was way too far away. And with that, True Rippers denying the equalizer with a thrifty for themselves.
Both these teams know how to pull off a thrifty round. True Rippers pulled off a very good thrifty round. And the entire supporters of True Rippers are pretty happy at the venue. Helef just 1 point away from his own Seekers. Neural Theft is there. From the Shadows is also there on the other side. This time the economy of VLT is not looking good at all. Yes, the Guardian is there. Stinger is there. That's all they have to work around with. Again, Velocity going for the mid exploration, but this time the mid has been left quite open. It's only Techno in the vents.
Yeah, he kind of understands that there's a bit of pressure there, so we'll be moving back just because of that aggressive camera that Sayo put. Trailblazer to clear out that space. Still no information over towards the mid as to who's going to be there. They only were able to clear out that fence, right? So people could still be tucked in behind those boxes or maybe the small cubbies. Adrian King uses the Prowler up close over towards the left, figures out where Deathmaker actually is. The Paranoia was also waited out, but Helef over on top in heaven. Catches 2. Could not catch the third one. Sayo answers back perfectly as well, and that's going to be from the Shadows TP play coming in from Disrupt. He's actually pretty smart on that maneuver. Spike not yet planted. 33 HP on Techno. He's got to move backwards, and it's going to be Disrupt trying to take that fight, but not giving the 1v1 whatsoever. Weaponry has already been upgraded, so it's a very much doable round for the side of Velocity. If they get one pick, they'd be able to secure this one. Because Techno is either way is 33 HP, pretty low. It's all down to RU. No way close to any kind of corpse. So can't really get the Neural Theft on point as well. Already used up the fault line, and Sayo gets one. RU trades him as well. Down to the 2v1 situation, and RU wins the fight. He wins the crucial one and makes sure True Rippers move to 7.
Seven 4. Either is going to be a 7-5 or a 8-4 for the first half. The last round of the first half, where Showstopper is available with the plus of Velocity. I'm sorry, this time, yes, Velocity didn't have good economy, but still they recovered the weapons. It was a 2v3 situation where one player was already down to 33 HP. It was a doable round, but True Rippers did manage to convert it in their favor. Showstopper, Rolling Thunder, 2 big ultimates with the plus of Velocity. On the basis of that, there is a possibility of a 7-5 happening. This time again, mid-heavy defense from True Rippers. And Venka is the one trying to go a little aggressive along with Adrian King. Just now holding on to the fort. The Prowler, the Paranoia being exchanged.
Just the basic utility as of now, because again, True Rippers are also creating a pinch. They've got a Paranoia for one, Flash as well to go in for those repeaks. They've got a lot of utility to set Techno up. A trap setup in mid itself, along with the snake bite too. That is insane. The cage goes out and Helef gets two before you could get anyone. Venka trades him, but Techno comes out. And with that, he gets another one. The spike is down out in the open, in the wild. Kohli one away. Oh my goodness, Deathmaker, the timing. That is so unfortunate. He's got to concede that space now, but he still has got that operator. It's going to be the Rolling Thunder invested. Goes in for the paint shells as well. And the shot connects on to Kohli. How was he able to do that? It is mind-boggling. And Helef comes in for the save. Gets a 3K in the round. And makes sure the True Rippers are moving in a massive advantage of 8 and 4 on the attacking side.
It's a big advantage, like you said. 4 rounds extra in the favor of True Rippers. 8-4. And Velocity 4 rounds deficit. And that too on the defensive side now. It's not going to be easy in the defense for Velocity to pull off rounds, come to an equalizer. That is certainly proving to a challenging map for the players of Velocity Gaming at this point. True Rippers are looking very confident. Every single time there was a mid exploration and the mid defense of True Rippers was so strong that Velocity was not able to breach into it. This time, A side has been left pretty much open. 4 players towards the B side, so that means A has to be on the retake. Is just only one player, Sayo, who is checking all the heaven angles with that spy cam. Velocity was somewhere expecting a B hit.
They were actually expecting a mid push out. That's why we could see a trap fire that has been placed for the Vents angle. But it's all down an A heaven. Push towards an A split into the site itself. And a lot of utility for now remaining for both the teams. Boombot use up, clear out the screen's angle, and Deathmaker is going to just scale up on the back of it. He's going to get so much information if he peeks. He does, but Kohli is there for the answer. You can see, but then you are not going to be left alive to tell anything to anyone as Venka and Sayo went out their own crucial duels. LF is good for one. But it's a 2v4 situation. A lot to be done by Disrupt and Helef, and not a lot to work around with Adrian King with a wrap around. But Disrupt gets 2. Smoke dissipates. Gets a headshot dinged as well. And it's Adrian King. Shuts him down perfectly. Almost 7 seconds for the spike defusal. But Velocity get the pistol that they required.
Like you said, it was important for the players of Velocity to get the pistol in their hands. And with the pistol, the entire eco should also go in the favor of Velocity. After that, if Velocity is able to convert the bonus round, we can see an equalizer coming in. But we also saw how good True Rippers are with their eco rounds. They know how to pull off a thrifty round. So that is something that Velocity needs to watch out for. 2 Sheriff, 3 Classic in the hands of True Rippers, and this time a mid exploration. And Velocity is doing something similar what True Rippers did. A 3-stack mid. Prowler goes in and Techno finds Hawks. This is a big opening which True Rippers has created for themselves.
Deathmaker just moving his vision, looking down on floor to avoid getting headshotted from that angle. But Judge in the hands of Venka in the mail room. So obviously you do not want to go in for the exploration of that part. Velocity have already given up the space over towards the vent either way. So they're absolutely fine fighting it, but Deathmaker finds Adrian King. The upgraded weaponry now drops it down for RU because he's down tag 30. Doable. Oh my goodness, that Judge right onto the face, and that was the weaponry lost. Snake bite with the pain shell combination, but Venka uses the satchels to move up forward. This man does the unthinkable. And he is unreasonable, ending the round with a 4K. Just 2 points away from his own showstopper. 2 points shy from his own showstopper. The micro decision making when you think that it's Wenka, he might retreat. No, it's Wenka. He will charge forward.
And he certainly did. Got a 3k as well. A bonus round for the players of Velocity. And True Rippers full buy round coming in. This is going to be important again for the players of Velocity. If they manage to convert the bonus round as well, there is a high chance of an equalizer coming in. A little slow approach from the side of True Rippers. Going aggressive, but Venka again with a judge. And a paranoia. Finds LF, shuts him down. Early advantage to the players of Velocity. The site entry has completely been denied. But look at that. The heaven control has completely been given up. And are you? Venka was trying to take a jump peek. And now got punished.
You learn the pattern, you just shoot on your instinct. But you look at the entire spread of True Rippers right now. There's still Techno going to explore B main, and he knows that there's no one pushing out from there. Deathmaker down to just 5 HP. Will be concussed as well. Or you could say will be dazed as well with the fault line, but not yet traded though. Disrupt was in mid now, already rendezvousing with his teammates directly outside of the Sivers angle. They really want to go in for this full-fledged A execute, but Smokes along with the Paranoia as well, tries to get in the tag, but on the other side, Hoax trying to go in for his own flashes play, catches one, needs to buy time for his team. Over towards the screen, he's still trying to survive, a lot of shots being fired, bullet holes you can see, but not that could pierce his head, and he's still holding the site. It's only 10 more seconds remaining. They've got to take control of it because there comes in the flood for Velocity from the other side as well, but Kohli tries to answer them, is denied. And it's going to be Techno and Deathmaker with a combined HP of 18 to win True Rippers their round on attack.
The 9th round coming on board for the players of True Rippers. Velocity, yes, they did give up a very good fight against True Rippers, but still, they are trailing behind by a few rounds. A slow, steady approach coming from the side of Velocity. This time the showstopper is there with Venka. And in the map of split, Venka is definitely coming online. Look at the score line. 15-10. This time could be a mid approach again from the side of True Rippers.
They are kind of anticipating an aggressive play because Venka has got a showstopper. Normally teams, they do like to go for any kind of aggressive approach. So that's why they're just holding their angles. They do not want to be caught in any kind of nasty Velocity shenanigans. Velocity on the other side as well. They've decided that this time that they're not going to fight for mid whatsoever. They'll be holding their spaces down towards the side, anchoring it. I don't quite really love that approach because again, going for a Paranoia showstopper play. That is a massive tool baited out. Techno doing such a great job. But finally, Velocity at least having some map space for them. I've got the B main control. But they still have only 2 players over towards the end. They've got no control over any part of the mid. And that means anyone could be spawned. They can't go in for any kind of fast rotation. And that smoke also is going to deny that. But Helef has been taken down in the meantime with Adrian King. Still anchoring over towards the elbow. Goes in for the haunt as well. It's been destroyed. Deathmaker tries to go in for the jump as well. But Sayo is there for the answer. Are you going for the trade too? You need his support. A lovely flash, fully blinded Ryu. Now has got to stay for a few more seconds. He gets a 3k collateral as well. Can he get him anything more? Down to the 9-second mark. 1v2 situation, 7 more seconds. Techno finds one. Does he have the spike for the plant? Absolutely not. And Kohli is just going to play the game of a cat and mouse and run away from the fight. 3 HP on Techno, and True Rippers just ran out of time.
And with that, the 7th round is on board for the players of Velocity Gaming. Yes, Showstopper initially was not able to find any sort of value, but after that, the way Techno was pulling off the entire focus of the players of Velocity towards the B side in the mid, the entire team of True Rippers scaled up onto the A heaven, took the control, but after that, the timing of the dark cover, the 2 anchors on the side, especially Sayo getting those initial frags, Beautifully, Velocity was able to buy enough time to deny the site in the plant for the plus of True Rippers. And now True Rippers, again, the economy is not looking so strong, only 2 rifles. Neural Theft is also there with RU. So maybe we can see a 9-8 also happening. Going for a execute this tripwire can create a little problem. But look at that. There is only one site anchor. That is going to be Sayo. The rotations are coming in from the heaven angle.
Exactly. And that one Hero Vandal needs to do his job. 1-for-1 trade, but Hoax finally jumps in as well. Catches Aryu on the other side with a satchel play. Venka wants to move forward. There comes in the Viper Spits investment too. Spike has been planted. Everyone's got to be maneuvering through this Viper Spit, which is difficult. But not a very good weaponry for now. Helef equalizing the odds. Oh my god, the timing on Venka catches Disrupt with the utility in hand. Valor timing at its best. Techno with just a Sheriff. And Helef now finally moving all around the world. Techno gets one, but he needs someone to bail him out as well. And Helef does the exact job. But Venka was able to get the Viper. 1 HP with the DK. He's sticking it. He's still sticking it. The peak of the perfect timing. Low HP. 33. Not a tap yet. Venka wants to go in for the fight as well. But does he have enough time is going to be the question. He goes in for the fake tap. Classic in the right hand. Does he have time is going to be another big question. And no is the answer. As a scrappy round goes in for the side of True Rippers, but this one is an important Thrifty. With just a Hero Vandal, they made it work.
This is the second Thrifty on this map which True Rippers have managed to pull off. And like you said, it was important. Just by few seconds, Velocity lost the round. If they had few seconds more, they would have got the defusal and the 8th round as well. But now Velocity, they are 3 rounds deficit. Definitely needs to rethink how they have to approach the upcoming round. Otherwise, maybe True Rippers will be hitting the 11th and the 12th mark. After that, there will be a series point and the match point. And that is something which Velocity has to stop the plus of True Rippers for. The next few rounds are going to be so critical for the players of Velocity at this point.
Critical indeed. Dire might as well be. Because these kinds of rounds are the ones that are backbreakers. Reminds me of Revenant versus Orangutan, where Revenant got that Thrifty and eventually ended up winning the map too. That was the map of Icebox I'm talking about. So yes, a lot of things need to be worked upon. Difficult maneuver. For now, a 4-1 approach coming in from True Rippers. 4 people towards the B, and that is where Sayo's one of the trap fire is, at least. That needs to be dealt with. Paint shells to push Sayo back. That Maker tagged up a bit low, needs support from his own teammates as he actually goes in, move forward to take control of that side as well, and Helef finally joins in the action, gets 2 and make it 3-2. Can he get an ace as well? It's going to be the question, maybe not, as Techno jumps in, takes another pick, and with that the spike will go down. It's all down to Adrian King. Probably get an exit, maybe just do some eco damage. He already has got the Nightfall available, so might as well just go down to the spike too.
And Disrupt won't even allow that as he deals with Adrian King. With that, the 11th round coming on board for the plus of True Rippers. Just 2 rounds away from getting the victory and moving into the upper brackets. True Rippers looking very calm and composed and confident. But Velocity under tremendous pressure. Yes, the 4 ultimates are there, but 3 rounds deficit. Not a situation where Velocity can't stage a comeback. There's still a chance, there's still a hope. Especially with the Rolling Thunder and the Nightfall. A little aggressive approach of True Rippers towards the A side, where only one anchor is there, that is going to be Hawks. A perfect flash. Despite that, Deathmaker has been taken down. Helef is going to find the trade onto Hawks. A 3v4 situation. Helef also deals with one more player. Venka is out of the picture. Helef is going for the plant. On the
It's just
retake,
Helef.
it's going to be 2v4 situation.
Yeah, it's just a Helef show, man. It's just a Helef show. Gets another one with Techno for the wrap-up. This man is unstoppable. And with that, True Rippers move to map point as well as the series point. Mind-blowing approach. True Rippers have been unstoppable. And I'm not quite sure if Velocity were prepared for that. Because I for sure think they were not. 4 ultimates coming in for the side of Velocity, but 3 of them yet available for True Rippers themselves, and this Deathmaker just one off of his showstopper. Venka 2 away from his own. It's going to be a round of raise. Wide peak, Venka gets one. Now he's 1 away. 85 tag, but should not be in any major problem. He still wants to go in for the re-clear. Maybe with the Nightfall along with the Paranoia as well. They can cast Techno and they will. He was caught off at the edge, blinded, paranoid, had absolutely no way of surviving that. With the showstopper used up yet again, gaining just some space, nothing apart from that. Spike out in the open in the wild, but since Disrupt has got from the shadows, that's the reason why Velocity are not focusing on camping on that Spike, because it can be picked up whenever necessary. Doubled up over towards the left corner, showstopper being used up over towards the side to try and clear some of that space. Caught in the trap fire, sends it, destroys the trap fire itself. Deathmaker now taking that space, but can anyone from his team follow up on it is going to be the question. It was the Rolling Thunder that was invested first. The Nightfall now comes in over towards the side, but it's only DM alone out here keeping 5 people. Can he survive is going to be the question, because it's just a 2v5 situation technically. A 1v5 over on towards that side. They need to try and deal with him, and Venka does the job with a 3k in his hand.
Another round coming for the players of Velocity seems like, but they need to get the defusal as well. Disrupt and Aryu, all they have to do is buy some time. The tripwires again becoming problematic, and maybe they won't be able to get that defuse as Aryu deals with Venka's Sayo. Hawks is going to answer back as he takes down Aryu. Hawks is going, sticking for the defuse. Disrupt finds 2 more. Now it's a 1v1 situation. Disrupt is the only man standing, and
oh my god! What a clutch by True Rippers! Disrupt and Aryu in a 2v5. The re-wrap of Disrupt over towards the heaven. Mind-blowing. Aryu getting 2 from a corner where he was forced out of the paint shells. This is just absolutely crazy. This is madness. If this is the way True Rippers are going to play in the playoffs, I might as well have to eat my own words back. I'll take it away. Maybe not Revenant, maybe not Velocity, maybe not even Orangutan. It might be True Rippers for Indian Ascension representatives.
well, very dominating victory on the map of Split as well, and on the map of Icebox as well. True Rippers were truly annihilating the team of Velocity at this point today. Yes, there were few situations where it looked like the round is not going to go in the favor of True Rippers, but despite that, they were able to turn things around in their favor. Deathmaker, the way he was coming online on the map of Icebox was so fantastic. He was the MVP. On the map of Split, it was Techno and Helef popping off really good. Yes, Velocity gave good competition on the map of Split, but Icebox, Velocity, they just experimented, and the experiment didn't work in their favor at all. In fact, it failed majorly.
This is just crazy, and now we're gonna send it back to one of the crazy hosts.
I was not expecting कि इतना crucial match इस तरीके से खत्म होने वाला है, because दोनों साइड के प्लेयर्स मैं ढंग से जानता हूँ, मैं इनको कब से फॉलो कर रहा हूँ, बट I was expecting a 2-1 सीरीज. कोई भी जीते फर्क नहीं पड़ता, because दोनों बेस्ट टीम्स हैं, बट जिस तरीके से ट्रू रिपर्स ने आज वेलोसिटी को एक रियलिटी चेक दिया है, कंफर्म लग रहा है कि इस बार ट्रू रिपर्स कुछ भी गलत नहीं होने करने वाली है। बट मैं चाहूंगा साग्निक बॉय, मैच से पहले इनसे बात हुई थी और उस टाइम पे ही वाज प्लेइंग वेरी मॉडेस्ट एंड लो, बट ब्रदर व्हाट अ सीरीज इट वाज।
या इट वाज गुड।
14, 15, 16 मार्च पुणे शहर था और एक बेस्ट ऑफ 5 सीरीज के अंदर इसी टीम ने दूसरे चोगे में तुम्हें हराया था। आज ये बदला था या मतलब क्या नॉर्मल मैच एक प्लेऑफ की तरह लिया तुमने?
प्लेऑफ्स के लिए प्लेऑफ्स की जैसे ही लिया है, बिकॉज हम लोगों को तो कोई भी आ जाता, हम लोगों को तो हराना ही था ना, तो वही फोकस था अपना।
आज कितना स्ट्रगल फील हुआ? बिकॉज हमने देखा है अब जैसे 14-15 मैच में आपने हार ली थी, MLT से भी आप हाल ही में कप 2 में हारे थे। उस टाइम पे मैंने आपके चेहरे पे देखा था, वो कहता ना एक शिकस्त थी कि मैं कर नहीं पा रहा हूँ कुछ। आज ऐसी टीम के सामने जो इतनी वेल स्ट्रक्चर्ड है, उनको आपने फेयर एंड स्क्वायर हराया, तो मतलब कितना कॉन्फिडेंट आप अपने आप पे फील कर, अपने प्लेयर्स पे फील कर रहे हैं?
आई मीन हम लोग का प्रैक्टिस सेशन भी बहुत अच्छा जा रहा था, तो हम लोग कॉन्फिडेंट थे एंड खुश है। सेटिस्फाइड नहीं है जब तक नहीं जीतते होपफुली, एंड बट खुश है अभी।
आज का दिन तो चलो खत्म, बट कल आपकी मुलाकात होगी रेवेनेंट के साथ। उनके लिए कुछ बोलना चाहते हो कैमरे में कि भाई पैरा, रॉसी, स्किल्स, कुछ बोलोगे?
आई मीन गुड लक, होप वी हैव अ गुड मैच टुमारो।
कितना सेफ्टी कुछ तो, बट अपनी टीम के लिए स्पेशली DM, RU, डिस्टर्ब, टेक्नो, आज क्या खेले इनके कुछ?
आई मीन इनसेन, मतलब जो हम लोग ने बात किया था जो मैप्स में कैसे खेलना है, एवरीवन स्टूड अप, गिव देयर मोर देन देयर 100%, so I'm really proud of everyone, like insane game over।
एक बार जोरदार तालियां ट्रू रिपर्स के लिए, हमारे प्ले ऑफ 2 विनर्स ट्रू रिपर्स। बट स्किल्स आप जाइए। LF, या मैन, आई नो, सही है। हाँ, बट ये थे हमारे LF फ्रॉम द ट्रू रिपर्स। इट वाज अमेजिंग टिल नाउ। आज के दोनों मैचेस जो हमने एक्सपेक्ट किया था वैसा तो कुछ भी नहीं हुआ। सीरीज 1 के अंदर वी वर एक्सपेक्टिंग कि OG शायद एक आधा मैच जीत कर चीज़ों को पलट सकती थी, बट जो यहाँ पर हुआ वहाँ से तो बिल्कुल एक्सपेक्टेशन नहीं थी कि भाई वेलोसिटी इतना क्लीन स्प्लिट आने वाली है। बट अभी भी इनकी जर्नी खत्म नहीं हुई है, दे आर स्टिल इन लोअर ब्रैकेट, अभी भी वो सांसें जिंदा हैं। लेट्स सी कि आने वाले मैचेस जो कल होंगे, परसों होंगे, उसके अंदर ये टीम्स कैसा खेलती हैं, बट वो तो हमें समय ही बताएगा। बट अभी के लिए हम जा रहे हैं एक छोटी सी ब्रेक के बाद हमारे जो एक्सपर्ट्स हैं वो आपका इंतजार कर रहे हैं।
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
What's the worst that could happen? What's the best that could happen? Philips One Blade. Move fearlessly. Innovation and you.
Seems like today can be termed as the day of unexpected events, because this series ending in a 2-0 was something no one thought of. It is mind-blowing, but at the same time you could clearly see the way True Rippers have prepared. They mentioned that they have done very well in the scrims itself. They were pretty confident on this one, and yesterday every single player performed much more than what they were supposed to, specifically playing throughout with that plan out.
I agree. The players of True Rippers were looking very confident. The way Techno was performing from the side of True Rippers on the map of Split, he was the. I think he was top fragging, or maybe it was Helif, one of them. Either of them is going to be the top fragger, but the coordination between Helif and Techno was so fantastic. There were few rounds where it was entirely a Helif round. A 3k or 4k coming in from the side of Helif. Fantastic plays from their side. But from the side of Velocity also, it was Venka on the map of Split who was coming online. Along with that, Hawks was also coming online. But the remaining 3 players, Adrian King, Kohli and Sayo, maybe it was just not their day.
It seems to be that case. But what I feel is it not being a day of Velocity is one thing. But on the other side, True Rippers and their preparation that they did, that is something that caught everyone off guard. So I would say it's every single time True Rippers' hard work that brought them here. And my oh my, Hell F being the MVP, and that too with such a demolishing performance. 313 ACS with a KDA of 2.4. Damage per round 184.5. That is just a crazy stuff already coming out from this man himself. First blood percentage 20 and headshot percentage 30.2. Now this is something that I did not expect, but I am delighted with the treat that I'm being served right now.
And from the side of Velocity, it was Venka who was popping off, being the MVP with 293 ACS, close to 300, 3 first kills. So stats of Venka are looking pretty good and pretty solid. Even for Hawks, it is looking good, but Adrian King with just only 9 kills, Sayo with 9, and Kohli also not having the best of the time on the map of Split. But on the other side, for True Rippers, the entire team, even Deathmaker getting 10 kills for himself, Disrupt with 13, RU with 16. Even the ACS is looking perfect for RU. As a Cypher also, he was doing so much. 227 ACS at 16 kills.
Absolutely, and we're going to have a look at the team performance as well, where True Rippers, they had 11 first kills. Velocity were not that far behind, and we see 2 thrifties for Velocity too. There was again a round where True Rippers, you could consider that as a thrifty, but I know the system mode because there was a hero rifle that was invested. But looking at the post-plan situations, right, there were 6 times when True Rippers got their plan down and they converted 5 of them. While Velocity, they only got a chance to go into that post-plan 5 times, and 3 were the times when they could end up converting it. So that is obviously something that they would need to work upon on the map of Split, specifically with the way how they want to execute the site. And again, the economical graph as well, you can see for True Rippers, it has been going up and down quite a lot, but for the side of Velocity, yeah, it was majority of this time stagnant, but as soon as we see some highs and then those trenches, you could understand that it was a time where they could not do anything just because of the fact that True Rippers were the ones who were constantly getting those rounds.
They certainly were, and True Rippers got 2 thrifty rounds as well. And looking at the heat map, the majority of the fights happened towards the A site and the mid, because Velocity, they went for the mid exploration multiple times. In fact, majority of the rounds they went for the mid control, and the way mid was tagged up by 3 players of True Rippers, too many fights did happen. And when it came for True Rippers attacking half, they went for the B execute, and that's the reason we see few fights happening around the B site as well.
The whole point about that is the fact that the one who got the mid was the one who got the round. I was trying to rhyme it in some way, but I could not figure out the word, so I just stuck with the basics. But it all started with right from that pistol on the defense, and with the way how True Rippers were having such a flawless read on what Velocity were trying to do. And in the midst of it all, you could clearly see all the fights going back and forth. But yes, at the end of the day, it was majority of the times True Rippers going in for those more downs, for those spray downs. And that is something that you always love to see if you're a True Rippers fan. Yes, Velocity gave us some hope, specifically in rounds like these where Venka showed his individual skills, individual heroics. But you can't really work on just the individuals in this game. Maybe you can, if in case you are Disrupt as well as RU.
Yes, and even Helef also. few rounds on the attacking half, the way he was popping off, the way he was coming online was so perfect. True Rippers are definitely moving into the upper brackets where they have to face the players of Revenant, where Revenant is waiting for them. The way SK Rossi was coming online today, it's not going to be easy at all for True Rippers to get a victory against Revenant at all. And that matchup is going to be interesting in itself because Revenant had a very dominating victory in the very first matchup. True Rippers also had a very dominating victory on the very first map of Icebox. Even Split was also dominating, little dominating as for True Rippers. So two teams who have dominated today, they are going to face against each other. SK Rossi versus Deathmaker. I don't know who is going to win. What about you? I have to ask you the prediction.
A match made in heaven. Every single one loves to witness that. All the way go back to that prime time of, if I'm not wrong, Global Esports versus Velocity. That when used to happen. It used to be SK Rossi for Global Esports side and Deathmaker for Velocity side. And it's kinda developed into this new Revenant versus True Rippers matchup, where again it's both of these players facing off against each other. It's lovely to watch how we are basically coming back to the full circle. But I thank you for asking me that question, because I personally feel if this is the way how True Rippers are actually going to play, yes, it's going to be a close matchup. I'm still expecting that one to go for the third one, but at the same time, I feel it is going to be True Rippers that might close the series out. But for now, before moving forward, we're going to be having a look at the brackets as well, ladies and gentlemen, as it's going to be again tomorrow's matchup. Revenant up against True Rippers and Orangutan up against Velocity, trying to play for survival, which is going to be important, which is going to be crucial, but at the same time, it is to keep their dreams alive.
Yes, to keep their dreams alive, Orangutan versus Velocity is going to be an important matchup. But for True Rippers and Revenant, there's still one more hope. Whoever is going to lose that match, they have to go to the low brackets, and the winner of OG versus VLT will be competing against them. And from there, the winning team will move into the grand finals. So it's a long journey. There is still some hope and chance for True Rippers and Revenant, even if they make some mistake in the coming matchup. But for OG and Velocity, it's a do-or-die situation. If they lose, they go back home.
That is a big thing that you already mentioned. Yes, indeed, it is going to be a tough situation for all of these teams, but it is the journey that we always talk about that is important and not the destination. But this time, let's be brutally honest, it's the destination that is important for all of these people, no matter the journey that they're taking, it be it from the upper bracket or from the lower bracket. But yes, the matchups of tomorrow are going to be super crucial for all of them. You could argue with me over any fact that, yeah, it might be Revenant who might win it might be True Rippers who might win it, but one thing is for sure, that Valorant is the one that's actually winning in every single situation, because that's what we always love to see: close matchups, good quality Valorant, and that is what we are being offered, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be it for this evening. It was me, Scared Yet, and alongside me it was Bhavna. You all were watching OMEN Valorant Challengers South Asia 2024 Split 2 with our styling partner Philips One Blade. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll catch you guys tomorrow at the same time. Till then, see you soon.